The sun was slowly rising, welcoming a new day. He had been up for hours. Hell, he hadn't even gone to bed yet. After seeing her yesterday, he hadn't been able to let go of her. She wandered in his thoughts like a song that couldn't escape his mind. She had been special. For hours. He had watched people enter and exit the quilted cow, hoping each time a person came out, it would be her. But it never was. Not until the sun had been up for 3 hours, did he finally see her coming out. Her red hair reflected in the morning light, giving it a flaming, fierce color. It was beautiful. Of course it didn't come as a surprise that she exited the inn with a group of men he had come to know as the Rebellion. He, as many others around town, had caught word of their goals for the kingdom's future, and it had indeed caught his interest. 2. This could be exactly what he needed, what he had been waiting for. For God knows how long. Someone else besides him had finally had enough of the system and wanted to rebel against it. And it would appear the red-headed female had so. 2. Emaia, I think you might want to take a look at this. His sharp ears caught every word of their conversation. And he observed as she was about to discover what he had been witness to that very night. Horror consumed the female's eyes as she read. Her name had been printed across an endless stream of flyers, along with a bounty to bring her home safely. They were posted all over town. Perhaps even the next one as well. She read the whole thing and gasped. He couldn't help but feel a smile tug onto his lips as he watched her, even as she read the flyer over and over again. He never saw the look of determination leave her face. She really did have fire in her soul. So much fire. He wouldn't want to be the victim of that sort of passion, and yet he watched them come to an agreement to leave town, which was probably for the best. If they stayed any longer, someone might recognize her, and that could create a bump on their road. And with what they were planning to do, they didn't need any more unnecessary bumps. They now started walking towards the gate, keeping a steady pace. He kept a distance, but followed them. Suddenly their leader Hanky made a disgusted sound. He stopped for a second to observe a beggar. A beggar that, not like many others, actually had something to beg for, her life. Hanky spat at the ground next to the beggar and muttered 2 words that made his fists clench, "Fucking elves." He ignored it. It was best not to let the anger get to him. He knew that. Besides, by now he was used to seeing people turn the blind eye to the begging elves. They were considered the scum of the city. No one wanted to help an elf, much less lend them a coin. The rest of the group moved on unbothered. But the female had stopped. She lingered by the elven woman, who in her begging hand held her cup out and her head down. He watched as she red-headed female crouched down, pulled something out of her satchel and put it in the elven woman's cup. The elf looked up with big eyes and blessed her with one of the most sacred elven prayers. Of course, the female didn't understand her elven tongue, but instead simply smiled and then quickly rose to her feet. She caught up with the group who hadn't even noticed her small, but marvelously significant gesture. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. The woman's action had been beyond him. Beyond anything he had seen in years. Curious as to what she had given the begging female, he walked up to the elf. He crouched down to her like she had done and laid a hand on her shoulder. There was a tiny emerald in her cup. "My cousin." He spoke to her in the elven tongue. His thick northern accent made the elven woman drop her cup and look up at him with wide eyes. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. "Times are about to change," he said. "The world is heading towards new times. A time where we will come back. All of us." The elven woman's bottom lip quivered as she stared up to what was hiding behind his dark hood. "Spread the word on the streets. Quietly. Tell your sisters and your brothers that your cousins from the north will return. The elven woman's emotion got a hold of her and she started sobbing and threw her skinny arms around him. He allowed her to embrace him for a moment before he soothingly stroked her back. "We will meet again. Cousin. Who are you?" she whispered after pulling back. She looked into his eyes, her own pooling with tears. "Why have you come?" "I have come here to aid." It was hideous. Pearls, emeralds and rubies were all very beautiful creations of the nature. And yet somehow when put together, they were hideous. Ironically enough, your wedding dress was supposed to be the most beautiful dress you'd ever wear. But the way the seamstress had put together the beautiful white pearls and colorful red and green gemstones, the combination looked absolutely dreadful. If it had been up to her to design the dress, she would have cut out the rubies and stuck with the pearls and green stones. The green had a nice contrast to her velvet smooth red hair, whereas the rubies made it look, well, less red. She gazed at the horrendous corset she was trying out for fitting. The only positive thing she could say about it so far was that it had a beautiful heart-shaped cut. Although even that seemed a bit too deep for her taste. She turned and swirled to see if it looked better from any other angle. Unfortunately, it only showed how the back of the corset was bedazzled with more colorful gems, like sapphires, and even a few diamonds. The thought alone that she had to wear this in front of people made her want to stay in her room forever. "So how do you like it?" her mother chimed. She stood next to her and observed her through the mirror with her hands folded over her heart. She had that adoring look in her eyes, the one she always had when her little daughter was experiencing those big life moments, such as trying out the corset for her wedding day. "It's quite something," Emaia hesitantly replied and tried her best to replicate a genuine smile. "Oh, I knew you'd love it," her mother sang and wiped away a falling tear. "You look stunning in that corset." "My dear, I do think we need to pull the waist in another inch though. And maybe the bust needs to be taken in a nudge, too." "Mom, I can barely breathe as it is," Emaia said and looked at how the bust had been sewn together so tightly. It made her bosom pop and nearly fall out. They were squeezed together uncomfortably tight. "Any further and I won't be able to mouth the word yes in 3 days. It's just 1 more inch," her mother assured her, and smiled lovingly. "I just want you to look perfect for your husband. I've been told he loves slim women." "Oh, wonderful," Emaia muttered sarcastically. Her future husband had apparently been quite the stallion in his pubescent days since he knew he preferred thinner women. Plural. "Well, maybe if we filed down my ribcage or saw them off completely, I'll be slim enough for his liking." "Watch your mouth now, Emaia," her mother said warningly. "You know your father has spent a lot of time finding you a compatible husband. I will hear none of this no more." "You're right. I'm sorry." Emaia sighed and lifted her arms when the seamstress came to adjust the corset. There was no gain in trying to make a joke around her mother. "That's better." Her mother smiled and sat down in a satin-covered chair and poured herself a glass of white wine. "Now when you meet him, you shall be polite and interested in his accomplishments. Remember how I taught you that men like to be praised by their achievements?" "I remember, Mom," she replied and grimaced when the seamstress tugged on the corset to tighten it. She was pretty sure she just cracked a rib. Indulge him with compliments on his attainments. Make sure to notice his smaller conquests. And reward him with a smile or tentative touch. She recited for the millionth time. "You taught me well. So it would appear." Her mother sang and looked at her with adoration again. It was impossible to think that in just 3 short days, she would be married to a man she had never met before. At just 24 years old, she would be married and, within a few years, expected to carry his children who would become heirs to his and to her own home, Rochefort, Her children and their children would continue the great Roche family tree, along with preserving her home and city. All of this was unimaginable. And to top it all of, she hadn't even met the man she was going to marry. The first time she would ever see him would be at the wedding. And the first words she would ever speak to him would be, yes. A great promise to what life with you as his wife will mean. As her father had put it. To think that her husband was some man who'd always expect her to answer his every question with yes was repulsive. Or well, at least to Emaia it was. Tell me about him again. Mom. Emaia pleaded her mother while the seamstress sewed her corset uncomfortably tight. What was he like again? Well, I've only met the man once. But from what I can tell you. Her mother started with an excited tone. He is tall. And very handsome. He is very muscular as a result from all of his hard-won battles. He has thick black hair always kept neatly, of course, a fair complexion. Good sense of fashion. Oh. And the best part, his eyes are a beautiful emerald green. Her mother chided and clenched her hands tightly around her goblet. Just think of your children. Your red hair and his green eyes. Oh. They will be beautiful. It was obvious her mother was more excited about her wedding than Emaia herself was. She forced another smile to her face as her mother collected herself and came back down to earth. Well. That was only his appearance. Mom. I'm talking about. What is he like as a person? Emaia asked and turned to look at her mother. What are his accomplishments in this world? What made Dad choose him? Oh. I see. Her mother softly chuckled. Well, that's a whole other thing. From what your father has told me. His land and city has been absolutely renovated. His latest battle against the De Leon people won him great fortune. And he invested them all in his town. Your father mentioned that during his visit. He noticed that the streets were clean and the beggars were nowhere around. According to him, he is a very accomplished and likable man. Her mother assured her. In fact, there were many ladies who requested his companionship. But of course, the best of the best goes to my daughter. She happily laughed and softly folded her hands. Apparently, he has also managed to completely quarantine the southern elven people on his land, so that his streets are elven-free. Her mother proudly informed her. Your father knew right then that he was the man for you. Quarantine the elves, Emaia said and grimaced again when the seamstress poked a needle in her. I thought that the southern elves were allowed to visit the cities if they paid for their entrance well. Yes. But most of us don't like looking at their ghastly faces. Her mother shivered by the thought. Even if they do pay, they still remind us of their horrible doings. So he quarantined them because people didn't like to look at them? Emaia asked and frowned a little. I know what they did was wrong. But I thought they had admitted their defeat and surrendered to our laws. Of course they have. But elves aren't to be trusted. They are all liars and deceitful. So your future husband found it useful to create a locked area of where the elves could live. He has put a limit to how many elves may live there. So in that way, they make sure that they never have the force or number to try and regain power. Just like Restriction Town. Her mother finished and folded her hands resolutely in her lap. Emaia frowned to herself as she thought of her husband-to-be's action. Elves were strange creatures and funny to look at. But after so many years of suppression, how much damage could they do? She should know. The same thing applied to her. Well, all women. What with men being the stronger sex? All right. All done. The seamstress announced after cutting the last thread. Her mother immediately jumped up and awed at her daughter's supposed beauty and lovingly folded her hands near her heart. It's perfect. Just perfect. Emaia forced yet another smile onto her lips and tried to be happy for herself. By all standards of the humankind. Her betrothed sounded great. He was handsome, well-liked and good to his people. Then, how come she couldn't see herself happily married in a few days? All right then. Let's get you out of that and go get some supper. Her mother interrupted her melancholic thoughts. I'll let the kitchen know you'll be down in a second. Her mother left her room after one last lingering gaze from the door. And then left her alone with the seamstress who started cutting her out of the corset. Emaia looked at herself as the corset slowly started to loosen its tight grip on her body. She wasn't the tallest woman of them all. But she definitely wasn't the smallest either. Her mother was a tall woman. So many of her genes had transferred onto her. She had been told men usually liked their women short, so it wouldn't create a logistical problem. Whatever that meant. She also had broad hips and shoulders. But for some reason a narrow waist. Which, of course, in this situation was a good thing. Her legs were long. Like a runner's. And by women's standards. Her hair was kept long. Almost down to her waist. A waterfall of red locks. Her eyes were a golden honey color. Even though her mother had dark brown eyes and her father had green. Some days, when the sun was high, and she looked into the light, her eyes actually looked a bit green. Her complexion was bright and pale. Thanks to all of her time spent indoors. Learning what women needed to know before they were sent off to marriage. The marriage, which was now only 3 days away. Was this what her life was going to be? Emaia thought as the corset slid of her body and landed in a bundle of gemstones. Living in a castle. In the shadow of a man. Only there to raise his children and praise his fortune. It didn't excite her even the least. Her mother had obviously founded a happy life. Even though she hadn't been able to produce any sons. Emaia was the sole heir to Roches city and fort. But because of her gender, couldn't rule. Her father had spent years searching for a compatible husband and now she was finally getting married. It was her duty to the people in her town and her duty as a daughter to lead on the family tree. All of that responsibility made her stomach twist. Deep in her heart, she wished she wasn't born a Roche. The Roche family was close to the king and his family. And if spoken about in large crowds, always a name that was highly praised. So she couldn't let her family down. Even if she did have a choice about the marriage. All she could do now was hope to make the best of her last days as an unmarried woman. Dinner was always a tense affair in the Roche house. Her father was a serious man who always kept his manners. Even though they were only the 3 of them at the table, that meant if conversation had to be started, it was always led by him. And that usually meant talking about the state of his town or land. But of course, the upcoming wedding had brought a few more subjects to the table. Subjects Emaia wished they wouldn't talk about. So, her father started. After putting down his goblet of wine. How is the dress coming along? Oh, it's absolutely beautiful. Her mother answered before she could even open her mouth. You should see the corset. She just looks ravishing. She'll be trying out the whole dress tomorrow and adjustments will be made accordingly. Her mother informed her father and reassumed her dinner. Splendid. Her father grunted and wiped his mouth. I can't wait to see the result. Oh. You just wait and see. Her mother softly chuckled. After we've taken the waist in another inch, we'll have the perfect dress. Another inch. Emaia breathed. She had to do that now since she apparently wouldn't be breathing in 3 days. One more won't hurt. Her mother said and smiled. Now about the shoes. We still need to find a shoe that has a heel but still keeps you solid on the ground. It never was your forte to walk in high heels. She chuckled and sipped her wine. Emaia just poked her veal and tried to find any appetite that she might have reserved. She was quite certain that yet another inch would in fact hurt. Good. Good. Her father chimed. How about the kitchen? Have they been informed about the menu, all sorted with the chef this morning? Her mother promptly replied. Father Emaia burst in and looked at her father. Might I ask you something? Her father chewed his steak before answering. What is it? My dearest, well. Emaia sat up straighter and cleared her throat before continuing. I was wondering if I might visit the market tomorrow morning, since the dress is mostly done and everything with the wedding is being taken care of. I wondered if I might go search the market for some antique bracelets to go with the dress. Her father sipped his goblet for a long time with a thoughtful expression on his face. Then, when he finally put his goblet down, he replied, Well, I suppose you may. I'll have 2 of the guards stand by to escort you to town tomorrow. He finished and filled his mouth with his red steak. Thank you, Father, Emaia said and smiled. The only way she would have ever gotten permission for that was if her father knew it had something to do with the wedding. The truth was, she wasn't going to the market to look for some ridiculous bracelets. She needed some air from all of this wedding hysteria, with everything going on. It had been harder to sneak off and even harder to get to town. Her father had practically kept her locked up in his fort, unable to reach any outside contact. Like some princess trapped in a tower. Emaia remembered how she as little used to go to the top tower and pretend to be a princess. Locked up in a dragon-manifested castle. Dragons had of course been extinct for many years now. But with not much fun to do in a castle and with no siblings. You had to make do with your imagination. Conversations started again. But Emaia didn't participate. When she couldn't stand their wedding talk anymore, she stood up to leave the table. Are you full, dear? Her mother said, as Emaia made ready to leave. You hardly ate anything. Ah. She hesitantly begun. Well, I want to be able to fit into my dress. Especially if we're having it sewn even tighter. She lied and tried to make a laugh. It came out stiff. Well. All right then. Her mother smiled. Best head off to bed then if you're heading to the market tomorrow. Remember. No silver or bronze. Only gold bracelets and something with emeralds or diamonds, her mother called after her as Emaia headed for the door. She escaped their endless wedding mania and closed the door to her room. Thankfully, the maids had cleared her room from all the wedding stuff. So she joyfully collapsed on her bed. This day had been exhausting. Tomorrow she would spend the whole day browsing the town, thinking about anything but her upcoming wedding. Heck! She might even find some interesting gossip that might bring her mind to other things. That's what she needed, a good distraction. The market was always a vivid, colorful place. Salesmen and passing people always tried to sell off anything they could for a penny. Women waved their scarves around and tried to pass it off as silk, while men ran around with various belts, knives, and daggers and claimed it was the highest quality. She supposed to the trained eye that everything was very invaluable. But for the individual peasant, it was all they had to make for a living. And that was why Emaia loved shopping in the market. She loved supporting the local salesmen and women who had spent days perfecting their merchandise. That meant that each piece they sold were unique, a quality Emaia valued above all else. Try this one. The saleswoman smiled and handed Emaia a different scarf from the one she was trying on. It complements your beautiful hair better than the blue. Thank you. Emaia smiled back and accepted the green scarf. She really loved green. It was her favorite color and the people knew that. Oh. It's beautiful. How much is it? You can have it for free. Me lady. The woman smiled overwhelmed and held out more scarves. All of them. For free. I can't accept that. Emaia firmly stated and frowned. I want to pay for your needlework. How much? She asked again, while gesturing to the guards to bring forth the coin pouch. Oh. the woman said and looked nervously at her scarves. Would 3 coins be decent? I'll pay you 5. Emaia said as the guard handed her the coin pouch. She fished out 5 shining coins and held it out to her. Just because you treat me so well every time. She smiled when the poor woman looked moved by her simple statement. With a shaking hand, the woman accepted the coins and clutched them to her chest as if she had never accepted such valuable payment before. Perhaps that was the actual case. Thank you so much. Me lady, she said with a shaky voice and looked as if she was going to burst out into tears. You are most generous. I love paying for a good handcraft. Emaia smiled and watched how the woman locked the coins safely away in a little wooden chest. I'll see you next time. But as she started walking away from the booth, she realized that that might not be true. Marriage meant that she could only come to the market with her husband. And that was if he was feeling generous. She would have to use money from his pouch and only buy what he thought was commendable. Marriage. There it was again. She had tried her best all day to forget about it. But no matter what she did, it kept popping up. Then of course, the giant banners and posters around the town, announcing her betrothal, weren't exactly helpful. It appeared that the world was forcing her to acknowledge her soon-to-be future as a married woman. I'm not letting it ruin my last day as unwed. Emaia fiercely thought and took a deep, confident breath. Just let me be free today. Not as it sounds. My good man. It's the start of a whole new life. It's true. Wouldn't you like to live in a world where you can speak your mind without being hanged? Emaia looked over her shoulder and found 2 men discussing something with a salesman. Emaia only caught the brim of the conversation, but it had already piqued her interest. What was that thing about speaking your mind, she wondered. One of the men, the older-looking one with black hair and a beard, crossed his arms and looked confidently at the salesman who was peeling his potatoes. What if he could walk straight up to any man, even a man with a higher rank, and tell him exactly how he felt about our society? He said and raised a bushy brow. Wouldn't that be something? It most certainly would. Emaia thought, and carefully listened. She snugged closer to the 2 men by pretending to be interested in the next booth's merchandise. Well, I suppose it would be great if I could discuss the recent rise in the taxes. The salesman hesitantly replied to the bearded man and thoughtfully scratched the back of his head. But why do you think anyone would listen to a simple salesman like myself? Aha! The bearded man exclaimed and pointed a finger in the air. Exactly our point. We want our world to be a place where your rank doesn't matter. If ye have something to say, ye should speak, ye shouldn't be tied down by the laws of hierarchy. Imagine a place where your sons and daughters can live a life without the worry of being slain for speaking over themselves. The younger-looking guy spoke up. He looked to be no older than Emaia. He had youthful, short black hair and wore a tunic under his light leather armor. We want everyone to be welcome in our new world. New laws, new taxes, new customs. And that's just the beginning. The beginning. The salesman said and looked astounded. What else do you have in mind? Well, join us at the tavern later, and we'll tell ye all about it. The bearded man said and laughed hoarsely. I promise ye, it'll be worth ye time. Emaia was seriously getting curious. What were they talking about? A new world. How was that going to be possible? And why were they trying to convince a simple farmer of this? Were they recruiting for something? The curiosity was killing her. She carefully took a shy look towards the men who politely bid the salesman farewell and continued their way. Emaia was determined to figure out what they had been talking about. She had finally found something to take her mind off things, and this was more than she had expected. She had to follow them, and then maybe she'd get a chance to talk to them. She just had to know. But the guards assigned to watch her were standing by a few feet away and would never let her talk to another man alone. Especially this close to her wedding. It was frowned upon for a betrothed woman to be seen talking to another man without any chaperone. She would just have to let it slide then. Or use one of her famous stunts. Ah. Yes. In her younger days, Emaia had been quite the little troublemaker. She had always tried to run away from the guards whenever she could, so she could explore the market for herself. But as she grew older, a certain behavior was expected from her, and so she had been forced to stop her small escapades. It seemed she would have to use her cleverness one last time. She carefully considered her options as she casually strolled down the streets, keeping the two gentlemen in eyesight at all time. There were so many things she could do to cause a distraction. But it needed to be real this time. She couldn't just knock over a cart with fruits like she had done when younger. No. She needed something brilliantly thought through. And she knew just the thing. Emaia started whistling to herself while she discreetly slid her gold bracelet off her wrist and concealed it in her gown until the moment was right. She needed the timing to be perfect. She walked past a farmer who was stacking a large amount of hay onto his wagon, and chose that exact moment to pretend to fall. She let out a surprised yelp and landed in the hay, quickly digging her gold bracelet deep into the haystack. "Oh, my milady!" The guards both shouted and rushed to her side. They quickly got her out of the hay and onto her feet. "Milady, are you all right? Are you hurt? Oh my gosh. I am so clumsy," Emaia said and brushed some hay out of her dress and hair. "I don't think I've taken harm." "Oh. No," she theatrically cried and looked at her wrist. The guards gasped and looked worried at her. "What is it?" "Milady, have you hurt yourself? My bracelet, my gold bracelet, I lost it. It must have fallen into the hay," she exclaimed and put on a sad face for good measure. "It was my grandmother's. If I lose it, my mother will never forgive me." The guards scrambled on their feet and suddenly seemed feverish. "Don't worry, milady, we'll find your bracelet." And with that, they both jumped into the hay. They were both so panicked. They didn't even think to watch her. Their minds were completely focused on the irreplaceable bracelet. And so they didn't even notice Emaia sneak off. Once she was far away enough, she broke into a laughing fit, and didn't even try to conceal it. How come guards were so dumb? Either that or she was just a natural actress. She quickly scurried after the two men who she had seen walk down a different street. She caught up with them by a farmer who was cleaning out his horse stable. She slowed down her pace and casually strolled up to a sales booth that sold beautiful seashell ornaments. "How about if your son is recruited into the army and the poor lad is too young to become a warrior?" she heard the bearded man say to the farmer who had stopped shoveling to listen to them. "He'll be taken to Senwatras to train and that'll be the last you'll ever see of him. We don't want that for our sons in our future," the man said and crossed his arms. "Me sweet wife at home has our babe in her belly. I want a world where me young lad can live safely without having to fear being recruited for the army. I want that too, my good man," the farmer said and looked thoughtful. "Say. What did you say your name was?" Emaia looked at the younger guy who seemed to be staying in the back this time. He was paying interest to the streets, as if scouting for their next target. And that's when his eyes landed on Emaia's. Emaia quickly looked away and pretended to be very interested in a seashell necklace. Damn it, she thought. He had probably seen her staring him. She just hoped he didn't take it offensive. "Excuse me, fair lady," she heard someone say behind her. She quickly turned around and found the young black-haired guy standing there, smiling at her, holding a small flower in his hand. "Oh, my," she gasped and involuntarily blushed when he presented it to her. Ooh, thank you." She stuttered and accepted the flower when he bowed to give it to her. "Ah. Wait, who are you?" If I may ask, she got out when he stood up again and smiled. My name is Dashel. But you can call me Dash if you prefer. He smiled and crossed his arms. Say. What is a beautiful woman like yourself doing walking around here alone? Emaia had to quickly think of a good answer before replying. I'm just out stretching my legs from sewing. I'm a seamstress. She lied and nervously smiled back to Dash. There was no way she could tell him who she really was. Seen as though he wasn't allowed to talk to her unaccompanied. So seamstress was a great lie. It would also explain why her dress was so fancy. A very beautiful seamstress. Dash smiled and chuckled shortly. He seemed to buy the lie. May I ask of your name? It's... Emaia hesitated when she in the corner of her eye saw a giant banner, announcing her name and betrothal. He might not know who she was right now. But if she told him her name, he sure as hell would. And she was absolutely certain that he would scurry away if he knew she was engaged. My name is M. Emaia smiled and held out her hand. It's very nice to meet you. Dash. M. Dash echoed and softly took her hand. Pleasure is mine. He placed a polite kiss on her hand before releasing it. So where are you from? Emaia cleared her throat and gathered all of her courage. She was talking to him, a man without any chaperone to steer the conversation. This was all very new to her, and she was uncertain how to do this. Well, I'm from here. She nervously started. Rochester City. How about you? I don't believe I've seen you in Rochester before. She said when she realized that was true. She knew almost everyone in Rochester. So he had to be from out of town. Indeed. I'm not from Rochester. Dash chuckled. But I wish I was. I stem from Johann City. Down south from here. He told while casually smiling at her. Johann is not as rich as Rochester. The streets here are much cleaner. Not to mention your sewage system is much better than Johann's. Oh. I can't imagine how that must be. Emaia said. If only we peasants could do something about that. She purposely let the sentence hang in the air and hoped he would pick up the thread. Hopefully he would start talking about whatever him and his friend were going on about. He didn't disappoint Aunt. Well. As a matter of fact. Dash smiled and looked both ways before leaning in towards her. Can you keep a secret? Emaia felt the curiosity spike in her stomach and she leaned in. 2. Of course. Dashel smirked and licked his lips. Me and a couple of other men are starting this rebellion against the current rules. We've had enough of poor treatment and bad neighborhoods. Really? Emaia asked and looked genuinely surprised. Like how? Well. Dash said and looked over his shoulder. See that man over there? The one with the beard. He pointed towards the man she had seen him with before. That's Hanky. He's in charge of this whole thing. We've been traveling around different cities to spread the message of our plans and ask more people to join us. He told. But Rochester has given us no one so far. Unfortunately. It seems the city is pretty much fine with the laws that is. He chuckled and shook his head. That's unbelievable. Emaia exclaimed, keeping her voice hushed. So, what are the changes you would make? Well, to name a few. Dash started and smiled confidently. We want to end the regime that forces young boys and men into war. We want the taxes lowered. Laws to change. And above all, he said and looked holy. We want the current hierarchy to end. The hierarchy? Emaia asked and frowned. In what way? We're tired of being frowned upon whenever we try to voice our opinions. Dash said and gritted his teeth. Men of my standards, for example, could never be allowed to talk to the owner of this city without getting a massive beating from his puppets. Emaia assumed the puppets he was referring to were the guards who was currently waist-deep in hay, searching for her gold bracelet. I can imagine that being annoying. She agreed and crossed her arms. So what do you plan on doing to achieve this hopefully? We get enough men to support our idea to catch the king's attention. From then on, we hope that the king will either see our side of the story or prepare for the inevitable. Dash soberly said. Which is Emaia said, almost forgetting to breathe from pure excitement. War. Dashel said and pressed his lips together. If he won't listen to the people, we will make him listen. If he is the king and ruler, then he must give the people what they want. And he hasn't. So we are going to take it ourselves. Emaia gulped down heavily. They wanted war. They were starting a rebellion. And the end result could be war. She had been obsessing about a wedding. And now it would seem the whole kingdom could be facing a war. So the question was, which side was she on? In this new world you plan on creating? Emaia hesitantly asked Dashel when one thing was bugging her mind. Do you think that women could have a voice there? Dashel seemed to be genuinely surprised and raised a thoughtful brow. I've never thought about it. Now that you mentioned it, I suppose that women should be welcome to speak, too, he said after a moment of thoughtfulness. After all, we want justice for all mankind. Her heart jumped a mile. If there was a possible future that involved women's rights, she wanted to be a part of that. She knew that war was her least favorite thing in the world. But sometimes, war was needed to change things. Especially when an ignorant king possessed the throne. Men like King Ragnar was the reason why Emaia hated high-ranked men. Ragnar neglected the smaller non-profitable cities and thus had caused those cities to almost demise in poverty. He only cared about the larger cities like Calendale or Quail, the big ones that contributed most to his capital. Of course Roches was amongst the favorite three. And that only emphasized Emaia's importance. If she had to reign with her future husband, that meant that she would one day have to pick out the next generation of warriors. Young boys from the age of 13 to 18 would be sent away to Senwatra's capital and get brutally trained to murder other boys. King Ragnar had set the current laws, and no one was doing anything to change them. They could be sparing thousands of innocent lives, but they still chose to maintain the law. Emaia had met the king many times over the years, in the company of her father. She knew right from the start she didn't like him. He was an arrogant, cocky man who only cared about his empire, fortune and curvy women. So no matter how traitorous it sounded, Emaia agreed with Dash. They needed war. And they needed a new king. But that meant declaring treason. Perhaps that was why him and Hanky were spreading the word silently. It sounds like you got your work cut out for you, Emaia replied, releasing a breath. I would love to live in your new world one day. You shall be most welcome. Dash smiled and tipped his head a little. But from where we are now, it could take years. The men we talk to are simple farmers who have families to look after. They may believe in our cause, but they may not be willing to join us. He sighed and scratched his neck. Roches is too rich. I'm afraid. So we'll be leaving in the morrow. Too rich? Emaia asked, confused. She didn't know that a city could be too rich. Most people here haven't suffered the circumstances as much as they would have in other cities, Dash patiently explained. Roches has great tradesmen and low crime rate. Not like in cities as Bart or Johan. So they don't care as much. He shrugged. So that's why we've decided to leave for Bart as soon as dawn rises tomorrow. Dash finished and sighed lightly. We'll have more luck there, I'm sure. Oh. Emaia nodded and looked at her feet. She never would have thought that her father's good treatment of the city could turn out to be a bad thing. Well, I hope you have luck in your endeavors. She smiled bleakly when she realized she wouldn't be seeing more of him. She liked him. He was the first decent, well-behaved man she had met in a long time. Well, if you'd like, you could come with us, Dash proposed and raised a suggestive brow. Your company would most definitely be welcome. What? Emaia gasped. Oh, Lord, no. I didn't mean. Dash feverishly started when he mistook her shock for something else. That sounded better in my head. I only meant that if you believe in our cause, you should join us, help spread the message and nothing more. He emphasized frantically. The poor guy was afraid Emaia mistook his offer as something indiscreet. She couldn't help but choke on a laughter as he continued to try and recover from his mistake. He stopped and blushed when her laughter bubbled over. It's all right, she assured him and tried to stifle her giggling. I know you didn't mean anything wrong. You don't strike me as that sort of man. She smiled while Dash exhaled from obvious relief. Thank the gods. He sighed and shook his head. I always forget to think before I speak. My mother always said I had the manners of a troublemaker. He gingerly smiled while he awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. Your manners are fine, Emaia assured him with a smile. The only reason I was so shocked was because I couldn't fathom that you would like me to join you. She explained. I mean, I am a woman. Won't that harm your campaign? Not if we fight for a free land, Dash pointed out. Come to think of it, I can't believe we haven't thought of bringing along woman on our trip sooner. Hanky over there always says his wife is the smartest thing in this world. He chuckled and glanced towards Hanky, who was still chatting with the farmer. I think that if the message comes from a milder voice, it might bring more men to listen. Emaia thought about it for a moment. She would love to travel around the kingdom and spread the message of the revolution. And in another life, she would have. But unfortunately this was her life. And she had responsibilities. I would love to join you. She meekly smiled when Dashiell's face lit up. But I can't. His face immediately dropped to a frown. Why? He asked with a boyish pout and looked saddened into her eyes. What's keeping you here, I? What was she supposed to say? She hated lying to someone this honest and good-hearted. He deserved the truth. But she couldn't tell him. Not all of it anyway. I can't leave my parents with all the responsibility, she finally said. I'm all they've got. If I leave, I not only leave Roches, but also leave my heritage. Your heritage, Dash said and frowned, confused. Didn't you say you were a seamstress? Emaia quickly said and looked at her feet. And I have to take over the shop when they're gone. Damn it. That was close. Ah. I see, Dash said and sighed. Well, in any case, it was nice meeting you. He then smiled at her and took her palm. And I hope it will not be our last. I hope so, too. Emaia smiled back as he kissed the top of her hand. If you should, however, change your mind, Dashiell said after releasing her hand. We'll be staying in Bart for 5 days. If by any chance you feel like changing the world, come find us. Emaia smiled, not knowing what to say. She wished she could come. She longed for an adventure more exciting than her current life. But guilt would eat her up. I will if I do. Dashiell bowed his farewell and returned to his friend Hanky, who had finished up with the farmer. Emaia looked after both of them while they slandered down the street, talking lively to each other. And that was that, she thought, when she turned to walk back to her guards, who was probably searching for her. Her last adventure was over. And by this time tomorrow, she would be fitting her dress for the finale time, before the wedding in 2 days. And so she would get married, and just one more flower right there. Her mother corrected the florist who was arranging her bouquet. We don't want any gaps. Just pack them in there. Mother. Let the florist do her job. I'm sure she knows what she's doing. Emaia drawled when her mother kept stepping in to do her job. I need you to help me with this shoe buckle. Her mother finally gave up her flustering and rushed to her daughter's side. Of course. My dear. Hold out your foot for me. The shoes. Mother, they hurt. Emaia grimaced when her mother tightened the buckle. Are they supposed to be so tight? Of course they are. We don't want them to fall off your feet and cause you to trip. Her mother replied and chuckled fondly. Don't worry. I've got everything under control. Oh. She didn't doubt that. There. Her mother smiled and stood up to admire her daughter. You look so beautiful, sweetheart. Oh. I think I am going to cry, Mom. Emaia flatly replied and looked at how a little tear ran down her cheek. It's not until tomorrow you get to cry. Remember. This is just my finale fitting. Oh. But you look so stunning in that dress and now with your jewelry. You just look so I get it. I'm beautiful. Can we move on now? Emaia snapped and sighed by the look of herself in the mirror. She was absolutely nowhere near beautiful. And her mother couldn't tell because she was so fed up with wedding jitters. All right. I'll get it together. Her mother finally said and dried her face with the corner of her sleeve. Let me see you walk in your shoes. Emaia took a deep breath and carefully set one foot in front of the other. The shoes were at least one size too small. And just like her dress. They were way too tight. It hurt to walk. Just as it hurt to breathe. Honey. Could you try not and grimace when you walk? Her mother chimed with a concentrated look. The frown makes for a very unattractive bride. Sorry. Mother. Emaia said through gritted teeth and pressed her lips firmly together when a curse was about to make its way to her tongue. She very well knew her mother wasn't the reason for her frustration. Though she wasn't any help either. Perfect. Her mother sang and clapped her hands together. I think that will do for today. Save the rest of your strength for tomorrow. Oh, thank God. Emaia sighed and quickly headed for the closest chair and sat down. 3 steps in those shoes had nearly killed her. How would tomorrow go? Her mother helped her out of the shoes while the seamstress untied her corset and helped her out of the dress. It felt good to get out of all that tight clothing, and she felt thankful as she slid into her nightgown, despite her mother's many attempts of getting her to wear appropriate clothes. Emaia had always preferred simpler dresses over gowns. All that costume. And for what? To look good for a man she didn't even know yet. Get into bed while I talk to the florist outside. Her mother ordered her while her and the seamstress folded everything neatly away for tomorrow. I'll just be a moment. Emaia jumped into her bed. Making a chaos of red hair fly behind her, she bundled up in her bed sheets and covers. Realizing just now how much she loved sleeping in her own bed. She loved the space and she loved having everything to herself. Tomorrow her life changed. Right from her bed. To her clothes. To her own habits. All of it, gone. The florist and her mother. Along with the seamstress. Left her room and gave her the blessing of loneliness for a short moment. The day had passed by so quickly. Yesterday had been so exciting with meeting Dashiell and learning about the rebellion and all that. But today had gone by so fast. She swore the sun was rushing more than usual. Suddenly she couldn't even believe that the day was gone and that when she was awoken tomorrow, she was going to get married. Marriage. 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 Her whole life was about getting married. It was driving her crazy. She wished she could grow back down to childhood again and experience it all over. Everything felt as if she had taken it for granted as she watched the sun set behind the mountains from her window. In that moment, she realized she might as well have been preparing for her death. It would all end tomorrow. The door opened and her mother stepped in. All ready for bed. "Will you tell me a story?" Emaia asked and put a pout on her face. "Emaia." Her mother chuckled and shook her head. "You are 24. You are not a child anymore. Just one last time." Emaia begged and folded her hands. "Please, tomorrow you're saying goodbye to your daughter. Be my mother one last time." Her mother paused as a look of nostalgia came over her face. Her eyes suddenly became very blank as she looked upon her daughter. Emaia could tell what she was thinking. She started blinking rapidly and then looked away. "Oh. All right then. Sweetheart. For the last time. Thank you." Emaia giggled and moved over so her mother could sit on her bed. "What story should it be then?" her mother asked and gently stroked her hair. "You know which one," Emaia said and grinned. "But you have heard that one a million times before, please." "Mom." All right. All right." She sighed. "One last time for my daughter." She then cleared her throat and started her story. Once upon a time, the kingdom of Sinworth was a land of dysfunction and mayhem. Humans and elves walked side by side and fought for the right to rule. Dragons roamed the skies and created chaos, killing humans by the thousands with their scorching fires. For a long time, this was the way the world functioned. Until one fateful night, when our king was assassinated in cold blood. Though it could never be proven, it was certain it had been the act of a vicious elf. A golden arrow with a diamond tip pierced the old king's heart, leaving his son to claim the throne. The new king swore to revenge his father's murder and bring death to all the elves. And thus began the war we today know as the Great War. The years ahead that followed were the bloodiest of all of history. Men were killed, women were subjected to assault, and children were captured. The Northern Elves were the strongest of the elven kind. And when they realized they were outnumbered, they decided to team up with the mighty magical dragons. The Southern Elves fled to the Southern Islands when even they became scared of the Northern Elves and their companionship with the dragons. It was believed that the Northern Elves could harness the dragons' magic and use it to create great storms and other foul sorcery. They rode the dragons' backs through the air and blazed fire and magic down upon helpless peasants, who in their last hour never saw the giant beast coming before it was too late. The king's men were fighting day and night to keep the humans safe. But the elves were never satisfied with their killings. However, one night, which changed history to life as we know it today, the young king sent an ambush into every village and city and knocked down every door. Village by village, the army slaughtered every elf they found and killed their dragons with their heavy swords. Even creatures as mighty as the dragons have a soft spot. And the warriors found theirs. A dragon's egg is its most precious love. And the young king knew this. He ordered his men to crush the eggs and then slay the grieving dragon, thus destroying the Northern Elves' strongest defense. The Northern Elves then begun to fear humans so much, they fled into the cold north where they sought shelter in the mountains. The Southern Elves who had fled were captured and mostly slain, except for the ones who surrendered and agreed to live according to human laws and restrictions. But even as the battle was won, our wise king knew that even though they were safe, he couldn't allow the remaining Northern Elves to stay in the north. They could regain their strength and numbers and one day start a war even bloodier than that one. So the king made a wise decision and hunted down the last of the Northern Elves through the bitter north. The expedition lasted years. In the meantime, the king built up a fortress he named Restriction Town where Southern Elves could be kept under control. They were allowed to roam the free places of the kingdom, but never enter a city without a price that was said that had to be paid for the damage they and their cousins had made. When the army returned from the north years later, they brought back great news. The last Northern Elf had fallen, sitting on top of his dead dragon. The kingdom celebrated that day as the day the last elf and dragon had fallen and called it the Day of Redemption. The old king was forever known as the savior of the kingdom, and is today buried in a gold casket embedded with diamonds and rubies. In his hand he holds the arrow he was killed with, to remind all that his death started the beginning of a new world, a kingdom that was finally in order, the way it should be. His son rules today by his laws, and still to this day keeps us safe from all evil. Her mother finished with a smile and stroked Emaia's cheek. Emaia looked at her mother with a little frown. So the warriors who went into the north managed to kill the last of the Northern Elves. Yes, they did, her mother replied while tucking her in. They killed them to extinction. Same as the dragons. The only elves alive today are the few southern elves that we keep under strict observations. I wonder if we'll ever find out if the arrow really belonged to an elf. Emaia murmured and blinked tiredly. It did, my dear, her mother said and stroked her head again. There was no doubt about it. No human could have made that shot. It could have been a skillful peasant or something known. She mumbled and yawned. Someone who held a serious grudge. Why would a human kill their own king? And where would a peasant find a diamond? Her mother replied with a tone that ended that discussion. Now, you have to get some sleep. Big day tomorrow. Remember, she smiled and poked Emaia's nose. Emaia forced a little smile to her lip as her mother blew out the last candle. Good night, mother. Good night, my beautiful daughter, her mother said from the door. I'll see you early tomorrow. She closed the door behind her, and Emaia closed her eyes to sleep. But as the time went by, she couldn't find any rest. How could she? Her wedding was tomorrow and she was freaking out. She couldn't get married. She wouldn't. She wasn't ready. She was too young. She couldn't help that she was born a Roche. She didn't want this responsibility. It wasn't fair. She then started thinking about what that guy, Dashiell, at the market had said to her. Was it really possible that they were starting a rebellion? That they were fighting for equality for both men and women? They wanted their rights as humans to speak and live the way they wanted. Did that mean women could choose whom they'd marry? She then started thinking about her mother's story. The rules and laws had been this way for decades and had only been strengthened after the war. The rules weren't there to protect them. They were there to restrain them. And who were the men to decide that women were unfit to rule? Most women she knew were quite intelligent. Some even strong. Who was to say that they couldn't make their own decisions or rule a country as well as any man? So if these men really wanted a change in the world, why shouldn't she fight alongside them? She could be a great asset to their rebellion. And if she could help them in any way, why shouldn't she? Wait. What was she thinking? Was she considering running away the night before her wedding? She had to be losing her mind. She couldn't actually be thinking about bailing and leaving her parents behind to fight with a group of men she barely knew. Yes. She was in fact losing her mind. Or maybe she was gaining perspective. All her life, her decisions had been made for her. She never got to choose her own furniture, hairstyle, wardrobe, or her own husband. But right now she had a choice to make. She could choose to stay and live a life restrained by the laws and rules set by men. Or she could run off and join the rebellion and maybe change the world. And maybe get killed in the process. She knew in her heart what she wanted. Her heart never lied. She knew that she would rather die, a single woman, while fighting for a good cause, than live in a marriage with a man who would practically own her. She had definitely lost her mind. She thought as she threw her covers off and started dressing again. She was actually going to do this. She was running away. She started to think practical about what she should pack while trying to keep the guilt from reaching her stomach. Her parents would be devastated, disappointed more than anything, if she ever made it back alive. She doubted she would ever be accepted as their daughter again. Just pack, she thought, and gave herself a mental slap. She found a satchel and started grabbing the necessary things she knew she would need: a spare dress, spare shoes, a few cloths for washing, and a couple of tinctures from her medicine cabinet that could treat scrapes or infected wounds. She knew that she wouldn't make it without at least getting a few cuts and bruises. But then, as she hesitated for a moment, she realized she wouldn't even get that far when she didn't have any money. The world ran on money. Money that women weren't allowed to have. The only other valuable thing she knew could work as payment as well were gemstones. She made a quick decision and packed a few of her most valuable bracelets, necklaces and earrings, and folded them securely in a spare cloth. She was just about to strap on her shoes when her wedding corset glinted in the illuminating moonlight. It looked so delicate the way it just lay there on her wooden chest. It was still as hideous as ever. But it suddenly occurred to her that the gems on it might be worth a lot, since she wasn't going to wear that ever again. It had no purpose anymore. So after a short decision, she crammed the corset into the bag as well. Who would have thought her wedding corset could actually come in handy? Now came the guilt part. She was all ready to sneak off into the night. But she couldn't stop thinking about her parents. What would happen tomorrow when her mother came to wake her up and found an empty bed? She would break down. So she had to leave a note. Emaia went to her desk and pulled the drawer open, fishing out a piece of parchment, along with her quill and ink, before sitting down in her chair. As she dipped her quill in the ink and brought the tip to the parchment, she realized she didn't have a clue what to write. What was she supposed to say? "I've run off because I don't want to get married to a stranger." Hardly the best way to say goodbye. And that's when she realized this could very well be the last thing she would ever say to them. This letter was quickly becoming the most difficult one she would ever have to write. She was saying farewell to her parents, to her home. After a long hard time of thinking, she wrote down the only thing she thought she could say. Anything else would be too painful. She held the letter up and looked at her last words: "Mother, Father, I can't do this. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. It's not your fault. I love you. Your daughter." It wasn't much, but it was the best she could do. She didn't want to start explaining herself to them. She knew they would never understand anyway. She took one last look at it before she folded it up and placed it on her bed. Her mom would find it in the morning and probably cry by the side of the bed. The image was becoming too unbearable and made her want to not go. So Emaia forced herself to look away and instead made ready to go. She tied her cloak securely around her neck before throwing her satchel over her shoulder. She then looked one last time at the room she grew up in. "Bye home," she whispered, and looked at the dark and now empty room she had spent most of her life in. "I'll miss you." She softly opened her door and tried her best not to make it squeak. She tiptoed out of the room and closed her door for perhaps the last time. As she walked down the hallway, she was careful not to get heard or seen by the late working servants or guardsmen. They stood guard by the entry of the fort and all around the walls to the moat. Luckily she wasn't heading towards the main entry. In her adolescent days, upon one of her many attempts of getting out of the castle, she had stumbled upon a secret passage that was triggered by pulling a small gargoyle. It had led her all the way out of the fort to the other side of the moat. It went underground and was handmade by, she had to assume, one of her predecessors. Her father had never mentioned this escape route, so she had to assume he didn't know about it, as did no one else in the castle. It wasn't on any maps of the fort, so Emaia had figured it was a secret passage that only her and her ancestors knew about. The only difficult part about it was getting to the gargoyle. The hallway where the passage was right up to the kitchen, and that was where most of the staff currently were. The wedding was tomorrow and the kitchen was working all night to prepare the food and pastry. They ran back and forth between the dining hall and ballroom with all sorts of things for the wedding. Emaia knew it would be difficult to get through unseen. All she needed was a little distraction and a little bit of luck. Even from outside the castle, she could still hear the chef crying on about who had let the dogs into the kitchen. How they had managed to get themselves free from their leashes was a mystery to all except Emaia, who was currently walking a steady pace towards the town. Making a distraction hadn't been hard, it was really the dogs who had done most of the job. All she had to do was untie their leash, lead them in the right direction, and from there, they had done the rest. A kitchen full of delicious smelling treats was enough to drive any canine crazy. She had waited for the perfect moment in all the chaos to slip through the passage and get away without being noticed. Now, she was finally on her way, and she could feel her confidence growing with each blow from the wind. She had never felt this free before. She was out at night, unaccompanied by anyone. And no one was there to tell her she couldn't. For the first time in her life, she was her own master, and she already loved the feeling. The town wasn't far away. After all, Rochefort was a part of the city, but was nonetheless placed a few yards from the town. It was from the times where the city had been a smelly place, and rich people like herself shouldn't have to smell that. Today, Rochefort City was one of the few crime-free and pretty towns around the kingdom. Her father's wealth had helped clean up the city, much like her ex-fiancé had done with his. She reached the city gates within 10 minutes and was glad to see that the gate was still open. All cities had a midnight curfew where all gates, shops and taverns had to be closed for the night. Luckily, it wasn't too late yet. The streets were mostly empty by now. But who was to say she was out of luck? Emaia looked around the square for any tradesmen or mercenaries who might be looking to earn a few coins. She had to get to Bart's city, where the young guy, Dashiell, had said they would be staying for a couple of days. Bart's city was the neighbor city to Rochefort, but still kind of far away. It would be too exhausting and too dangerous to walk there at night. So she had to hitch a ride from someone who was heading that way. And who better to ask than a tradesman or farmer who might be wanting to sell his stuff in a different city? Emaia turned a corner and found exactly what she was looking for. An older man who was loading a wagon with large sacks of what looked to be bags of flour. His horse was tied up ahead, so it was obvious he was leaving soon. Emaia kept calm as she approached the man, taking a deep breath before saying, "Excuse me, sir." The man hadn't noticed her just yet and looked up with a surprised glare. "By gods! What is a woman doing out this late?" he exclaimed and looked behind her. "You can't be all alone, can you?" "I'm looking for a ride," Emaia said, glad to see he didn't recognize her. He obviously wasn't from Rochefort then. Or maybe he just couldn't tell in the dim light from the moon. "Could I by any chance hitch a ride out of town?" The man frowned and scratched his chin before hesitantly asking, "Are you running from something that would explain why you'd be out so late?" "I'm just looking for something elsewhere," Emaia hesitantly replied and avoided the man's inspecting glare. "Now, how about that ride?" The man seemed to drop the subject and instead looked at her small figure. "Well, I suppose you could fit on the wagon." "Where are you heading?" "Bart's city," she quickly replied and felt a nervous pull in her stomach. "Would you by any chance be heading there?" "Well, I'll certainly be passing through, but I'm not staying," the man responded and threw another bag of flour on the wagon. "And if I were you?" "Neither would I. Bart is not as friendly as Rochefort, you know," the man told her and gave her a pointed stare. "Thank you very much," Emaia said and ignored his last remark. "I won't be a bother." "Well, actually," the man begun again after giving another inspecting glare at her satchel, "I didn't say the ride was for free. You look like a woman who might have something valuable to trade an old farmer." He made a subtle gesture towards her stuffed satchel, and Emaia realized what he was implying. "Oh. I see," Emaia said and looked at her bag. "That won't be a problem." It appeared she would already have to use her fortune. She opened her bag and ripped off 3 beautiful red rubies from her corset and held them out to the man. "Will 3 rubies be sufficient enough payment?" The old man's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he looked upon the 3 glittering rubies in her palm. He struggled for words as he held out his own hand. It will most certainly be enough," he conjured as Emaia tipped the rubies into his hand. "More than enough. Then to Bart it is." Emaia smiled and went around the wagon to jump on. The tradesman loaded the last sack of flour before jumping up the front in the driver's seat. "Aye," he sang and sat the horse in motion. The wagon started moving and Emaia found herself growing tired from all the excitement. It felt good to know she was finally taking charge of her own life and that no one could stop her. She was off to her future. She fell into a soft sleep, lulled to bed by the rocking motion from the unsteady wheels of the wagon, knowing that everything was finally going her way. "Oi, lady! Wake up!" Emaia snapped out of her slumber and opened her eyes. She quickly discovered that the wagon had stopped and that she was in a dark city, Bart City. "We are here," the farmer needlessly said. Emaia quickly sat up and straightened her gown. "Thank you. Best find accommodations quick," the farmer advised her. "You don't want to be out alone at night in Bart City." "Right. Thank you." Emaia nodded and crawled off the wagon. She grabbed her satchel and looked around the deserted streets. Bart was definitely not as rich as Roches. Despite the fact that Bart was a mining city, people lived off of what they found in the ever-collapsing mining tunnels. Most people lost more going into those caves than benefiting from its treasures. And the ones that got lucky finding the occasional ruby or emerald, well, let's just say, they never lived to cash it. The competition was rough in Bart. Hence the reason that most thugs found their livelihood here. The farmer sat his horse in motion and disappeared down the dark street. Emaia was left standing in the town square, looking around for something that might be open. All cities had a curfew. After midnight, everything was closed until sunrise. Emaia could tell that it was currently very close to midnight. Based on the moon's position, she had to move quickly. She started hastily walking down the street, keeping her eyes open for even the slightest sign of light. But every inn she walked by was dark and closed and showed no sign of taking late customers. Emaia started to worry. What if she didn't find lodging for the night? She would have to spend the night sleeping on the street. What mess had she gotten herself into? Her mind started wondering if she had made the wrong decision leaving Roches. No sane person would willingly choose to leave a safe future, a wealthy husband and a legacy like the Roches heritage. Maybe she should just head back first thing tomorrow. No, she heftily thought. She had committed to this. She didn't want to get married and she definitely didn't want to stay captive in the shadows of a man. This way, she could choose her own future, and she wanted that more than anything. Even if it meant sleeping in the streets for a night. Suddenly, Emaia was brought out of her thoughts when she heard something behind her. She whipped around, but it was too dark to see anything. The houses of Bart were casting shadows dark enough to hide anyone who might be following her. She narrowed her eyes, but decided to keep going. If she just kept moving, maybe she would find someone who she might be able to pay for a place to sleep. She headed down a new street, turning a corner to a new dark road. Behind her she could sense someone following her. Perhaps several people. But she refused to let it scare her and kept going. As she continued down the dark streets with no signs of people in sight, she started to feel a cold sweat run down her back. Though, what if they attacked her? She hadn't packed any weapons. How foolish of her really, so she could not defend herself. Never mind the fact that she had never held a sword in her life. How was she going to cope if they decided to corner her? as if fate wanted to punish her for leaving her home. Emaia found herself stumbling into a dead-end alley. She was trapped. When she heard obvious footsteps approaching, she turned around and faced 3 dark shadows coming closer. Finally, she stopped moving. One of them mumbled. It was a man. It sounded like he wasn't much older than herself. I was getting tired of all this running around. Another one added. Here. Here, yes. 3 men. They were heading towards her and she had nowhere to run. She was really in a pickle now. Emaia backed up to the end of the alley, keeping a few feet's distance to the back wall. She clutched her satchel like her life depended on it, which it might actually did. She kept her cool as the men closed in. What's a fine woman like you doing here in Bart? The first man asked. The faint moonlight showed that he was quite bulky. Strong. Her voice died on her tongue as one of the others stepped forward. Look at that. That is a brilliant specimen of woman. Right there. He contributed and tilted his head. Emaia's stomach curled into knots. This was turning out badly. Stay away from me, she warned them feistily. She sounded braver than she was. Relax. Toots. We only want what's in your bag. The first man spoke again. Speak for yourself, the second scoffed. Can we hurry this up? The third man drawled. I would like to get home. Preferably before dawn. And preferably a little richer. 2. All right. Fine. The second man sighed. Hand us the bag. Lady. And nobody gets hurt. No, Emaia snapped. This bag contained everything she needed to survive. Without her gemstones, she wouldn't make it a single day unless she wanted to turn out like these thugs. You want to do this the hard way? The second man spoke and came closer. Fine. We can do this the hard way. Emaia barely managed to open her mouth, wanting to let out a scream, before someone came out from the shadows and entered the alley. This fourth man didn't seem to be a part of the group. His body was dressed in black and cloaked in a black cape. Furthermore, his entire face was hidden behind a mask and a hood. At least from what Emaia could make out from the sparse moonlight. Who was he? The thugs seemed to wonder the same thing. Who the hell are you? Snapped the second man. He had turned to face him. Emaia now noticed how he subtly drew a small dagger from his belt. She hadn't noticed he had been armed before now. To hell with who he is. Let's get rid of him. The third man barked. All of them seemed to react by this. Emaia watched as the 3 men walked up to the cloaked figure, all drawing concealed weapons from their belts. She didn't know who this cloaked man was or why he was interfering. But in any case she was both glad and scared at the same time, glad that someone cared enough and wanted to save her. But mostly scared that he was outnumbered 3-1. This couldn't possibly end well. Don't hurt him. Emaia called out, making all 3 of the thugs turn to look at her. And in that moment, the cloaked man went into action. He worked so fast that Emaia barely saw what he was doing. One moment he was standing quietly and calmly, surrounded by 3 armed thugs. The next he had drawn 2 small, but robust sticks from his cape. He whirled around and started attacking the thugs with flying movements. The thugs had all missed the first few acts of his attack because they had been facing towards Emaia. But as soon as the cloaked man started going at them, they all jumped into action. Emaia stifled a scream and stumbled back against the wall as she helplessly watched how the 3 men were about to kill another man. But, to her surprise, the cloaked man looked to be having the upper hand at all times, avoiding their daggers and punches, only to hit them with his sticks. Why he had chosen to fight their blades with sticks was a puzzle to her. He had to be armed with real weapons too. Right moments later, all 3 of the thugs were unconscious and on the ground. Everything had happened so fast that Emaia had barely been able to tell what was going on. The dim moonlight had only provided her with glimpses of the fight, the rest had blurred into dark, fast-moving shadows. Now, with the cloaked man as the only one standing, he looked towards Emaia. Her body stiffened as he took a few steps towards her. What was his deal? Had he only attacked the men and saved her so he could take the content of her bag for himself? Or was his agenda much darker? Emaia stumbled back frightened when the cloaked man approached her. He then suddenly stopped up, perhaps noticing her flinch away from him. After all, he had just effortlessly beaten 3 armed men into the ground with only 2 sticks. She had the right to feel scared. For a moment, it seemed that the cloaked man was simply watching her. Emaia stared back at him, too afraid to move. Her voice only returned when she had but one question in her head. "Who are you?" she croaked. The cloaked man didn't reply. He suddenly just started searching for something under his cloak, which made Emaia involuntarily flinch again. Was he going to attack her? But to her surprise, the cloaked man simply pulled out something and tossed it onto the ground. A few feet away from her, her eyes dropped to the small object and found herself staring at a small dagger, still in its scabbard. Why was he giving her that? She looked up with new questions on her mind, but was shocked when she saw the alley was empty. The 3 thugs were still very much unconscious, but the cloaked man had disappeared. Emaia was stunned and started looking around the shadows. "Hello," she called, hoping he might respond. But nothing. He was gone. Emaia looked down at the dagger again and slowly moved forward to pick it up. She pulled the little knife out of its leather protection and looked at the beautifully crafted blade. There were no sign of a mark that might reveal where it was forged. Only the handle that had a tiny little leaf carved into it. It was amazingly detailed. Why had the cloaked man given it to her? And why had he saved her? She hadn't even had the chance to express her gratitude. She looked down the empty street again. She hoped that she might someday see him again and get a chance to say thank you. But until that day, she would have to stay safe. This dagger in her hand would help her do just that. She packed it into her bag and stepped across the unconscious thugs. He had really knocked them out good. She needed to keep moving. Tonight's events had startled her, but it hadn't made her want to give up and run back home. If anything, it had perked her desire to change the world. She needed to find Dashiell so she could stop wandering helplessly around. But it would seem that she wouldn't find a place to sleep indoors tonight. So, with a little luck and help from an angel, she found a remote and hidden place to sleep behind a wagon and a few barrels. Here, she could sleep unnoticed by thugs and other people who might want to disturb her. Funnily enough, she dreamt of a cloaked figure who was shrouded in thick fog. When she called out for him, the fog only got thicker until it was so thick that he completely disappeared. What could that possibly mean? The first thing Emaia did after the sun arose was hit the local taverns and start asking about a guy named Dashiell. Most of the people she asked simply shrugged their shoulders while others pretended to know him if she in return would give them a little something something. Emaia's persistence never wavered, though eventually she knew she would find them. Although Bart was a relatively small city, it had somehow gotten bigger over the years. Houses were built up against houses and small stores had been crammed into every empty nook and corner. Inns after inns on a row. All of them which claimed they hadn't seen Dashiell or anyone who matched his description. As morning turned to noon and noon turned to evening, Emaia still hadn't found him. Nor had she found anyone who had heard about their rebellion. Suddenly the night was upon them, and closing hours were just a few short hours away. After a long day, Emaia had to admit that she wouldn't find them today. She decided that it would be best to get herself signed into a room so she would avoid a repetition of last night's unfortunate events. She stepped into a small inn called the Brewing Kettle that seemed nice and well accommodated. The innkeeper was looking through his book when Emaia stepped up to the counter. He looked up when Emaia stopped in front of him. "What can I do for you?" "Toots. Could I get a room for the night?" "Please," Emaia asked, smiling carefully. Manners never hurt. "Just for one?" the innkeeper asked with a skeptical brow. Emaia nodded. And the innkeeper then started going through his book again. "We have a room for 9 shillings a night. And how would you expect to pay?" he grunted, looking at her in disgust. Obviously hosting lone women were not something he approved of. "How would 2 emeralds sound?" Emaia asked and curled her lip into a smirk. He thought he would have the pleasure of seeing her stutter her way through a plea to stay for the night. Women weren't allowed money. But he hadn't expected her to be carrying gems. The innkeeper widened his eyes. 2 emeralds. That'll do mighty fine. Emaia nodded, pleased with herself. "Then find me a key." She was surprised how confident she sounded. This was a side of her she didn't know existed. Surprising what a little freedom could do to you. The innkeeper started going through his keys to look for an appropriate room. It was that moment Emaia overheard a couple of men talking, sitting by a table a few feet away. And then he started asking me if I wanted a new future for myself and my future children. A large, bearded man grunted while chugging down a mug of ale. Imagine my surprise when he tells me that their little group can do just that. That was the first word she had of them since she got here. Maybe this pack knew where they were. "Excuse me," Emaia carefully said and stepped up to their table. The 3 other men looked up at her, their eyes blurry from their beverage. "But could you by any chance be talking about the rebellion?" The bearded man rose a bushy brow. "As a matter of fact, I am." "How would a lady like you know about such things?" he questioned and scratched his beard. Emaia didn't think she needed to tell him about her reasons. "Do you know where they are staying at?" "Well, the man I talked to, Hanky. His name was said that they were staying at the Quilted Cow, and that I should stop by if I changed my mind." The bearded man hoarsely replied. "What's it to you?" Emaia broke into a huge smile. "Thank you so much," she said happily. This was good news. She just had to find the Quilted Cow and then she would find Dashiell. "Can you tell me where the Quilted Cow is located?" "It's all the way across town." The man grunted. "It's in the northern part of the city." "Thank you," Emaia breathed and nodded thankfully. "You have been of great help. There we go. Here's your key." The innkeeper suddenly spoke and held up a key. Emaia turned to look at him. "I'm sorry. I won't be needing it after all." She was certain that she could make it across town before closing hours. She knew she would have to hurry. But she could definitely make it. "But what about my emeralds?" the innkeeper complained and looked saddened by the loss of his promised fortune. Emaia quickly reached into her bag, ripped 2 emeralds off from her corset and tossed them on the counter. "For your inconvenience." The innkeeper looked gobsmacked as Emaia headed out the door. She knew she could make it. But she had to run most of the way. The Quilted Cow was up north. And even though Bart was small, as previously mentioned, it had gotten bigger somehow. It took her nearly 20 minutes before she reached the far end of the city. By then she was exhausted. She had run most of the way. But now she was almost there. She had no idea where the inn was at. So she would have to stop and ask for directions. And just her luck, she noticed an open tavern where a few men were hanging out in front of the bar, chatting lively with each other and drinking ale. She could ask them. "Excuse me?" she asked and walked up to them. They all turned to look at her, suddenly all getting a surprised look on their face. "Can you tell me in which direction the Quilted Cow is?" one of the men, a black-haired brutish-looking man with muscles as big as a log, crooked his head and offered her a smirk. "Of course. Beautiful. Anything for a fine lady." Emaia felt an uncomfortable tightening in her stomach. Everything he said was nice. Yet something about him made her skin crawl. Ah. Thank you. So where is it? Why don't we show you? The brute man offered and looked around to his lads. It's getting pretty late. You don't want to be alone on the street with dangerous men around. Ah. Emaia knew she should decline. I think I will manage on my own. Just point me in the right direction. Nonsense. We don't mind now. The way. Lads, he barked and turned to his friends. They all smirked and nodded their heads. It's only a few houses away. We will show you, only a few houses. Maybe she could take their company for only a few houses. Worst case scenario. She had her trusty little dagger. All right then. Lead the way. Suddenly, she was heading down the street with 4 men she didn't know. She realized she had made a dumb move. They were up to trouble. But her faith in humanity kept her believing that she could make it to the quilted cow before they tried something stupid. But the few houses away description didn't quite seem to hold. After several minutes of getting led by the brute and his friends, she realized they were moving further away from town and into the outer part. After a couple more seconds, she nervously asked, "Where is it? I think we might be getting lost." "Oh, no. It's right down there," the brute said and pointed down a narrow street. "Just at the end. You can't miss it." "Oh. Ah. Thank you," Emaia hesitantly replied. Then, "Ah. Thank you for showing me. I will be fine the rest of the way." "No trouble." Emaia quickly headed down the narrow street, enveloping herself into the darkness. Damn Bart's city for not having any street lights. She never thought she would be happy to escape into the darkness. But that guy had given her the creeps. Besides, eventually she would find the quilted cow. And she still had some time before closing hour. So what was a little darkness? But as she kept walking down the narrow street, it only seemed to get darker. The houses were keeping the road ahead covered in darkness, so she could hardly see where she was going. That was until she reached a sudden dead end. She had walked right into a trap. "Would you like to know what I enjoy most in this world?" she suddenly heard the brute's voice say from somewhere behind her in the dark. They had followed her, and she hadn't even noticed. "Naive women who are dumb enough to ask men like me for direction," he told, stepping out of the shadows. Emaia turned around and saw 4 dark outlines moving towards her. This was not good. She backed up into the alley and felt her breath hitch when the back wall started to close in on her. This was déjà vu. "But my absolutely favorite thing in this magnificent world," the brute continued, still coming closer, "is when that woman is a curvy woman who just so happens to have a nice face." Emaia felt her stomach churn as the brute stopped in front of her. Now only a few feet away. His friend stayed a little in the back. Obviously because he was their leader. She knew she had acted dumbly tonight, letting them show her the way. This was her own doing for trusting them. Her hands were shaking as she pulled out her little dagger and fiercely pointed it towards him. "Stay away from me, I told you. You shouldn't be hanging around dangerous men this late," the brute mocked with a grin, looking at her little dagger. "But you didn't take my advice. If you're stupid enough to walk up to a man like me this late, you have it coming." "Toots." Emaia whimpered as he came closer and reached out for her. She automatically stepped backwards, but was hit in the back by the wall. There was no distance between them now, and the brute took it to his advantage and swiftly grabbed her hand. "Let me go." She shouted at him and tried to wiggle her hand out of his filthy palm. The brute squeezed her wrists so tightly. She cried out from pain and was forced to drop the knife. It fell to the ground with a soft thump and made the brute laugh grimly. "Whoopsie." He mocked and snaked his arm around her waist. "I guess it's just you and me then. Let go." You greasy pig. Emaia raged and tried to fight his strong grip. What did you just call me? The brute snapped. He thrust her hard up against the wall and dragged a whimper from her lips as he let go of her hips and instead grabbed her throat. You filthy little woman. You have no right to speak to me like that. You're an ugly and brainless swine who's going to rot in hell. Emaia spat back at him. But then immediately regretted it. Talking back to an angry man was definitely not a good idea. Pure rage lit up in the brute's face. And then he squeezed her neck so tight she couldn't breathe. You're going to be sorry you said that. He hissed into her ear. Get on your knees. He pulled her by her throat, whirled her around, and thrashed her into the ground with all his strength. Emaia screamed and landed face first on the dusty ground. Luckily, she managed to break a little of the fall with her hands. But she felt how her knees hurt badly. That's right, woman. Right where you belong. She heard the brute say from somewhere above her. On your hands and knees. Beneath a man. She had to escape somehow. She began to crawl away. But the brute stepped on her dress and made her fall back on the ground. Chin first. Going somewhere, he mused before she suddenly felt his weight crawl on top of her. Not before I'm done with you. No. She cried out when he grabbed the back of her neck and forced her head to stay on the ground. His palm captured her hand before he smashed it into the ground and leaned down to her ear. You're going to regret calling me names. Woman. He growled into her ear. I'm going to teach you a hard lesson. He let go of her hand and started moving it under her stomach. Down to her pelvis. Get off me. She shrieked and felt how her entire body began shaking. She was more scared than she had ever been her entire life. She got saved yesterday. But she doubted she would strike lucky twice. Oh. I will get off. The brute growled into her neck as his hand started pushing her rear against his lower body. I'll get off so hard. You won't be comfortable walking again. She felt something hard press against her rear, but couldn't explain what it was. Instead, she started struggling and crying for help. Shut up. The brute snapped and tightened his grip on her neck. He continued with cruel, humiliating taunts, emphasizing his dominance and her pain. Bile was rising in her throat by every word he said. She had never heard such foul language in all her life. Even though he probably meant every word he said. The most terrifying thing was still being so defenseless. She could do nothing but lie there and listen. This is going to hurt so much. He laughed grimly. You're going to scream off the top of your lungs and you're going to beg for mercy. His hand started moving from her front to her back. And suddenly, she could feel how he was searching for the hem of her dress. Beg me for mercy. Woman. Beg no, she yelled and started struggling again. She tried to push herself off the ground with her hands. But his grip on her neck only made it so much more painful. Too painful. I call second. She heard one of his friends say. She won't be struggling so hard by the second time. That's fine by me. The brute replied and smiled wryly. I like them wild. It only makes the conquest so much better. His hand found the edge of her dress and she felt how his hand traveled up her inner thigh. She knew she was finished. There was no stopping it. She had run out of ways to get away and now she was going to die. Simply because she wouldn't get married. Suddenly marriage didn't seem so bad. All of a sudden, there was a short sound of something whistling through the air. Then, one of the men burst out a wail of pain. Emaia whipped her eyes up to look at the guy who had cried out, and found him clutching his arm where an arrow had embedded itself. Blood was pouring down his arm. And suddenly, she saw a cloaked figure land on the ground. He had jumped off the roof of a building and landed perfectly on his feet. The men around him immediately drew their weapons from their scabbards and headed towards him. Emaia recognized the cloaked figure as her savior from last night when he whipped around and made a circle kick to one of the men who was pointing a dagger at him. He struck him in his face with his foot and made the man stagger backwards. Disoriented. The cloaked man then reacted quickly, and turned around when the two others were still hot on their toes. She hardly saw him pull out something from under his cloak before the items were thrown with immense speed towards one of the men. The man with the arrow in his arm started clutching his thigh now and decided this was too much for him. He limbered off and left the cloaked man with two opponents. The last guy didn't have a weapon. So he went for the cloaked man with his fists. He aimed for the cloaked man's head. But the cloaked man quickly leaned back on his heels and avoided the punch. Instead, he swung his leg under the other man's knees and made him fall on his rear in a bundle of confusion. The guy who the cloaked man had circle-kicked was coming to his senses and drew his dagger once more. The cloaked man was one step ahead and drew a dagger from his cloak and aimed it towards the man's arm. It struck him perfectly, and the pain made the man drop his own dagger to clutch his wounded arm. The cloaked man used his momentary agony to his own advantage and grabbed the guy's sword hand and bent it to an uncomfortable angle until it snapped and broke with an uncomfortable sound. The man cried out and took a few steps back before he followed his friend's wise action and ran away. The brute who had been lying on top of Emaia now jumped off her and headed for the cloaked man himself. He was pissed as hell as he grabbed his own dagger and lunged towards the mystery man. The cloaked man saw him coming, and quickly avoided his stab. He then drew yet another dagger from his cloak. Before thrusting it straight into the pit of the brute's stomach with a loud growl. He wrenched it around. Digging it deeper. The brute froze. Emaia saw how his hands came to his stomach where the cloaked man's dagger sat. He stumbled a few steps back with a horrified look on his face. He hadn't seen this coming. Blood was pouring from the wound and gushed down his stomach. Down to his breeches. He collapsed to his knees. The cloaked man simply kicked him down onto the ground with his foot until he landed flat on his back with blank eyes. Dead. He had killed him. Emaia sank to the ground and curled herself up against the wall. He had killed him. The cloaked man had killed him. She had just witnessed a murder. Granted. It had been the murder of someone who had just tried to assault her. But it still had a horrifying impact on her. She had never seen anyone die before her eyes. Now all that was left of the brute was the blank, shocked expression on his face. He looked so hauntingly scary. Emaia barely had time to think before one of the men came back. He was silently closing up on the cloaked man who was paying attention to the dead body in front of him. He hadn't noticed him coming. Look out! Emaia shrieked as the man grabbed a knife and started charging the cloaked man. The cloaked man reacted fast, and spun around quick enough to avoid being stabbed. He jumped away. And from out of nowhere, he produced a bow and arrow from under his cloak. The man with the knife had momentarily lost balance, but quickly regained it, only to find the cloaked man pointing his arrow at him. He raised his knife, but stopped as the cloaked man tightened his bow. "I dare you." The voice was so melodic, yet at the same time lethal and cold. It carried no trace of fear. It was calm and collected, yet hard and murderous. It was the cloaked man speaking for the first time. It was such a deep and beautiful voice. Though at the moment it was telling the brute's friend to back the hell away. The brute's friend seemed to be considering his chances with the arrow. But the cloaked man didn't flinch or show any sign of backing down. He firmly stood his ground, his arrow pointing directly between the guy's eyes. The brute's friend made the logical decision and dropped his weapon. "Good choice." The cloaked man growled, almost animalistic. "Now run before I change my mind about letting you go." The guy didn't need to hear that twice. He put his legs into good use and ran away down the street. Far, far away. Once he had disappeared. The cloaked man unarmed his bow and placed it back under his cloak. He seemed completely calm. Emaia noticed. And she watched him as he slowly turned around and gazed in her direction. She was still frozen in her fetal position, shaking from top to toe. Maybe the cloaked man felt her fright when he seemed to linger on his feet. Emaia was too scared to move or even speak when the cloaked man suddenly started coming her way. Her curiosity was fighting with her scare as he carefully stopped in front of her and crouched down to her level. For the first time, she looked upon him. He wore a mask that covered his entire face, except his eyes, along with his hooded cloak and gloved hands. She couldn't tell the color of his hair or even the color of his skin. Only that he had the brightest eyes she had ever seen. In truth, his eyes were probably blue, but the moonlight made them look silvery white and shining, like crystals. They were framed by a thick set of black lashes that balanced out the whiteness of his eyes. They looked into her eyes and slowly blinked as they studied her. "Are you all right?" he suddenly said. She saw the indication of his lips move behind the mask as he slightly tilted his head to the side, waiting for her reply. Emaia was stunned. His voice was the most melodious baritone she had ever heard. A velvet smooth and enchanting tone. It sounded so calm and collected that she wondered how the voice of an angel could belong to the warrior she had seen just a moment ago. She realized he was still waiting for a reply. So, with a shaky voice, she answered, I'm fine." He didn't respond to her words, but simply watched her as her heart slowed down its pace. When the rush finally left her body, it left her with nothing but questions in her head. "You saved me," she breathed and looked into his eyes. "You saved me. You saved me last night, too." She saw a flicker of recognition in the cloaked man's eyes, and suddenly she could tell he was smiling. "I remember," he said and gently brushed a stray hair out of her face. "I've never seen so much fire in my life." Fire. She looked down at her hair, and it suddenly occurred to her how her hair must have stood out amongst the crowd, like a wolf amongst sheep. "Oh, you're right," she said and touched the tip of her braid that was coming apart. "I didn't think about how my hair would probably bring me attention. I wasn't talking about your hair." She looked up into his eyes and found him staring into hers. His eyes were so intense, and since it was the only thing she could see of him, it made them so much more hypnotizing. It was then that his words registered in her head. The meaning of them made her blush and look down. No one had ever said anything like that to her before. It set her soul on fire again. But it felt different this time. "You shouldn't be out after sunset," the cloaked man suddenly said with a hint of something in his voice. "That's when the bad boys come out to play." She snapped her eyes up to his and noticed how his eyes had changed again. There was a spark of something in them. "You're up after sunset," she bravely replied and furrowed her brows. "Are you a bad boy?" She saw the crow feet by his eyes deepen, indicating he was smirking. "I just saved your life, you tell me." Why was she blushing? "You make a decent point," she murmured and looked down at her hands. "Perhaps I'm bad, too. A simple girl looking to stir some trouble," she offered and looked up at him again. "There is nothing simple about you, and I can't see a glimmer of bad in you," he soberly replied and let the fingertip of his gloved hand run down the length of her braid, his eyes trailing along with it. "Which leaves me with the question of what a woman like yourself is doing out so late." "A woman like me?" Emaia asked, feeling insecure under his probing finger. There was something ever so sensual about the way he casually stroked her braid with just one finger, like he was smoothly trailing down a crack in a wall. His crow feet deepened again. "Don't insult my intelligence. I can tell you are a woman of wealthy upbringing. What brings you to Bart?" He was very observant. She quickly discovered how he could tell she was rich. She would never know. Her dress was covered in mud, and her hair was dirty from her lack of bathing the last 2 days. She looked like any commoner. I needed to escape my old life, she told truthfully. And as for what I am doing out so late, well, I was looking for an inn called the Quilted Cow. Do you know it? As a matter of fact, I do, the cloaked man responded. But why go there this late? Did you want to get caught out after midnight? Maybe I'm rebellious. Emaia answered and felt a smirk creep onto her lips. Or maybe I just wanted to find you again. The cloaked man's head dipped. And suddenly, she heard the softest, most beautiful chuckle she had ever heard. Find me rebellious? You really are out looking for trouble, aren't you? His statement made her blush. But she refused to let him take her pride. Does that bother you? A woman wanting to break free, actually? I'd say it was about time, the cloaked man replied and looked up at her. In my opinion, women need to be a little more like you, rebellious. A surprised expression crawled onto her face. He was the first man to ever admit this so openly and casually. Really, where I am from, women act as freely as men. She didn't even know such a place existed. And where is that? She asked and looked eagerly into his eyes. But to her disappointment, he simply looked back. Not a word crossed his lips. He wasn't telling her anything. Instead, she changed the subject. Who are you? Still no reply. Changing the subject again. Why did you save me? Didn't you want me to die? He finally replied. She noticed his left lid pull up slightly, indicating he was raising his brow. Of course I did. Emaia breathed, shocked. Didn't you see what he was about to do to me? He wanted to. Don't speak another word about it or my temper might just get away with me again, he growled, suddenly tensing up. His eyes narrowed and she noticed a flicker of anger in them. Men like him is the reason I'm out here protecting the streets. Why are you? Emaia curiously asked. You risked your life to save me. Why do you do that? Because nobody else does, he simply replied. His eyes wavered and flipped down to her braid again. He started curling it around his index finger, spinning a lock of red hair around it. It was such a beautiful contrast to his sleek black glove. Emaia swallowed dryly. Breathing had become difficult for a second there, and her stomach felt oddly tense. What was going on? She was about to open her mouth, but suddenly his hand withdrew from her hair. I think we have spent enough time out here in the dark, don't you think? He murmured, and began to withdraw from her. He rose to his feet and held out a hand. She looked surprised up at him, her mouth half open. He looked strikingly impressive from her current point of view. The thick leather armor he was wearing rippled down his stomach and traced a subtle outline of what was a lean body. His frame wasn't very broad, but every fiber of his being expressed enormous strength, not to mention incredible power and agility. His arm, the one that was currently outstretched, waiting for her hand, was tightly packed with muscles, hidden under a protective layer of armor. She hesitantly reached out and placed her hand in his. You're right. I should get on. She noticed a faint indication of a smile behind his mask before his hand folded around hers and pulled her to her feet with surprising strength. I'll keep my eyes on you until you get to your inn. In the meantime, he released her hand, only to bend down and quickly grab the dagger he had given to her the night before. It was still lying on the ground where she had dropped it. Keep this on you at all times while in Bart. I'll advise you to leave this city as soon as possible. He held out the dagger in his gloved hand, waiting for her to take it. Emaia softly took the knife and clutched it tightly. Thank you. It's just a dagger. I meant for saving me. She cut in and took a step closer to him. For some reason, she felt oddly drawn to him. She knew she shouldn't, given the fact that he had just murdered a man. He was dangerous. You saved me twice within the last 2 days. I can't thank you enough. Just don't make it a third. I promise. I won't. She soberly replied. After tonight, she would hopefully not have to be alone again. Dashiell and the rest of them would take her under their wing. And together, they would change the world to a safer place. The cloaked man nodded. Go down that road. Turn right, and then turn left. You'll find the quilted cow there. He gave her one last glance before he started walking away. Stay safe. Emaia nodded. And as soon as she had, he bolted off. He disappeared into the night and left her alone once again. There were so many of her questions he hadn't answered. Mostly she wanted to know who he was and also wanted to see what was behind that mask. Why was he hiding his face? And what was his real reasons for roaming the streets? Saving people. She hoped this wouldn't be the last time she saw him. She wanted to know him and see him at least one more time. Hopefully, fate would be kind enough to bring him her way again. Finding the quilted cow had been easy after the cloaked man had given her the correct directions. She had reached the inn in the absolute last moment, as the innkeeper was locking the door. It took some persuasion and a small amount of her fortune to get a room this late. But eventually, the innkeeper had caved and let her in. Emaia was looking forward to spending the night in a real bed. After a good long bath, after her last 2 difficult nights, she needed a good washdown, and hopefully could scrub a few of the bad memories away. 2. Though one memory she didn't let go of, meeting her mystery savior. Emaia had barely stepped inside the inn before she in the far corner of the tavern saw a person she recognized. It was Dashiell, and he was with Hanki and 2 other men whom she didn't know. It was just her luck that they were still up. Dashiell, she called and eagerly headed towards him, by the sound of his name being called out. He looked up and around until his eyes landed on her. What are you doing here? He said, surprised, and stood up from his chair. The men around the table all turned to look at her as well. They looked less enthusiastic than Dashiell. You told me to come if I changed my mind. Emaia smiled. So here I am. Unbelievable. Dashiell exclaimed and burst into a wide smile. I can't believe you actually came. You seemed so determined to stay. Things changed. Emaia curtly replied and looked at the watching crowd. I hope your offer still stands. I don't know if I can ever return home now. Of course it still stands, Dashiell grinned. But it was cut off by the man Hanki, clearing his throat. And what offer is that? He bickered and shot him a skeptical glare. I told her she could join us, Dashiell said and held out a chair next to him, offering Emaia to sit down. I met her in Roches, and I thought she could be of help to us. Ye did what Hanki shouted and nearly choked on his own saliva. Since when did it become ye choice who we recruit and who we don't? Oh. Come on, Hanki. We both know that we could use a woman in our ranks. Dashiell snapped as Emaia hesitantly sat down. She wasn't sure she was welcome. She is a fine, decent woman with her heart in the right place. What's is the problem? The problem, Hanki seethed. She is a bloody woman. That's the problem. If I wanted a woman's blood on my hands, I would lay with me wife on her bleeding days. He shouted vigorously. How could you think of inviting a woman to our group, Hanki? She made a very valid point to me back in Roches. Largid. She asked if we in this new world of ours allowed women a voice to speak. It got me thinking, if we are fighting for all mankind, should that not also involve women? Then Hanki seemed to be having a heart attack. He opened and closed his mouth multiple times before he eventually closed it. He was also turning a violent crimson color. Emaia thought this might be a good time to intervene. Excuse me. Might I speak? She asked and looked to the other 2 men who seemed to be quite taken aback as well. Speak your mind. Dash said and nodded. Emaia was glad about his encouragement and it only helped her get the words out of her mouth. I don't wish to be a bother. But after what Dashel told me back in Roches. She looked gratefully at Dash. I haven't been able to put it off my mind. He spoke greatly about how you wanted to change the world and make a better future for our kids and their kids. And so on. As the carrier of those future children. Don't you think that women should have an opinion in this matter as well? Emaia asked and raised a pointed brow at all of them. I've left my home because I believe in your cause. And I wish to help you achieve them. I'll help in whatever way I can. She finished and folded her hands on the table. Now she waited for their reply. Hanky slowly seemed to be gaining control of temper. We appreciate you wanting to help us. But with all due respect. He bickered. How much can a simple woman like yourself do that we men can't do ourselves? Emaia hesitantly replied. Should she tell them? For once. I am a decent cook. I could help with the food. She offered and drew a skeptical look from Hanky. Secondly. Here went nothing. My full name is Emaia Roche and I am the only heir to Roches City. My father is Henbane Roche. And he is the lord of Roches City. All of the men simultaneously dropped their jaws and looked in absolute mortification at her. Dashel was the first to break the silence. Sweet mother of all the lands. Is it true ye see what ye have done? Hanky suddenly snapped and fired his fist into the table. Ye made the heiress of one of the largest cities abandon her life so she could run around with a group of rebellious men. Are ye happy now, please? You have to understand that Dash knew nothing about who I was. Emaia burst in. I lied and told him I was a seamstress because I knew he would never open up to me about what you and him were up to if he knew who I really was. So ye were spying on us, Hanky hissed and curled his upper lip. His eyes pierced hers. I bet she is nothing more than a spy for the king. Who says she won't turn us in for treason and feast of our grilled meat once we get burned on the stake? A little melodramatic now. Don't you think? Dashel mumbled and gave him a look. All we know for sure is that Emaia has shown no evil intentions so far. Dash changed his focus to Emaia. Are you a spy for the king? Emaia, I most certainly am not. Emaia scoffed and crossed her arms. Honestly, a little offended that they would consider her working for that man. Ragnar has never brought anything but misery to his kingdom, and I have never approved of his reign. I want him off the throne as much as you do. She informed them and pursed her lips. Hanky still didn't seem convinced of her true nature. It could all be lies. Why should we believe ye? She could tell he needed a good reason, and she knew exactly how to persuade him. I am the sole heir to Roches. By leaving Roches, it now stands without a legitimate heir. Why would I endanger my father's land by doing something so crazy? Maybe because ye are crazy, Hanky suggested flatly. Hey, Emaia exclaimed and pointed a finger at him. You are the ones who's trying to change the kingdom from the inside out. I don't think you have the right to call me crazy. Ye left a bloody legacy, Hanky shouted profusely. Why on earth would a maiden like yourself want to hang around a group of stinking, old, nasty, flea-ridden? All right, Hanky. Why don't you order another mug of ale? Dashel interjected with another look. Let's take this conversation back down to the roots. He turned and looked at Emaia. Are you sure you want this? You'll be putting yourself in a great amount of danger. We'll of course keep you safe. But still, the odds of getting a scrape or two aren't completely out of the question. Emaia had already considered all this. And therefore her answer was easy. I'm positive. I don't want any special treatment because I'm a lady. I've left my home and thus left my title. I want to be one of you. She said and looked around the group. That's my future. Hanky made a grimace and tried to form a sentence that was clearly on his mind. But, me lady. You don't know how to handle a sword and you don't have any money to contribute. As far as I can see, you will only burden us with your presence. She had to admit that hurt a little. The last thing she wanted was to be a dead weight around their feet. But then again, Henkei didn't know about the content of her satchel. She started determined and folded her hands on the table. I may not know how to wield a sword, but I'll learn. Second of all, the so-called burden you name me to become won't happen. She assured him and allowed herself to smile. My name can open many doors. It's well respected. If anything, my presence could improve your chances of gaining the people's trust. I might even be able to convince the wives to let their husbands fight for a good cause. She pointed out, knowing how Henkei loved his wife dearly. So there's that. And as for the no money bit. She paused and smirked before she pulled her bag up to the table. I made sure to pack cleverly before I left dear Roches. The men all looked curiously as Emaia opened the bag and revealed the content. Simultaneously, all 4 men dropped their jaws as they peered into the bag. The candlelight from the chandelier above the table gave an illuminating effect to the small treasure she was hiding. The gemstones all glittered and sparkled in the satchel, giving all the men a soft look in their eyes. By the cold sea, Henkei whispered horrified. After a moment of total silence. I have never seen so many rubies in my life, holy God. Dash murmured and closed his mouth. You took these from your parents, technically they were mine. Emaia said and closed the satchel again. Once she was satisfied, they had seen what needed to be seen. The corset belonged to me and so did the jewelry. Needless to say, this fortune will be able to buy us food, weapons, clothes, anything we need. Really? She looked at Henkei, who still seemed in a daze of shock. So what do you say? Can I join you? Henkei finally seemed to snap out of his frozen state and looked with wide eyes at her. I suppose that ye could be helpful after all. But not just because you bring great fortune. Dashel quickly added. I'm sure you'll be able to teach us a thing or two about manners in the different cities. Am I right? No doubt, you have great knowledge of the city's different traditions. He suggested and raised a brow. That she did. If there was anything she had learned during her homeschooling, it was how to behave in every city across Sinworth Kingdom. Each city had different customs and some people even wore different clothes from other cities. A few even spoke different tongues. Tongues that Emaia had trained day and night back in Roches at her mother's orders. Suddenly it would seem that her mother's strict tutelage would be put into good use. Indeed I do. Emaia confirmed and nodded firmly. Trust me. I'll be of help if you need me to. Then, let's settle on this. Dashel said and turned to Henkei, who was a little flabbergasted. Emaia comes with us. We'll keep her safe. And in return, she'll provide us with her wisdom and share her fortune to all of our benefits. Agreed, Emaia could live with those terms. Agreed. They both turned and looked at Henkei, who chewed on something. He looked down at his hands before he finally sighed. All right. But I want one thing to be of the clear, he said, and pointed a fat finger towards Emaia. I refuse to have woman's blood on my hands. If ye for some reason should perish, I want it to be heard. I washed my hands in this. He looked sincerely at both Dashel and the 2 other men sitting at the table. Then finally at Emaia. I can vouch for that. Emaia smiled and stuck out her hand. Your hands are clean. Then I would suggest you get a room for the night before they close up. Henkei nodded determinedly and took Emaia's hand and shook it. Welcome to the rebellion. It was a new day and the sun was shining. But even despite the quiet night and fairly decent mattress at the Quilted Cow, Emaia had barely slept. She was about to embark on a new adventure, and she could hardly wait. She had never felt so free. So perfectly at the right place. It was thrilling. So that morning, when she had met up with the rest of the men, the last thing on her mind was trouble. Yet, as they walked out of the inn and onto the busy morning streets of Bart, trouble was straight ahead. Ah. Emaia Dashel hesitantly hummed while staring at a lamppost. I think you might want to take a look at this. Emaia looked confused towards him, just as the rest of the men did. What is it? We've got a problem. The whole group walked up to the lamppost, curious at what had caught Dashel's attention. Emaia herself stepped up to what appeared to be a poster of some sort, a poster with her name and face painted on it. Oh my God, Emaia exclaimed and slapped a hand in front of her mouth. I think maybe your parents are looking for you. That they were. Above the sketch of her face, huge, bold letters read, "Have you seen this woman?" And the information below informed citizens of Sinworth Kingdom that a bounty of no less than 1,000 gold coins would be handed out to whoever brought Emaia back safe and sound. Letting her eyes slide across the town, she noticed almost every lamppost had her face on it. They must have put it up during the night. "Ye see what happened?" Honky barked and ripped down the poster. He shoved it into Dashel's face. "That's what happens when you bring a lady along on a night's mission. Calm down, Hanky. We didn't know this would happen," Dashel said and shoved the poster away. "On the contrary, I knew something like this would happen. For God's sake. She's an heiress. What did ye expect? Ye think her parents would just think, oh, well, that's a shame, and let the poor lass run off? I swear, I didn't think my parents would react like this." Emaia cut in and bit her lip. I thought that they would understand. I wrote them a letter." "A letter?" Hanky snorted. "Oh yeah. That'll keep them warm at night. Seriously. What were you thinking?" "Me lady, oh God." What had she been thinking? There was a bounty on her head, and people in this city wouldn't be able to resist the opportunity to get their hands on 1,000 gold coins. She was now the most wanted woman in this part of the kingdom. "All right. Listen. I think we need to calm down." Dashel sighed and looked at her. "Emaia, are you still up for this whole adventure? I understand if you would rather return." "Oh, no," Emaia snapped fiercely. "I've come this far and I'm not letting a bounty stop me. Just tell me what to do, and I'll do it." "Well, perhaps you should start off by putting on your hood," Dashel carefully suggested and shifted his eyes to her hair. "Locks that red stand out in a crowd." Emaia instantly pulled on her hood. "Good point. And next, we need to leave town," Dashel continued and then shifted his eyes to Hanky, who was still fuming. "Are you all right with that?" Hanky seemed to be struggling with some profanities, but finally he let out a harsh breath. "All right. Fine. Let's head for the woods. Just as well. Anyway, I'm tired of Bart's underbrewed ale." Then towards the gate, Dashel nodded to the men who pulled their satchels higher on their shoulders. "Let's go." They all settled down for the night in some woods not too far away from Bart. They had unpacked their tents from their carriage and set up camp. It was now after sunset. But Emaia was restless. How was she supposed to sleep knowing that she was hunted? Every time she heard a twig snap, she turned and looked for a figure. She knew no one was there. But from time to time, her imagination got away with her and she swore she could see a silhouette. The men were still gathered around the fire, talking, laughing, even like nothing was wrong. She turned over on the ground and gazed hopelessly into the woods. This was going to be a long night. But just as she was about to shut her eyes, she saw something. And this time she was sure it wasn't a figment of her imagination. Emaia sat straight up, certain that she had seen a hooded figure. It was dark. Only the dim light from the fire lit up the branches and shaped weird shadows across the woods. She narrowed her eyes and focused. She was certain someone was there. Suddenly, she heard a twig snap behind her and she whipped around, quick enough to see a human shape disappear behind some trees. That was it. Emaia shot to her feet and headed for the fire. The men were still casually talking as if they didn't have a care in the world. Hanky, she called as she ran towards them. Honky, who was sitting next to Dash, turned in his seat and looked eerily at her distressed figure. What's the matter? Something in the woods stirred ye sleep. Lass Emaia stopped in front of the men who piped down to hear her out. I saw someone, just now. In the woods I couldn't make out the shape. But I'm positive that I saw a cloak. Hanky frowned and looked worriedly at her. We are in deep wilderness. Me lady. Are ye sure you're not just tired? Ye haven't slept for a good time. And the shadows in here, I said I was certain. She snapped and crossed her arms. I saw the tip of a cloak. But it disappeared behind some trees. It might just have been an animal. Hanky suggested and turned back to pour himself another mug of warm soup. Since when do animals wear cloaks? Emaia snapped and took a step closer. I think you should do a check around the woods. Listen. Why don't ye go back to sleep? Hanky hoarsely chuckled and took a large gulp from his soup. There's nothing to be worried about. Go get some rest. I saw someone. She almost shouted at him. Was he being thick? I know there is someone out there watching us and you won't even go check me lady. She's right. The voice seemed familiar and came from the outline of the woods. Everyone turned toward the source, including Emaia, who gasped from the shock. A man in a long black cloak stepped out from behind a tree and took a few cautious steps forward. When the men reached for their weapons, he stopped and held up two gloved hands. I come in peace. Emaia dropped her jaw. It was him. Her mystery rescuer from Bart. How had he found her? He wore his long black cloak and leather armor outfit. But at least from what she could tell, he had taken off his mask. Though she couldn't be certain. He kept his head tilted downwards and the hood of his cloak kept his face hidden. Only the faint outline of his lips and chin were visible for everyone to see. And if those lips weren't the most beautiful lips she had ever seen, Mage. Who the hell is this? Hanky barked and brought Emaia out of her thoughts. He held up his sword, despite the cloaked man's assurance. Wait a minute. I think I know who that is. Dashel suddenly burst in. He took a few steps towards the stranger who still didn't move. Then his face lit up with recognition. It's him. It's the one they call Aide. Aide, Emaia thought to herself and frowned. She had never heard of a man named Aide. He has gotten quite a reputation in town. Dash continued as the mysterious man Aide turned his head to look at him. Just the other day, I heard a man talking about how he had seen him beat 3 men to the ground with just 2 sticks, trying to defend a woman. And then he just walked away without a drop of sweat. Dash finished horrified. So why should we not fear ye? Aide Hanky snarled and took a threatening step closer, still pointing his sword towards him. Ye attacked them. Why shouldn't ye attack us? Aide turned towards Hanky now, but kept his head down. I've come unarmed. Hanka scoffed loudly. And why would ye do that? Aide suddenly surprised them all by looking up and revealing his face. Emaia gasped subtly. He was so young. He couldn't be much older than herself. Though his eyes told a different story. The white eyes she remembered from the dark alley, which she had thought would be blue in proper lighting, were indeed white, or gray if you will. His skin was unusually pale. But that could just be from the contrast of his black outfit. There was no questioning how perfectly sculpted his face was. Though, everything. Right from the high cheekbones to the straight nose, all the way down to his curved lips. His entire face radiated regal beauty. Something inside his crystal orbs made Emaia feel a strange kind of melancholic sadness. Though, like he was grieved or had seen too much in his young life. They looked deep with despair and emotion. Haunted by what could be years of torture. Those same eyes ran across their little group until they eventually landed on Emaia. The intensity of his piercing eyes made her squirm and blush in her spot. Her eyes automatically wavered and looked down. I have come here tonight because I heard a rumor in town. Aide's deep voice suddenly spoke. It instantly made Emaia look up again and watch how his lips formed the words. I heard that a group of men were rising against the kingdom in a rebellion. How did you find us? Dashiell sharply cut in. I've been covering up all our tracks and removed any evidence of our trails, and I'm the best at what I do. Aide's eyes landed on Dash again. I have my own ways. Why have ye sought us out then? Hanky bickered and curled his nose into a grimace. And why creep around the woods? Aide shifted his eyes to Hanky again before he spoke. I apologize if I have frightened anyone by my sneaking. His eyes instantly landed on Emaia, who felt herself blush again. But I had to take my precautions before announcing my presence. I needed to see who you were. And Hanky bickered. What are ye doing here? Then simple. Aide said and blinked. I want to join. That surprised Hanky. I don't trust him. He snapped and looked at his men. He could be a spy for the king, if he tracked us down this easy. He might be a trained assassin. If what Dash has told us is true, we know he is more than capable of murder. Hanky stated firmly and looked to his men, who nodded. How right he was. Emaia thought and involuntarily shivered by the memory of how he had murdered the aggressor in the alley, even if he had been a petty low-life criminal. She wasn't sure she approved of killing just yet. She was afraid with the path that she had chosen. She would have to get used to it at some point. I promise you I am not a spy. Aide assured them in a lightly amused voice. You will understand why. What is that supposed to mean? Dashiell snapped. If what you really believe in and fight for is true, then you shouldn't be bothered by who I am. Aide said. However, it might scare you. We don't get scared. Hanky spat. Now tell us who ye are, before I show you who I am. I want you to remember what you're fighting for. Aide replied cautiously and gave them all a piercing stare. Keep an open mind. Just tell us. Lad. Hanky snarled impatiently and bobbed his sword. Brace yourselves. Aide said as he slowly reached for his hood. Emaia's heart pounded vigorously in her chest. So loudly. She feared people could hear. This was it. She would finally see the face of her rescuer. The face she had so longed to see. Aide gave them all one last lingering look. Before he closed his eyes. Your whole world is about to change. He punctuated his sentence by pulling off his hood. The entire crowd gasped and all readied their weapons. As long silver hair burst free from the cloak and long slender ears appeared. It was impossible. Emaia thought. They had been extinct for decades. But there was no denying it. She looked at the man who had rescued her a few nights ago. And remembered him as charming and valiant. It all made so much sense now why he could do what he could do. He was an elf. And not just any elf. A northern elf. A northern elf. She had never seen one before. But then again, no one had. There was no doubt whatsoever. Though, the man they called Aide was a northern elf. Everyone seemed to have gone into a state of shock. Emaia gasped and covered her mouth as Aide looked upon them all with calm eyes. Nobody moved or spoke or even breathed. They all just stared and he stared back. His features were so different from a southern elf's. Emaia had only seen 1 or 2 southern elves in her life. But the difference was obvious. His skin was lighter and his ears were longer. Pointier. His features were also sharper, whereas his cousins had softer, rounder markings. Furthermore, she couldn't recall ever hearing of an elf with silver hair. But she had to admit that she found it quite beautiful. A plain, even silvery gray color, all throughout his hair. It was almost hauntingly attractive. Emaia was brought out of her daze when everyone seemed to snap out of their shock. All the men lifted their swords and pointed it towards him despite his previous statement of being unarmed. They took a few steps forward, led in the front by Hanky. "You're an elf," he shouted. "Needless to say, a northern elf. It's impossible." "Obviously not," Aide replied. It was as if he had expected this to happen, and it didn't surprise him one bit. "We killed ye scumbags," Hanky continued, getting redder and redder by the second. "We drove ye to ye in extinction. Well, you certainly tried," Aide countered and rose a flat brow. "But a few clans were smart enough to hide way up in the Aranhade Mountains where no humans could ever travel. You." It was obvious to anyone with eyes that Hanky was losing his last nerve. Emaia was scared on behalf of her rescuer. But Aide seemed perfectly calm despite the 30 swords pointing at him. "Ye dare have the nerve to come here and ask to join our group," Hanky roared while the vein in his forehead was close to popping. "Ye kind is the reason we're here fighting." "You're wrong," Aide somberly said. "We had nothing to do with the murder of the old king. We were framed. And now ye insult our intelligence," Hanky roared, froth flying around his mouth. "I should kill ye and have ye corpse raised on a stake in town. If you manage to kill me, I would say that you've earned that right," Aide remarked with a sarcastic amusement. "But let's save that futile attempt for another day. I want you to give me the benefit of the doubt long enough for me to explain myself." That request pushed Hanky over the edge. "Yes, son of a stop." Suddenly, Emaia shouted. Everyone turned and looked stunned at Emaia. Everyone except Aide, who simply curved a smirk to his lips. That, along with all their stares, made Emaia flame up into a vivid red shade. She wasn't used to this sort of attention. "Emaia, this is no business for a lady." Hanky snapped at her through clenched teeth. "Go back to the carriage and stay there." A fire lit up inside her body and made her curl her fists in rage. "No. Hanky, as I recall, you agreed that everyone should have a voice. Even women." Emaia growled and stepped forward. "So now I'm speaking." Hanky looked as if he had just eaten a lemon. "Emaia, don't ye understand? This creature is dangerous, really, because from where I'm standing, you're the one holding the sword," Emaia said and stepped up to Aide. "Don't go too close, I've heard of the things he can do." Dash hissed sharply when she kept walking closer. "He can kill you with his bare hands." "I know he can," Emaia said and stepped up in front of Aide until she was standing less than 3 feet away from him. "I have seen him do it." The crowd gasped again. But honestly, Emaia didn't pay attention. She looked at Aide, who gave her a smile. Somehow it boosted her confidence. "What are you saying?" asked in shock. "Have you met him before?" Emaia raised a small brow at Aide, asking him if she could tell them. He nodded, and let her speak for him. Was he enjoying it? She turned around and looked at Dash, whose eyes were trained sharply on Aide. He was watching his every breath. "Yes, I have," Emaia replied. "As a matter of factly, I was the woman he saved from 3 thugs with just 2 sticks." She heard Dash gasp in shock. "It was the night before I found you at the Quilted Cow." "You were attacked," Dashel snapped harshly in disbelief. Clearly he was upset about that piece of information. "Yes. And if it hadn't been for Aide, I wouldn't be here tonight," she said and turned to look at him again. "I owe him my life." Everyone went quiet after that. Aide's lips twitched into a small smile. But me lady. Hanke, who had been silent for a good time now, said in a trying voice. He is an elf. A northern elf. Ye know what they did. I don't care what he says. They are the reason we are fighting today. They ruined the peace and prosperity we had once upon a time. Again. It's all lies. Aide spoke up and broke eye contact with Emaia to look at Hanke. We were framed. I told you. If you would just allow me to explain why should we, Hanke barked. It won't change anything now. Besides, there's evidence from the murder, an arrow to the heart. No human could have ever made that shot. We all know that a bow and arrow is an elf's trademark weapon. We didn't do it. Aide harshly stated. Emaia saw a flicker of anger in his eyes before he took a controlled breath. Let me tell the story from our point of view. The real version. Hanke roared a sound of fury. The real you have a lot of nerve. You filthy Hanke, Emaia intervened. Don't finish that sentence. He snapped and looked furiously at her. He just called us liars. He said we are frauds and that we are to blame for the death of our king. I'm sure that's not what he meant. Emaia sighed. She was getting tired of all this bickering. I say we listen to his story and then pass our judgment. But tried. Enough, Emaia shouted and made everyone shut up. She suddenly discovered how an angry woman could make even the feistiest man hold his tongue. This could be our chance to finally get the truth. The missing pieces of the story. She said and burned them all with her eyes. Not half an hour ago. I thought that Northern Elves were extinct. But Aide has proven that to be wrong. The king's men said they had killed all Northern Elves. So this mean they lied. What else could they have lied about? She asked them. After her little speech. The men went quiet. They all got a thoughtful expression on their face and clearly all seemed stunned. Obviously none of them had thought about it that way. So much fire. Aide's voice suddenly whispered behind her. Emaia softly gasped and looked over her shoulder to find him standing right behind her. His eyes were shining. She blushed under his gaze and then forced her head to turn back around. His words made her feel stronger than she had ever felt before. It was strange. Hanke cleared his throat after a moment. There is no telling if he will give us the truth. He said skeptically. What if he just wants the chance to change our minds long enough for him and his kind to take over the world? I have just revealed the entire existence of my kind. Aide spoke up and looked at Hanke. By doing so, I am putting them in great risk. Why would I do that? Just to waste it on a lie. Emaia nodded resolutely. I am with Aide on this one. If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill me too. Don't even say that. Said. We would never harm you. But this elf. We know nothing about him. Why should we trust him? Because he trusted us. She snapped back. He came to us, unarmed and carrying an olive branch. He revealed himself because he believed in us enough to trust that we wouldn't harm him. We owe him the same. We don't owe him anything. Hanke snarled. Well, I do. Emaia said and crossed her arms. He saved my life. So the least I can do is hear him out, especially when we are fighting for everyone to be heard. That didn't include elves, Hanke barked angrily. Neither did it include women. Emaia sharply pointed out. And yet here I am. And I'm already regretting it. Hanke bickered and mumbled a low curse. All right. Fine. Let the elf boy speak up. But if it's anything but the truth, I will slit his throat and feed him to the wolves. Again. If you can manage to do that, you have certainly earned it. Aide cut in with a hint of humor laced in his voice. Don't make me change my mind. Hanke snapped and thrust his sword back into his holster. Everyone followed his lead and started heading back to the fire. Start spilling, elf boy, beginning with your name. Your real one, I'm afraid I can't. Aide replied halfway to the fire and surprised the group for the millionth time. It's against elf law to speak my name to anyone but my soulmate. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, Hanky shouted and spat at the ground. Not speaking your name to anyone, but how the hell do people find you if they can't call your name? Emaia couldn't disagree more. She thought she had never heard anything so beautiful. That way. The only one who knew their name, their heart, was the person you devoted your life to. And that, in itself, was amazing. Relax, Hanky. We have to respect his customs. Emaia spoke and looked politely at Aide. May we continue to call you Aide? If you prefer so. Aide replied and took a seat next to her by the fire. If it's all the same to you. Ridiculous. Hanky growled while everyone else finally got seated. All of them directed their eyes on Aide as the light of the flames highlighted all of his exotic features. Emaia wasn't the only one who was fascinated with his appearance, it would seem, since a Northern Elf hadn't been seen in decades, but only described in history books. Everyone was curious to see the real thing. The part Emaia found most interesting was the long, pointy attachments that were his ears. They were like spikes in the air, reminding her of small stalagmites. Aide didn't seem to be bothered by their ogling stares as he pulled his gloves off and revealed his pale hands. How beautiful they were, Emaia thought to herself. And so skillful. It was those same hands that had casually played with her hair in the alley. And also killed a man. An involuntary shudder ran through her body. All right. Let's just get this over with, so I can kick ye arse afterwards. Hanky bickered and warmed his hands on the fire. Hanky. Emaia warned him with a growl. Hanky granted her with a look before he cringed a little when he saw the hard look on her face. It would seem that Hanky's wife wasn't the only one who could make him toe the line. Go ahead. Aide. They all turned towards Aide, who was looking into the fire. He didn't look up as he started speaking. Once upon a time. The Northern Elves. Such damage they made. The final battle. The price they paid. Once upon a time. The lands were united. Elves and humans lived side by side in harmony in the villages. Dragons roamed the skies and blessed us with their magic and protection. There was peace. Then, one dark winter night at the Senwato's castle, where the old king was making ready to sleep, an arrow flew through the air. It broke through the window of the castle tower and pierced the old king's heart. Evidence. Hanky interrupted. Emaia scolded at him, which immediately shut him right up. She then turned to Aide, who seemed unbothered by his comment. Please continue. The old king's son saw the arrow and assumed what every man has done henceforth. Aide continued and glanced around the campfire. That an elf made that shot. And that we are responsible for the war that followed. Where's the proof that ye didn't? Hanky intervened again. I'm getting there. Aide patiently said. The men around the fire seemed captivated by his story. As if they could see the story transpire before their eyes. Emaia felt it herself. 2. The old king's son took the throne after his father and swore revenge on the elves. He saw the arrow as an invitation for war, and so he accepted it. What followed were years of cold-blooded war where thousands of innocent people died. Aide paused and looked at the ground. People and dragons. Dragons. Emaia whispered. Those creatures had always fascinated her. And hearing a story about them from someone linked directly to them. It was like talking to a dragon's ancestor. Why should we care about those? Hanky snarled. They burned our villages down. They killed our women. Dragons were smart, evolved creatures. Aide spoke up and met Hanky's eyes. They were born of magic and had nothing to do with the war. Not until ye elves started riding their backs and coaxing them into doing ye bidding, Hanky barked. This is ridiculous. Why are we sitting here when we should just kill Hanky? Emaia snapped. We said we'd listen to him. So close your yap and let him speak. Or so help me God. I'll tell your wife you killed an unarmed man. Hanky's mouth formed an O. But after a moment of just staring mortified at her, he finally shut up for good. Emaia nodded content. Please Aide. Continue. Aide had been patiently waiting while calmly smiling at her. She was beginning to think that he purposely let her handle things just to see the fire he claimed she had, now that she had burned down again. He nodded and turned to the men. As I was saying, both dragons and people were getting slaughtered. And the elves started to grow outnumbered. It became so bad in the end that elves were driven from the villages or killed if they tried to get in. That's when we decided to flee to the furthest corners of the world. Aide glanced into the fire, his crystal orbs flickering in the light of the flame. Our cousins chose to travel to the southern islands, whereas we traveled to the north with the dragons. We figured they would be safer up in the mountains where it was too cold for humans to travel. And for years, it worked. One night though, a slaughter party commenced. Aide looked up to the silent crowd, and Emaia felt a shudder run through her body. She knew what day he was talking about. It was the night known as the final battle. The king sent his men deep into the mountains on a mission to kill the last of the standing elves. He sent men to every corner of his kingdom and killed every man, woman or child that resembled an elf. Better known as the Great Purge. Our cousins, the ones who begged for their lives, were granted mercy if they agreed to complete surrender and imprisonment. The ones who didn't were beheaded and thrown into the seas. Emaia had a bad taste in her mouth. From the day she was born she had been taught to hate and fear the elves. But listening to Aide's story made her realize they had suffered more than humans had. At least she got to show her face in public without being met with disgust and hatred. His people had lived in exile up in the cold mountains for decades. Imagine the weather conditions when the king's men finally made it to the Aide Mountains. After many years of searching, they climbed their way up and murdered every elf they met. Village after villages was burned down and innocent children, women and men were murdered. The punishment fits the crime. Hanka grunted. Emaia shot him another look that made him grumble in silence. When they finally made it to the top, they found what we had been hiding all those years. Aide continued. And Emaia noticed a change in his voice. They stumbled upon a cave in which we had stored all the dragon eggs for safekeeping. Every beautiful, magical egg of the last dragons left. He paused to swallow, this part clearly being difficult for him. Emaia saw his otherwise strong eyes flicker with the same haunted look she had noticed at their first meeting, as if the pain of his ancestors still coursed through his veins. When the men saw all the eggs, they thought we were creating an army. He finally continued. So they broke the eggs and thus killed the last generation of dragons. That night, the final battle stood. The Northern Elves. Such damage they made, the final battle. The price they paid. The old nursery rhyme sung through Emaia's head, but felt like a cut to her stomach. The king's men found the last village with the last of the dragons remaining and killed them all. When they returned to Senwatos, the men were called heroes. Aide said the last word through gritted teeth and Emaia noticed his hands clenched in fury. She had no doubt that retelling the story of their doom affected him. I still don't see the proof anywhere. Hanky spoke up after a moment of silence. Ye's story was very touching, elf boy, but it lacks the evidence that ours hold. Now can I kill him? He snarled and made ready to pull his sword. The story is not over. Aide spoke up, unbothered with Hanky's crude suggestion. I'm still missing the final chapter. See where your story ends. Ours have another chapter. Is that so? Hankei grunted and sat back down again. Well, make it quick. Then. My hands are itching to slit ye throat so ye will shut up and I can sleep. I have a busy day tomorrow. Then I'll make it quick. Aide mused. A few elves had managed to hide themselves in places that humans today still have no knowledge about. With the war over, they settled down in the Aranhade woods. So Hankei snapped. And they lived happily ever after. Not quite. Aide humorlessly said. You see. After the old king died, his tomb was plated in gold and decorated with gemstones. It was a symbolic gesture to resemble the arrow that was used to kill him, an arrow made of gold with a diamond tip. Yeah, elves probably wanted the murderous arrow to be extra special since it was to kill the king. Hankei growled. Ye are sick creatures. But here's the funny thing. Aide said and lifted a brow. Emaia. May I borrow a piece of jewelry from your bag? The men all got a confused expression on their face. But Hankei straight up shouted, Ha, as if we will lend ye anything. Ye probably just want to steal our fortune and then kill us. Aide turned away from Hankei and instead focused on Emaia. Emaia, please. Emaia stared at him, for a second. His eyes were so sober. So serious. Yet at the same time so humble and respectful. After a moment of consideration, she slowly dived her hand into her satchel. Me lady. Don't do it, Hankei bickered. He just wants to enough. Hankei. She snapped. Stop seeing danger at every turn. Show him a little trust. Trust, Hankei spluttered. He's an elf. The last time we decided to trust an elf, they murdered our king. No. We didn't. Aide said and looked at him. And here's why. Emaia handed him one of her gold bracelets with rubies on, one of the ones she had been supposed to wear on her wedding day. When Aide reached out to grab it, the whole crowd held their breaths. And then. It happened. The minute his fingers came in contact with the gold. A wish of a scorching sounded, and the bracelet fell to the snow. Aide retracted his hand and curled his lip back in pain. When he uncovered his hand for the crowd to see, they saw 2 small burn marks on the tip of his fingers. That is why we didn't kill him. He snapped and yanked his glove back on. Gold burns us. Don't even get me started on gemstones. Emaia's eyes were wide as cannonballs. With shaky hands, she slowly picked up her bracelet from the snow and saw how it was totally unharmed. No marks or anything. That was more than you could say about Aide's hand. My God. Dash spoke up for the first time. By the 4 seas. Hankei seemed speechless for once. He gaped at Aide's hand, even though it was covered up by his glove again. As if he couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. It was the ultimate evidence. We couldn't possibly have made that shot if the arrow was made out of solid gold and had a diamond tip. Aide said to the speechless crowd. Not even if we had gloves on. Let me demonstrate. Aide held out his hand once more to Emaia, who was reluctant to let him hold the bracelet again. It's okay. Aide said and curved a reassuring smile to his lips. It's just for 2 seconds. Emaia hesitantly handed him the bracelet again, but flinched the moment it touched his glove. It burned right through the leather within 2 seconds and scorched his hand again. Aide hissed and dropped the bracelet. When he pulled off his glove and showed his hand to the stunned crowd, they all saw the red circle of burned skin where the gold had touched him. Unbelievable. Dash said and ran a hand through his hair. Just unbelievable. It really was. There was no way an elf could have held that arrow. Just 2 seconds in contact with that bracelet had scorched Aide's hand. And that was with his glove on. To make a shot that precise, they would have had to have held on to the arrow for minutes, adjusting to the wind and waiting for the perfect moment where the king was in front of the window. It simply wouldn't be possible. As impressive as the shot was, it wasn't made by an elf. Which could only mean one thing. It's true, Emaia said and broke the silence. It's all true, there's more. Aide said. The old king's grave. It's covered in gold and jewels. It's a precaution the young king took after his father was murdered. Tell me, does it say anywhere in your history books that elves have a weakness for valuable materials? The answer was unanimous. But no one said it, no. Aide clearly read that from their faces. Exactly. It's because we've kept it secret in all the time we have existed. I've just broken one of the highest elf laws by telling you. So what? Hanky said with a dry throat. He still looked completely dazed. So my point is, how could the king's son know about it? Aide said and folded his hands. He buried his father in gold. But why? To make it look pretty for the public. He made a light scoff. He could have used bronze or carved it in stone, which would have been much less expensive. You humans pay for your houses in gold that you struggle to earn. If the king had enough gold to encase his father, then why are your taxes so high? Now wait a minute. Dashiell interrupted. Are you saying that? We elves believe it was the king's son who assassinated his father. He framed it on the elves with an arrow and mocked us by making it gold. Aide harshly said. He found out about our secret somehow and used it against us. He knew we'd never stand up and show the world our weakness. So we got forced to take the blame instead. It was all a scam. Wait one damn minute. Yay, filthy creature. Hanky seethed and stood up. Why in the world would he get someone to murder his old man, if we lived in peace? Why would he start a war? Why is it that women have no rights? Aide calmly asked. The question seemed so sidetracked that Hanky got a baffled look on his face. What? What does that have to do with anything? Everything, Aide said and leaned forward. It's prejudice. The old king's son didn't like the elves. Simply because we looked different from him and had other customs. He murdered us for it, and took the dragons as well, because we shared the same blood. When there was nothing else to target, he went for the women. He turned and looked at Emaia. She blinked surprised. Women were skinnier, smaller, had lighter voices, different proportions and other body parts. Of course he couldn't kill them. That would be barbaric. And who should carry his sons? So instead, he restrained them like dogs and made sure they were only allowed to follow his command. Aide finished and left everyone silent again. No one spoke. But Emaia was exploding inside. Everything. Every last word she had been dying to say for years had just come out of a man, and an elf. No les. Bloody hell. Dash silently said. He had been running his hands through his hair for the past half hour. It was like he couldn't fathom that this night was real, none of them could. Finally, Emaia broke the silence. So, what can we conclude? All as one. They turned and looked at Hanky, their leader. He looked up shocked and crossed his arms. Don't look at me. I'm as confused about all this as the rest of ye are. I believe all that Aide has told us tonight is true. Emaia continued. He's shown us more solid evidence than King Ragnar ever has. Aide sent her a smile and nod of appreciation. He was grateful for her support. So what now? Dashiell said and scratched his head. What's our plan from here? I think Aide should join us, Emaia said and looked around to the men. What? Hanky snapped and looked at her in shock. How did we get there? But why shouldn't he? Emaia argued and crossed her arms. He wants the same things as us, and he's a skillful fighter, that is true. Dash said reluctantly. But still. Still, what? Emaia said and looked between Hanky and Dash. He believes in our cause. He knows how to fight, and he wants to help. Aren't those the criteria you need to join the group? Hanky and Dash exchanged a look while Emaia waited for an answer. They didn't say anything. But their eyes gave her all the answers she needed. They were hesitating because he was an elf. Emaia was about to open her mouth. But Aide beat her to it. Get your recitation. Aide said and looked at Hanky. Hanky stared back with a defensive look. This is not an easy decision. You've been taught to believe something your whole life. And in just one night, you have to change it all. The elf has brains. Hanky snorted and narrowed his eyes at him. I've got to admit, this is a lot to take in. I can imagine. Aide said and nodded his head. Maybe I can make your decision easier. Hanky looked back at Aide with a frown. I doubt that. Elf boy. I'm sure you know the myths of the elven abilities. Aide said and raised a brow. What if I told you some of them were true? Hanky frowned once more and glared suspiciously at him. Which of them are we talking about? All you need to know is that my skill set is wide. Aide replied and looked him into the eyes. And that is without my advantages. I know most of your men are farmers who've never handled a weapon before in their lives. I can help teach you how to fight. He said to the crowd and looked at Emaia. All of you. Emaia felt a pull in her stomach. Did that mean he would teach her how to fight as well? I am more than capable enough to train my men myself. Hanky commented and crossed his arms. I don't doubt that. Aide said. But as the group grows, you might need help. If anything. I know the woods better than anyone. Emaia was growing impatient. I say you sleep on it. Hanky. If you by tomorrow have made up your mind about letting him in, we take our decisions from there, then I should take my farewell. Aide said and rose to his feet. It's been a long night, and I can imagine you'd like to get some rest. As if on cue. Emaia yawned. As tired as she was. She didn't want the night to end. And she definitely didn't want Aide to leave. Will we see you at dawn? I will return in the morrow. Aide affirmed. I will await your decision then. Then so be it. Hanky said and stood up too. But I will hear none of this until the sun is upon us, he said loudly to his men. I will make my decision in peace. Of course. Emaia said soberly and looked at Aide who was pulling on his hood. Until the morning. Then. Thank you for listening to me. Aide smiled before giving a respectful nod to the group. He then turned and headed into the woods. Emaia kept watching him until he disappeared with the shadows. Some damn ale would have been nice right about now. Hanky grumbled and spat on the ground. But we just had to bring the woman. Emaia doubted she was the only one to get little sleep that night. Despite the fact that she hadn't slept properly since the night before she left home. She still couldn't fall asleep. Her body was screaming exhaustion. But her mind was wide awake. When she had left Roches, she would never in her wildest dreams have dreamt of the adventures she would meet outside the city. Her mind was overdosing on excitement. Especially now when the game just changed. She couldn't actually believe what had happened tonight was real. A part of her considered if she might actually have fallen asleep and dreamt the whole thing. If it wasn't because her mind was so wide awake. Aide had given her the best shock of her life by revealing his true self to them. It finally explained why he wore a mask and a hood. His features would have given him away. Despite his hated race, he had devoted his life to saving humans. The same humans that made him and his cousin's existence almost impossible. That of course raised the inevitable question, why a few feet away she could hear Hanky tossing and turning on the ground. She could only imagine how hard he must have it. Hanky was old-fashioned. Even despite his wishes of newer ways, he had a hard time leaving the old ways behind. And meeting Aide had put him up to the ultimate challenge. Could he change? And most importantly, could the world? With so many questions and that much anticipation, Emaia didn't close an eye all night. In fact, when the small gleams of morning light started to seep through the trunks of the trees, Emaia had been ready for hours. She had neatly folded up her covers and placed them under herself while she waited for the rest of the men to awaken. Slowly, one by one, the men yawned and stretched their limbs before sitting up and looking around. Nobody said anything as Hanky, Dash and the rest of them all woke and started readying themselves for what could be the revolution of a new partnership. They loaded the carriage in silence. And only when they had saddled up the horses, Dash awkwardly cleared his throat. So, have you made up your mind? Hanky fiddled with the reins of his horse, seeming unsure of how to reply. When a few seconds passed and he still didn't reply, Dash sighed and looked at the ground. I guess we'll wait for the elf to return. Where is he anyways? Hanky bickered and gave up on tightening the reins. He said dawn. It's dawn now. Maybe he changed his mind, Dash suggested while nuzzling his horse's neck. Maybe he cowered away. We have no time to wait for him. Hanky snapped and adjusted the stirrup. We have to keep moving. He missed his chance. He finished and made ready to mount his horse. Emaia had already opened her mouth to object when a voice from behind them spoke. I apologize for the delay. I had an errand. The whole group turned around and found Aide coming out from within the trees. He was dressed just like yesterday. Only today he didn't bother wearing his hood up. His long silver hair blew softly in the morning air as he approached Hanky. Hanky had turned as well and looked as if he had just eaten a lemon. Why do ye always have to creep around the woods like that, Hanky? Emaia hissed and sent him a reproachful stare. Why couldn't he just behave like an adult sometimes? It's okay. Aide replied and gave Emaia a smile before turning back to Hanky. So, I assume you've made up your mind. Hanky struggled to keep his cool. That much was obvious. I have. As a matter of fact. And Hanky chewed on another curse or two before crossing his arms. And if it had been up to me alone, I would have turned ye down and slain ye on ye feet. Hanky. Emaia growled and angrily stomped her foot. But Hanky continued and sent her a scowl. It's not. I have to think of everyone around me as well. She didn't see that one coming. Emaia stayed silent and allowed him to continue. I know if me lovely wife had been here, she would have told me to get off my chunky hiney and do what's best. Hanky said and shook his head as if the pure imagination of his wife's reprimand brought mortification to his soul. So trust me when I say I'm not doing it for me own good. He growled and looked at Aide. But for the good of the whole world. Does that mean he's in? Emaia asked hopefully and felt a pull of excitement in her stomach. Hanky sighed and looked at Aide once more. He's in. Emaia was just about to burst into a happy dance when Hanky pointed a fat finger at Aide, who stood calmly and listened. But on one condition. What is that? Aide calmly asked. He didn't even seem the least bit bothered with Hanky's temper. If ye mess up even once. Hanky growled and took a threatening step closer. Even just the tiniest mess up, I get to kick ye skinny little elf arse back to where ye came from. Aide seemed to be a little amused and cracked a smile. That seems fair enough. Good. Hanky barked and turned to his horse again. It's settled. Then, thank you very much, Aide said and held out his hand to shake on it. Hanky looked at it with a grimace as Aide and the rest of the group waited for him to shake it. Hanky seemed reluctant and finally said, let's just stick to a verbal agreement. Aide chuckled again and lowered his hand. As you wish. Emaia couldn't believe how easy Aide took it all. Hanky was being incredibly rude and acting as if Aide had elf germs. But Aide just took it with a smile and silently took a few steps back as Hanky mounted his horse. We have wasted enough time here, Hanky finally said when he was sitting solidly in his saddle. Saddle up, men. And let's get moving. While all of the men went to their horses, Hanky turned his attention to Aide. Grab ye horse as well. We have a long way ahead. I don't have a horse. Aide answered. I prefer to travel by foot. Hanky scoffed and spat on the ground. Then it's going to be a long walk. Elf boy. We're heading to a village close to the shore, and we ain't stopping because ye feet are sore. Hanky, for the love of Emaia, started. But Aide just calmly held up his hand. Don't worry about me, he said, and sent Hanky a challenging stare. You just worry about leading the way. Emaia was getting tired of their boyish rivalry. Aide. There's room on the carriage. No. Ye heard the elf, Hanky said, and raised a mocking brow. He prefers to walk. So let him walk. Emaia was so close to whacking him off his high horse. Quite literally. But Aide took his crassness with a chuckle and crossed his arms. Let's get moving. Then Hanky kicked his horse into motion with a final stare at Aide, before he rode to the front and started their caravan. The real journey began now. Their caravan traveled long that day without many breaks. Emaia suspected Hanky to be testing Aide's perseverance. But Aide never fell behind. Hour went by and they made it out of the Bardian woods and into open ground. For hours they rode the open plains without any problem caused by mischievous roots or mud. None of the men spoke to Aide. And Emaia could feel the thick tension in the air as they reached yet another forest. They started heading through the bushes and trees, and kept an eye out for thugs. This part of Senworth Kingdom was known for their large forests filled with thugs. They called this particular forest the Thugwoods. As they headed deeper into the woods, Emaia noticed how Aide became more and more tense. His eyes were narrowed as he gazed at the trees, and she saw him jerk his head to the side several times when he clearly heard something she didn't. The sun was slowly setting, and the light was becoming dimmer. At one point Hanky pulled the group to a stop and ordered the men to set up camp. All men had their usual tasks. Some made sure the horses were watered and fed while others collected wood and set up tents. Emaia's only job was to unload the rabbits from the carriage and bring them to the fireplace. In the middle of all the settling, Emaia lost track of Aide. After she had brought the rabbits to the fire, she searched around the camp, but couldn't find him. Had he wandered off? Maybe it had something to do with that errand he had to do this morning. Whatever it was, Emaia didn't see him until he showed up after they'd eaten. The men hadn't even noticed he'd disappeared while they ate and drank their dinner. He came back from the woods and seemed completely unconcerned by the fact that no one offered him any food. He looked towards the men around the fire, but chose to sit by a tree by the outline of the camp. He's kinda strange, isn't he? Dashiell sat down next to Emaia and followed her stare. He's acting all mysterious and stuff. It's like he won't reveal too much of himself. Can you blame him? Emaia reasoned and took another shy glance at him. He was carving an arrow, it seemed. And to be fair, he's actually revealed quite much. His species, his weakness, their story. But what about his name? Dashiell frowned. Why can't he tell us that? Do you really think that the elf customs are that strict about not telling your name? Yes, I do, Emaia said, and put down her mug of soup on the ground. He hasn't lied to us so far. Maybe when some time passes, he'll open up more. Maybe. Dash shrugged. In any case, he's a weird fella. Don't call him that, Emaia said with a soft smile. He's just different. The guy has silver hair. It's weird. It's probably normal where he comes from, Emaia argued. But then sighed. I think I'll go to bed. I didn't sleep well last night. I don't think any of us did. Dashiell agreed. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the elf bugs bite. Emaia rolled her eyes. Very clever. Good night. Dash. She headed to her small tent and got cozy under the pelts. The air was lukewarm. but it was still cold enough to need a blanket. Emaia felt her body grow tired after a minute or two, with all the excitement from the past few days. It would be nice to finally get a good night's sleep. Somewhere in the distance, she heard an owl howl. She was lulled to sleep by the comforting sounds of the forest. A loud scream awakened Emaia in the middle of the night and made her jump out of her pelts. Now that she was conscious, she heard the sound of blades, meeting blades, and the roars of fighting men. They were under attack. Emaia's heart leaped into her throat, and she crawled to the edge of her tent and stuck her head out. The fireplace was out, so all she could see were dark shapes fighting. Weapons glinted in the moonlight and cries of pain carried throughout the camp. Unarmed as she was, she quickly rumbled through her satchel to find the small dagger that Aide had given her in the alley. It was in there somewhere. Well, if it isn't the missing Roch's heir. Emaia let out a startled shriek when a pair of forceful hands yanked her out of the tent and onto her feet. This man was clearly a thug and smelled of old mead and rotten fish. He smiled grimly down at her and revealed a golden tooth. "Hello there, Missy, pleasure to meet you. Tell me, how much did they want for you again?" He chuckled when Emaia screamed, "Help, somebody help me. Everyone is a bit busy at the moment." The thug chuckled, but got distracted by a jingle from her bag. "Oh, what do we have in here?" He yanked the bag out of her hands. "Well, if it isn't my favorite sound in the world," to emphasize his point. He shook her bag. "Tell me, doll, do you have anything for me? Too? Maybe beneath your skirt?" "Get off me, you big pile of stool," Emaia seethed. She spat him right in the face when she couldn't think of anything else to do. A murderous expression formed on the thug's face as he wiped his cheek. "Oh, you shouldn't have done that. I was only going to bother your front. But now you're gone, get it both ways." Emaia didn't even know what he was talking about. All she knew was that she was in danger yet again. And as he had pointed out, everyone else were busy. The thug raised his hand in the air to slap her, if not to punch her. All she saw was that one moment. His hand was flying through the air, the next moment, an arrow was pierced through it. "My hand." The thug screamed bloody murder and released Emaia with his other hand. "My f***ing hand." Emaia stumbled back and snatched the satchel back while the thug was busy screaming his head off. "Take that, you filthy pig." And then he was there. Aide's characteristic shape appeared from the shadows, and within seconds he had brought the thug to the ground. He punched him into the soil with a bone-crushing fist, and then yanked him closer by his collar. "Lay a hand on another woman and next time it won't be your hand that gets pierced." "Got it," he hissed. His voice was lethal. The thug cried in pain, but glared up at him. "Shooting a man while he's not looking, what kind of coward are you? Why don't you fight me for real?" "Huh. Man to man, I don't see any men around," Aide flatly commented. "Now run off and take your boys with you." The thug groaned when Aide pushed him back into the dirt. The thug then quickly shot to his feet and ran away, which was probably for the best. Aide looked furious. He turned to Emaia, who was watching the whole thing, and granted her a look. "Are you okay? Did he harm you?" Emaia quickly shook her head. "No. But Aide, your face." He wasn't wearing a mask. He had his hood up, but that didn't cover his silver hair, which had slid to the front. "It doesn't matter," Aide said. But in that moment a new thug came up to them. He emerged from the shadow without any signs and went for Aide. He had a dagger in each hand and was way taller than Goldie Tooth. Aide was quick on his feet as always. He avoided getting sliced to smithereens by leaning back and made a backwards flip. His feet hit the thug under his chin and knocked his head backwards. He stumbled back a few feet, but regained balance. His mouth, however, was bleeding. And Emaia was pretty sure Aide had knocked a few of his teeth out. The thug launched after Aide again. Daggers, ready to kill. Even though she had seen Aide fight before, she never got tired of seeing just how smoothly and comfortably he moved around. It was as if he was born to do this. To be a warrior. And perhaps even a savior. Aide narrowly avoided getting cut in the face by the dagger. But it sliced through his hood and tipped it off. The thug froze solid by the sight of Aide's long ears. An elf, you're a Northern Elf? He exclaimed in horror. Really hadn't noticed. Aide scoffed indifferently. Apparently he wasn't too concerned about him finding out. You still want to fight me, or do you feel like going for a run? The thug actually seemed to consider staying and fighting. But a moment later he ran for his life. Wow. Emaia whispered. Adrenaline still coursed through her body with a rapid drumming. But now that all the fighting seemed to have ended, she took a deep breath. What happened? How did this start? Elf boy Henke's voice roared from across the camp. He came limping up to them with the rest of the men closely behind him. What was that? What was what? Aide asked. You let him run. What if he comes back later with more people? I don't kill for sport. Aide replied and turned to face him. That thug was no threat to the world. He just wanted your valuables. Just wanted our hanky turned vermilion. Maybe ye creatures can't stand being around precious objects. But the rest of us would like to keep them in our possession. Next time ye kill. Or I'll make sure to kill ye hanky. Relax. Emaia tried. Aide just saved me again. I think we should just be happy he was here to help. We could have handled those morons without him. Honky bickered. But ye couldn't. I told you. It was a bad idea to bring a woman to this sort of thing. The messy business is best left to the men, where I come from. Women fight alongside men. Aide cut in with a hard stare. Teach them to fight and trust me. You'll never meet a deadlier enemy on the battlefield. Honky opened his mouth to argue back. But the words froze on his tongue. Instead, he closed his mouth and scowled towards Aide. Emaia guessed that Honky could probably picture his own wife with a sword and realized Aide was right. From what he had told about his wife. She was a woman with gumption. Let's just do a head count. Hanky finally growled. Raise your hand if you're still alive. The men all raised their hands and Honky did a quick count. After a moment or two, he nodded content. No lives taken. Good, I say we pack up and get the hell out of this thug-infested forest. He grunted and hiked up in his pants. Then grimaced. He had a nasty cut right below his knee. Get to work. The men did as they were told and started packing up. Aide turned to leave as well. But Emaia grabbed his arm. Wait. Aide, he turned and rose a brow. What? Emaia took a short moment to collect herself. Thank you. Again. It seems that all you do is save me. Aide's lips twitched in a little smile. No worries. It keeps me on my feet. Emaia smiled nervously and looked at the ground. Right. I just can't help but feel like I'm in the way. Maybe Hanke is right. Aide turned to fully face her and took a step closer. Hanke is not right. Emaia. You're more valuable to them than they give you credit for. Just wait and see. Emaia lifted her head and frowned, confused at him. How do you know? Aide simply smiled. Because you have fire in your soul. And fire burns. Emaia couldn't help but smile when he turned and left. He joined the men in packing up their things while Emaia lingered. Fire. If Aide saw fire in her, it couldn't be all wrong. He didn't seem like a man who lied. So he had to be telling the truth. Fire was a powerful weapon. But maybe she would need more than just her inner fire to fight. She would have to get an actual weapon. Something that could cut. They got the camp packed down again. And soon they were on their way. The moon was still high in the sky and shone their way ahead. Every twig that snapped and every odd shape made Emaia whip her head around. She noticed that Aide was on alert. 2. Traveling at night was always risky. Not just because of dangerous animals, but because of dangerous thugs. And as they had just proven, this forest was filled with them. Finally they came to the outlines of a city called Smithers. It was only a few miles from the shore. And so they decided it was the best sleeping option. But the gates are closed. It's way past midnight. Dashiell pointed out. We won't be allowed in. Laws. Hanky bickered. I tell ye. If we succeed in this, the first change in law I'll make is to keep the gates open. And the bars for that matter. I believe this is where you come in. Dashiell said and turned to Emaia. Perhaps you can speak to the guardian of the gate, maybe persuade him to open up and find us some accommodation for the rest of the night. The men all turned to Emaia. They were tired from walking and riding. And some were wounded from the fight. They needed a proper place to sleep. Let me see what I can do, Emaia said. After that, she took the walk up to the city gates and knocked on the giant wooden door. This was it. Her moment to show that she could contribute, that she wasn't just a useless asset. A few seconds later, an old, bitter voice met her on the other side. The small porthole was opened and an old man glanced out at her. Who's there? My name is Emaia said, deciding not to use her real name. Since her parents had set up the bounty on her, it was probably for the best. I come with a group of 28 men. And we are tired and wounded. May we be granted passage? It's way past sunset, I can't let you in. The old man barked. He shut the porthole again. Please, sir, Emaia said. We've traveled very far and we are desperate. Not my problem. Leave or I summon the hounds. We have gems, Emaia said and switched to his native tongue. Perhaps speaking his language could bode well and maybe ease him up. Rubies, emeralds, sapphires, diamonds. We will gladly pay the man who could offer us some safety and a place to sleep. Are you our man? There was a short silence. Emaia nervously tipped on her feet while she waited for the man to consider her offer. Finally, she heard a shuffle, and the window was opened again. Diamonds. The old man replied suspiciously in his native tongue. Let me see. Emaia quickly dived into her satchel and ripped off a few gemstones from her corset. She showed them to the old man. His eyes expanded to cannonballs by the sight. But then he quickly coughed and looked at Emaia. Well, I'm not allowed to open the doors to strangers. But you speak our tongue. Maybe you're not a stranger. How many did you say you were? 28. Emaia quickly replied. She felt the courage light up in her stomach. Hope was not lost. Do you think there's a place for us to sleep in your town? I may be able to pull some threads, the old man slowly said while scratching his chin. But it's going to cost you. We will gladly pay. Emaia smiled brightly. Thank you so much, my good sir. You are most kind. The old man mumbled something unintelligible, but then slowly opened the gates. Emaia turned and waved to the men that they had been granted access. She was met with a cheer. The men all started walking into the city and thanked the old man many times as they passed him. The old man seemed grumpy by all the people, but the price he was promised soothed his mood. When everybody was inside, Emaia turned and looked around. Where's Aide? He said he wouldn't join us. Hanky yawned behind his hand. Something about him sleeping best in the woods. All that weird shite he keeps sprouting. But, Emaia said with a sinking feeling. A part of her was disappointed. She wanted Aide to be proud of her. to praise her with a smile for how good a job she had done. She realized now she was being stupid. Let's just find a place to sleep. Dash said in a tired voice. He'll be back tomorrow. Emaia sighed and nodded quietly. That was probably true. She just felt so oddly alone without him around. Like he was the only one who truly believed in her. They followed the old gate man to a nearby inn. That, after a moment of bickering with the innkeeper, allowed them to check in. They paid both the old gate man and the innkeeper a handsome fee for their trouble and left Emaia's satchel considerably lighter. They all got their rooms. And for the first time in a long time, Emaia slept soundly. The town of Smithers was a beautiful place. The market was painted earthly blue and green colors. And the houses were covered in thick ivy. The salesman sold everything from herbs and potions to fine armory and weapons. Everyone knows the drill, Hanky said and looked to his men. We know what we're fighting for, and we know what we want. Target the men who stand alone and spread the word. Those who don't speak the common tongue, you move past. We meet here again in 3 hours. Got it? The men all nodded and spread out in different directions. Some went alone. Others went in groups. Since Emaia had done her part, she was left to do what she wanted. And Emaia knew exactly what she wanted. You want what? The bitter weapons salesman drawled at her. This is no booth for a woman. Go check out the seashell jewelry down the road. But I scram. Toots. The woman said she wants to look at your weapons. Emaia froze when a shadow covered her own. The sound of Aide's melodious voice sounding so hard was even more surprising. The salesman looked up at Aide, who towered behind Emaia in his black attire and hood. He had hidden his silver hair thoroughly today and his ears were covered by the cloak. The only feature that stood out suspiciously was his pale skin. Smithers was a town located close to the warm eastern borders, that was lit with the sun all day long. Pale skin was not seen very often around here. The weapons salesman narrowed his eyes suspiciously at him. And who are you? I don't believe that's any of your concern. Aide coldly replied. The woman wants to look at your throwing knives and daggers. Do you have a problem with that? Emaia glanced up at Aide and found him staring harshly at the salesman. The salesman eventually caved and snarled at him. Whatever. While he pulled down a different assortment of his weapons. Aide's eyes landed on Emaia. She smiled gratefully up at him and was happy to see him. After he had disappeared last night, she was glad to see that he was fine. Aide gave her a quick smile and then turned his attention back to the salesman. He laid out the assortment of knives and daggers on the counter and crossed his arms. Here you go. Does the lady want to try them too? He snorted. She will. Aide replied before Emaia had a chance to respond herself. The salesman scoffed and rolled his eyes, but then left them to it and resumed manning his desk. It was obvious he didn't approve of a woman seeking to buy a weapon. Don't mind him, Aide said and picked up a dagger. Here. Try holding this. Ooh. How do I hold it? Emaia hesitated when Aide held out the small dagger for her. Let me show you. He smiled. He gently took her hand and placed the shaft in her palm. Always hold the blade downwards. Like this. I know it feels more comfortable to hold it the other way. But it's easier to strike someone this way if the situation should demand it. Emaia cringed a little at his words. She didn't want to imagine striking anyone. But at least this way she knew she wasn't the one getting hurt either. All right. Now hold it up. Like this. Aide instructed and pulled her hand up to chest level. It's a classic prepared stand. You hold your dagger prepared that way. And maybe a lantern in your other hand. Like this. If it's dark, always keep your weapon on top and your other hand under. Wow. Emaia breathed impressed and looked at the dagger. I had no idea. The human race doesn't teach women how to protect themselves. Why am I not surprised? Aide commented and started inspecting the throwing knives carefully. Does the elven men teach their women how to handle weapons? Emaia asked curiously. Aide selected a blade. Of course we do. Why shouldn't we? I don't know. Because we're women, and we can't carry a weapon. Being a woman is not a legitimate reason not to teach someone something. Just like you can't determine whether or not a person is good or bad by the color of their skin or their religion. Aide clarified and studied the dagger he had selected. I think it's time we stop judging people by what they have or don't have, but rather what they contribute to this world. Here. Try this one. He jumped subjects so fast that Emaia had to fight to keep up. One moment he was teaching her a valuable life lesson. The next they were testing weapons. This is a double-edged iron dagger. He told and placed it in her hand after removing the other. See the way the blade is almost triangular, that makes the dagger perfect for throwing. Emaia clutched the little dagger in her hand and felt how lightweight it was. It was like holding a small piece of bark. I see. Is it supposed to be so thin? Won't it bend? Aide smiled and took the dagger from her again. No. It won't bend. This blade is forged slender so it travels faster and easier through the air. In close combat, it won't do much good. But with speed and a bit of distance. Aide aimed the dagger towards a small wooden target in the booth and then fired it. It hit bullseye in the center and made Emaia drop her jaw. It can do great damage. That was amazing. Emaia gaped and eagerly looked up at Aide. Will you teach me how to do that? Do you want me to? The way he asked that, so nonchalantly and so easily, had something moving inside her. It felt like when she had crossed the laws and left Roches. Only 1,000,000 times better. Yes. I do. Can you? Aide slowly picked up another dagger and held it out to her. Of course. But it'll take time and patience. You won't learn overnight. Hold this. Emaia smiled brightly and took the small dagger. Thank you. Thank you so much. Without even thinking, she looped her arms around his neck and pulled him in for a hug. It was only when she felt him stiffen that she realized what she had just done. Oh. God. She said and quickly retracted. I am so relaxed. Emaia. Aide said and, to her surprise, cracked a little smile. I'm not above receiving a hug, but let's focus on the knife in your hand first. Yeah, Emaia had completely forgotten that she was armed. She had never been that before in her life. Oh God. I'm sorry. Ooh. Right. The knife. Do you like these? Aide said, thankfully moving the conversation along, and gestured to the dagger she was holding. Try it out. Try it out. She stuttered. I've never thrown a knife before. Let me guide you. Aide patiently smiled. May I? Emaia nodded carefully. And so Aide stepped up behind her. He slowly turned her towards the target and wrapped his hands around her wrist. A heat developed somewhere in Emaia's body by the touch of his calloused fingers. Hold the dagger like this, he instructed while he molded her palm to grip the dagger correctly. You hold the blade between your fingers like so. And then line it up to your eyesight. Aide pressed his jawline to the back of her head and aimed the dagger for her. When you aim, you want to keep both your eyes open. Once you have your target locked down, you throw. Emaia exhaled slowly. The feel of Aide's breath so close to her ear made her stomach twist and her breath become heavy. Something in his voice relaxed her, yet thrilled her at the same time. It was so confusing. Lift your arm. Like this. Aide continued, unaware of her inner turmoil. No further back than 5 inches from your ear. Then, with as much force as you can, Throw while keeping your eyes on your target. Her heart fluttered nervously when Aide suddenly pulled back. She realized he wanted her to actually throw now. So she did everything he had instructed her to do. She took her aim and then threw the small dagger. It traveled through the air. But when it came to the target board, it thumped against the thing and clunked down to the ground. A sinking feeling landed in her stomach. Not bad for a first try. Aide observed from her side. What do you mean? The dagger just thumped against the wood. How is that, not bad? You hit the target. Didn't you? Aide pointed out. The knife didn't stick. But you hit. That means you have good aim. That's something to work on. He might have had a point. But that still didn't make her feel any less embarrassed about her first shot with a weapon. Are you two going to buy something or not? The rude salesman asked after angrily picking up the fallen dagger. If not, then move on. Actually, we will buy something. Aide said. We'll have 6 of those daggers right there. And this one. He picked up another dagger from the selection. A longer one with a beautiful handle. Name a price. The salesman narrowed his eyes at Aide. But after a moment of bargaining over the price, Emaia finally got her knives. She had never felt so exhilarated in her entire life. She had both weapons. Money and the support of a man with her, a man who was going to teach her how to use those weapons. If there had ever been any doubts about leaving Roches in her mind, they evaporated in that moment. This was where she wanted to be. So tell me, Emaia asked as Aide and her started strolling down the colorful street. What is it like where you come from? Aide pursed his lips for a second before curtly replying. It's nice. Nice, Emaia echoed with a raised brow. That's it. Just nice. I haven't been home in years. I don't know if it's still the same. Where is your home? She curiously asked. Where did he come from? What made an elf decide to join the humans in their chaotic world instead of just living the safe life? Out here he was in constant danger of being spotted or revealed. Not to mention every night when he fought criminals. What motivated him? Aide hesitated to reply. But finally sighed. I'm from the deep north. That's all I'll say. Emaia stopped walking when something occurred to her. Don't you trust me? Aide stopped too, and looked back at her. What, you don't want to talk about yourself or reveal anything too personal? Emaia said and frowned. Are you afraid? I'll tell the world. Aide slowly walked up to her. His deep crystal eyes met hers and made her breath falter. No. I'm not. I trust you, Emaia. But I've learned from bitter experience that the less people know about me, the better chance they have of surviving. I make a lot of enemies doing what I do, he said. If you ask too much, you could become a target for them, and I don't want that happening. Emaia swallowed and blinked up at him. She had never considered that. Okay. He nodded and then started walking again. Why don't you tell me about your home instead? What made you leave Roches? Emaia started walking too and cleared her throat. That's a complicated story. The gist of it is that I felt suffocated and oppressed there. I was about to get married to a man I'd never met, and I didn't have a say in the matter. I just couldn't take it anymore. I've never understood that about the human race. Aide pondered out loud while he observed the passing people. You always marry your children to the best they can get. The highest bidder, so to say. Isn't that normal? Emaia frowned. Parents wanting the best for their children. Perhaps. Aide replied. I guess I just always thought love was the best you could do. Emaia's thoughts paused for a moment. What he was saying made so much logical sense. But it still blew her off her feet. Nobody thought like that anymore. Everyone was so obsessed with getting money and land, richness and glory, that the idea of marrying for love was considered ludicrous. Even when born into a rich family, Money was still first priority. Love always came afterwards, or well, it was supposed to. They walked in a couple of minutes of silence, simply just admiring the beautiful town of Smithers. Emaia wasn't really sure how to respond. Aide had made it clear he didn't like to talk about his origins, so she couldn't ask him if love was something he had ever experienced himself. Emaia had, of course, never been in love before. She had loved the town of Roches and the children that she was allowed to occasionally play with as a child. But she had never been in love with anyone, let alone met anyone who she could fall for. Her father had made sure of that. Perhaps this journey would bring along her true love as well. We should be getting back to inn, Aide said after a while. I heard Hanky say to meet up after 3 hours. It's been nearly 2.5. Aide. May I ask you something? Emaia asked when a thought suddenly popped into her mind. You can certainly ask. Aide chuckled. I can't promise I'll reply. Where did you sleep last night? She asked curiously. Hanky said something about you and the woods. Did you sleep there? Aide simply smiled at her, then looked at the ground. I think we should walk back to the inn. Better to be there in good time than too late. Emaia sighed, but then nodded. Okay. So she guessed he wouldn't answer that. She couldn't be sure why. And she would probably never find out. It was a little frustrating. They started walking back to the inn in silence, none of them really looking at each other. Aide seemed occupied with watching the people of the town while Emaia tried to think of anything new to say. She came up blank. When they finally got to the inn, some of the men were already there, including Hanky. Oh. I see, the elf boy finally showed up. He grunted and threw a glance at Aide. Nice of ye to join us. Hanky. Emaia tiredly said. Why couldn't he just talk nicely to him? Maybe keep the nicknaming down while we're in town. Dashiell spoke up. I think it's best we don't go around saying elf. Whatever, Hanky said and looked around to his men. All right, lads. Let's hit the tavern. Tomorrow we adjourn to the shore, and that's where we'll start training. So drink up tomorrow, you'll wish you were born a lady. The group arrived to the shore around 10 am in the forenoon. Some of the men had been up to late at night drinking away their guts and then throwing it up that morning. They were beat, but Hanky was fire and lightning. All right, men, he said while he sternly walked up and down the file of men who wanted to learn the skill of handling a sword. Today ye step into a proud rank, the rank of men who walks with a sword. He glanced at the men who looked somewhat sleepy. I'll teach ye how to fight. Defend and attack every man ye meet, ye'll be indestructible when I'm done with ye. Emaia scoffed to herself. While it all sounded great, there was just one problem. His speech was crafted for men and so was his training routine. They were all lined up on the beach, each holding a heavy sword in their hands. Emaia was sitting on a lump of wood and watched from a distance while she cleaned the pelt of a rabbit. It was so unfair. When she had asked Hanky if she could join, he had awkwardly looked at the ground and muttered some ludicrous excuse about how the sword would be too heavy or the men might find it odd. It was best that she just watched from a safe distance. Oh, and then there were some rabbits she could deal with. He had walked away in a hurry. Emaia put the pelt down and carefully slipped her hand into her satchel. She pulled out one of the small throwing dagger and flipped it in her hand. It was so weird, yet strangely comforting, holding a weapon. A real weapon. Not just a vegetable knife. Aren't you joining them? Emaia yelped and turned in her seat to find Aide coming up to her. Today he looked different from what he used to. Instead of his black leather attire, he had opted for a pair of brown breeches and a pale tunic. He still wore his cloak, but for him wearing his hood up was mandatory. Either walk around with a cloak or get seen. This new look of his soothed him, Emaia thought. The skin on his neck and clavicle bone was exposed and revealed smooth porcelain skin. Plus, The tunic did something else to his torso. She liked it. Emaia turned back and looked out to the men who were following Hanka's motion with their swords. I can't. They won't say it. But they don't want me learning how to fight. Aide sat down on the lump of wood next to her. A small section of his silver hair slid to his front and blew softly in the warm beach air. Is that so? What did they tell you? Something stupid about the sword being too heavy. Emaia scoffed and rolled her eyes. And then something about the men and my presence there. Don't you think it's stupid, actually? No. Aide said and made her jerk her head to him. What? Aide chuckled by the sound of her defensive tone. It actually makes sense. But it's still not an excuse for you not to learn. The sword would be too heavy for you. And the men would probably think it's weird having you standing next to them like you're just another man. You're not a man. You're a woman. I know that. Emaia snapped. But you were the one who said we shouldn't let genders define what we were capable of, and I stand by it. But these men have been taught since the day they came out of their mother's womb that women were the softer gender. Aide said. Even if they fight for equality for all mankind, they still need time to adjust. Well, then why shouldn't I join them? Emaia barked and crossed her arms. If I was up there with them, they might get more used to the idea. Aide smiled and looked down. Yeah. But here's the thing, men have egos. Can you imagine how they would react if you turned out to better than them? Emaia paused for a moment. Then frowned. So I can't join them because they don't want their egos to get bruised? Aide bobbed his head. Something like that. But as I said, it's still no excuse. Emaia snorted. Then looked down at the dagger in her hand. I hate being a woman. Don't ever repeat that. Aide said with a grit to his tone. Come with me. I think it's time I teach you a lesson. A lesson, Emaia said, confused, and swallowed. Aide stood up and started walking back towards a small forest located close to the beach. Bring your daggers. Emaia jumped up and started running after him. She couldn't believe it, she was going to learn how to defend herself. It was one of her biggest dreams coming true. She followed Aide into the forest. Not too deep, but just deep enough so nobody could see them. They stopped in a place with smooth ground, and Emaia looked expectantly at Aide. So, what do we start with? Aide untied his cloak and eased it off. He placed it on the leafy ground and turned to Emaia. What do you want to begin with? Learning how to throw or fighting close combat with a dagger? Emaia froze for a moment. She realized this was the first time she had ever seen Aide without a cloak on. His silver hair fell to his mid-back and shone in the opaque light through the treetops. He was tall, thin, but muscular. He was quite attractive, Emaia had to admit. Emaia snapped out of her thoughts when she realized she had been staring. A pink blush crept to her cheeks as she replied. Whichever one you think is best. I guess. Why don't we start with throwing? Then Aide smiled and walked up to a nearby tree. You seem to have a fondness of that in Smithers. Why don't we work on it? Emaia nodded and watched as Aide pulled a small dagger out from under his sleeve. Okay. So, do I like? Just throw them. First you need a target. Aide took his dagger and started carving into the tree. He made a circle before he edged his knife under the bark and then wiggled. The circle of bark snapped off in one piece and revealed smooth tree underneath, a clean surface to shoot at. Cool trick. Emaia observed as Aide packed his dagger away again. She couldn't help but notice the dagger looked old and had something carved into it along the shaft. She didn't dare ask him what it said. She probably wouldn't get an answer either. Aide sent her a quick smile. All right. Now you have a bullseye. This will be your target. Shouldn't there be rings on it? Emaia questioned. She wasn't an expert in these things. But she knew that a bullseye had at least 3 circles. The closer you hit the center, the better. I think we should just focus on your throwing technique first. Aide replied and walked up to her. We'll get to the aiming later. That seemed logical. Emaia fished out all 6 of her small daggers and held them up. They were completely identical. But it still felt like they were so different from each other. So, do you remember what I taught you back by the booth? Emaia thought for a moment. Then took one of the daggers in between her fingers and tried to imitate what he had showed her. Like this. Right. Aide stepped up next to her and bended her fingers a little. There. You want to keep all your other fingers tugged in. Just in case. Right. Emaia nodded. Again. That made perfect sense. So now I take my aim. 5 inches from your ear, good. Aide smiled when Emaia did as instructed. Both eyes open. Wait for the wind to settle. Then throw. She took a deep breath and made a slow exhale. Her eyes were targeted on the tree in front of her. But from the corner of her eye, she saw Aide walk back around her. When he stepped up behind her and steadied her hand, she realized she was shaking a bit. But it wasn't from the cold. Relax. He whispered. Keep your mind focused. Then throw. A chill went up her spine and made her cheeks flush. His voice was so enchanting. There was something about it that made her feel giddy. Emaia decided she had aimed long enough. With a last exhale, she took her shot and threw the dagger at the tree. Much like the first time, the dagger thumped against the trunk and fell to the ground. She let out a frustrated sigh. I told you. It takes time to learn. Aide smiled. It doesn't magically just happen. Would be easier if it did. Emaia grumbled. Can you imagine how much easier everything would be with magic? Yeah. Alright. I want to try again. Emaia readied the next dagger between her fingers and aimed. Come on. Hit. She threw the dagger. But again, it clunked against the tree. Darn. For almost an hour they trained with the daggers. She missed the target a few times, but managed to make the dagger stick 4 times. Aide corrected her once in a while. But other than that, he just watched. Finally, when her arms were getting sore from throwing, Emaia sighed and sat down on the ground. Aide sat down next to her and leaned back on his elbows. He looked up into the treetops. What do you see? Emaia asked curiously and followed his stare. The light shone through the green leaves and cast a yellow sheen on the ground. The same as you. Aide smiled. Beauty. Nature. Life. Can I ask you something? Emaia asked after a short moment. How did you learn to fight? Aide kept watching the trees, but didn't speak a word. Instead, he gave her a smile and sat up. You're very curious about me, aren't you? Emaia shrugged a little. It's hard not to be. You're so different. I was going to say silent, but yes. She smiled. You're different too. You keep so much hidden. I mean, we don't even know your real name. I just wonder what your story is. Aide chuckled a little. Even if I could tell you, I wouldn't. Is the name thing really an elf law? Aide nodded and looked up at the trees again. Thou shalt not speak thine name. Thy name is thine virtue and shall not be spoken until thine heart you shall give. Emaia blinked stunned. That was beautiful. Is that how the law sounds? One of them. Anyways. Aide smiled and gave a vague shrug. It is of course roughly translated into the common tongue. It sounds a bit different in the Elven. How many laws do you have? Emaia asked, interested. It seemed he didn't mind opening up about his kind as long as he didn't reveal anything about himself. A few more. Aide replied. I won't bore you with reciting them. I think maybe we should be heading back. They must be wondering where you are by now. Emaia scoffed and looked onto the ground. I still don't get why they won't at least try to accept me. It's like they're not even trying at all. Why do you keep seeking their approval? Aide asked and rose a brow. You don't need them to tell you how great you are. You think I'm great? Emaia shyly asked. It felt a little weird to be asking him that. But he brought it up. This is what I don't understand about humans. Aide said and stood up. You should know that you are great. You should know that those men out there don't determine whether or not you can do things. He said and pointed to the beach. But most of all, you should know that no matter what people tell you, they don't have the right to pass judgment. You are your own master. That's all great. But that's not how our world works. Aide, Emaia said and looked at the ground again. It might be different where you come from. But women here get taught to look up to men. Not the other way around. This is a man's world. She heard the leaves crunch under his feet, and then Aide crouched down in front of her. The first time I saw you in Bart, I saw a flicker in your eyes. The second night I saw blazing fire. Emaia dared to look up at him and saw him looking intensely at her. You were being held down by a man. And even then, you didn't give up, you fought on. Even when he tried to steal the purest thing you own. My belongings aren't the purest thing. That's not what I'm talking about. You fought. Emaia, Aide said and stared into her eyes and her soul. You didn't know I was there. You thought you were all alone against those men and you didn't give up. This is the same situation. Those men are holding you down. He said and quickly glanced over her shoulder. Where's your fire? Emaia felt something move inside her by his words. It was something fierce and empowering inside her heart that made it thud loud and strong. She looked into Aide's deep, hauntingly beautiful eyes and pressed her lips together. He was right. She needed to stop letting herself get pushed over and take charge. She needed to show them she was better than what they made of her. There it is, Aide said. A slow smirk spread on his lips. I see fire. I want to keep practicing. Emaia said and crawled to her feet. I'm not leaving this spot until I can at least make the dagger stick properly. Aide stood up as well. I'll stay and help if you want me to. Emaia thought about it for a moment and made a decision. Thank you. But I think I can do it myself. I mean, I know how to throw. I just have to practice. Right? Aide smiled and then calmly nodded. I'll leave you to it. Then. Thanks. Emaia smiled. She stepped up to the tree while Aide tied his cloak back on and pulled up the hood. When he turned to walk away, he paused and glanced back at her. He watched her for a short moment before he finally turned and left. Emaia was going to train until she couldn't stand on her feet. When Emaia woke up in her room the next morning, her body felt sore all over. Every part of her felt bruised. And her arms were so sore she could barely lift them above her head. These symptoms were her proof that she was making progress. After Aide had left her to train yesterday, she had kept practicing until sundown. When she returned to the inn, Honky and the men were all sitting there, dining. Where were you? Dashiell had asked, concerned when they had been wondering where she was. We were beginning to think your father's men had caught you and dragged you home. They won't get me that easily. Emaia had laughed. She decided not to tell them she had been practicing her knife skills since she knew it would just lead to a heated discussion. A discussion she was way too exhausted to have. She had eaten her dinner and excused herself afterwards instead. She had slept like a rock. Emaia now crawled out of her bed and went to the window of her room. They were staying at a small inn at the shore named the Oyster. It was right near the beach and was decorated with seashells and colorful glass. The view from her room was right across the shallow sea. The sun was already high in the sky and the air felt warm. Emaia stood there for a few moments, just enjoying life. It felt like she had everything she wanted right now. After another moment or two, she started washing her hair. Lately she had been braiding it instead of tying it up into a bun. Like most women did, there wasn't any need to impress. So why bother with anything else? She washed up, got dressed and packed. Then joined the men down at breakfast. They were already wide awake and were discussing travel plans. We've decided to head for the western coast, Dashiell informed her. We've spread the word in all the big parts of the Eastern Kingdom, so now we'll start targeting the West. The people of Dalian are our main targets. Hanky cut in. Since they lost the recent battle against your ex-fiancé, their lives have been significantly harder. He told and took a gulp of his mug. They'll want to join us. Trust me. People with nothing to lose are the best candidates. We'll start the trip today. Dashiell continued after chewing down his bread. We cut across the southern lands by Lake Monaho. It'll be the fastest way. If we leave right after we've eaten, and we stay out of trouble, we'll be there within 2 weeks. But Lake Monaho, that's close to Senwato's capital. Emaia frowned worriedly. Won't the roads be heavily guarded by the king's men? They will. Dashiell nodded grimly. So it will be dangerous. We'll have to stay alert at all times. We don't want to run into the king's men. By now, he must have heard of us. Indeed, he has. Hanky scoffed. I overheard some men talking about it yesterday. They say he's mad. All the more reason to stay alert. Dashiell said. We should pack up and get going. We have a long journey ahead. It took them exactly 6 days to reach Lake Monaho. Emaia kept practicing her knife skills every day whenever the men were getting trained by Hanky. Aide had also begun teaching her the art of close combat with a knife. Arm up. Blade down. Never let your opponent out of sight. Aide taught one late afternoon. The men were busy training by the campfire. You could hear Hanky shouting instructions to men who were screwing up. Emaia eyed up Aide, who was holding up his blade. 2. They walked around in a slow circle. Emaia imitating Aide's moves. Eyes on his upper body. Aide continued. You want to watch his hands and try to anticipate his next move. How do I do that? Watch his body language. The more you know about your opponent, the better chance you have of predicting his next move. Right. Emaia watched Aide. He looked so perfect in way. His chiseled jawline was smudged with a little bit of dirt and his clothes looked worn out. Even so, he still looked perfect. All right. I think that's enough for one day. Aide finally said and eased up. He lowered his dagger and pushed it into his belt. You need to get some food and a good night's sleep. Long day tomorrow. Emaia packed away her dagger too and watched while Aide put on his cloak again. Won't you join us for dinner? He glanced over his shoulder and gave her a smile. I'm sorry. I can't. I have some things to do. What things? Aide took his time, securing his cloak around his neck before Emaia realized he wasn't going to answer. She guessed this was yet another one of his secret things. I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Then. She finally sighed. She grabbed her satchel and slung it over her shoulder. Good night. Good night. Emaia. Emaia walked towards their camp while Aide disappeared into the woods. He headed in the direction of the lake. When Emaia joined the campfire, the men were caught up talking about their practice earlier. Dashiell cheered when he saw her coming. You should have seen us earlier. Old Hunky here nearly broke his back by trying to defeat me. I'm not. Old Hunky barked from across the fire. I just slipped in mud. I could kick you rear end any day. Keep telling yourself that. Dashiell chuckled and sipped his mug of soup. Whatever makes you sleep at night. So, what have you been up to? Emaia got pulled out of her thoughts when Dash snapped his fingers in front of her eyes. Sorry. What? Anybody home? Dashiell questioned. Are you okay? You seem a little distracted. She was. She couldn't stop thinking about what Aide was doing. He never told her what he was up to, and the curiosity was killing her. What was so secret and important that he had to do it every night? I'm just tired. Is all. Emaia smiled. I spent all day exploring the lake. Searching for berries. Just regular stuff. We lifted heavy swords all day long. Hanka snorted. If anyone should be tired, it should be us. Yeah. Well, I'm tired too, Emaia said. I think I'll just go to bed. Are you sure? Dashiell said and frowned. The sun has barely set. You don't want to stay and talk? I feel like we don't see you enough. You're a part of the group too. You know? Emaia felt a little guilty for a short moment. She had been skipping out on them a lot lately. The truth was, she was tired. But not from walking around. It was from training all day. Whenever they were on the road, she could barely hold onto the reins of the carriage. She was exhausted. But despite her aching arms, she stuck it out. Because at the same time, she had never felt stronger in her whole life, and it was an amazing feeling. But right now, it wasn't because she was tired or didn't want their company. Emaia just had something she needed to do. I know I am. She smiled apologetically to Dash, who was looking at her. But I'm too tired today. Tomorrow, I promise I'll stay and chat. Good night. She headed back to her tent. But instead of crawling into it, she paused. She glanced back at the men who had resumed their talk about their training. When she was certain that nobody was looking, she snuck behind her tent and continued into the woods. Down towards the lake. She couldn't resist it. She just had to know what Aide was doing. His secrecy was unbearable and it was driving her crazy. So she followed the trail Aide had taken and hoped it would lead her to him. The light was slowly fading, and soon all she could see were dark shadows. The sun's last rays of light disappeared behind the trees and left the forest dark and full of weird shapes. After a moment or two of walking, she saw a clearing ahead. A figure was standing by the lake. His feet were dipped in the lakefront and he was holding something in his hand. Long silver hair fell down his shirtless back. And Emaia now realized what he was doing. The item in his hand turned out to be cloth. He was bathing. Emaia felt a blush creep up her neck when she realized what she had walked in on. Aide ran the cloth over his arm and squeezed the water out. Even in the darkness, Emaia could see how the water ran down his body and dripped off the tips of his hair. It was mesmerizing to watch. Emaia bit down on her lower lip. A new sensation formed in her stomach. It was something rebellious, yet intense. Watching Aide shirtless and damped from the water made her heart beat louder. She felt her body getting hotter and her stomach tingled. What was this, Emaia? If you're going to observe, at least try and be discreet. Aide didn't even turn around. He just spoke calmly, as if he wasn't surprised. Emaia, on the other hand, was very surprised. Not to mention embarrassed. She shyly stepped out behind the tree. She was lurking behind and was thankful that it was too dark to tell that she was blushing. I am so sorry. For what? Being curious, Aide spoke over his shoulder. A smile formed on his lips. It's understandable. I thought you were doing something secret. Emaia mumbled while she walked a little closer. I don't know what I was doing. I guess I was trying to find out more about me, Aide suggested, and finally turned around. You really are curious. Emaia's eyes dropped to his naked chest and had to swallow a lump. His torso was impressively defined. His pale, smooth skin was covered in white whimsical tattoos that didn't look like anything she had ever seen before. That, along with how striking he looked, made her blatantly stare at him. Emaia. Huh. She quickly looked up at his face and blushed again. She had been way too obvious. Aide didn't seem to care. You shouldn't be out alone. You know these woods are dangerous. Emaia cleared her head of all the thoughts forming in her mind and focused on him. You're out here alone. You know that's different. You're still learning to defend yourself. Aide said and stepped out of the water. He started walking up to the shore. Near a tree. You're not carrying any light, and you're unarmed. It's reckless. Emaia hated to admit it. But he had a point as always. That didn't change how she felt. However, Aide, I want to ask you something. You always do. He sighed and picked up his tunic that was lying on a tree stump. Aide began pulling it on, hiding away his tattoos. The ones Emaia wanted to ask him about. I know you probably won't answer. But I was wondering. Get down. One moment she was standing on her feet. The next Aide had pulled her to the ground forcefully. Not a second later. A dagger shot straight through the air where she had been standing and pierced through a tree behind them. What in the Emaia didn't get to finish her sentence before an arrow shot through the air as well. Aiming for Aide, who shot to his feet. Emaia couldn't keep up. But it seemed that Aide could. The arrow heading for his heart, he kicked out of the way by jumping up and making a roundhouse kick. Emaia stared with her mouth open. That was unbelievable. The next second 4 men came from out of nowhere, and they were armed to the teeth, in their coats of mail and their helmets. They were unmistakably the king's guards. They had found them. Aide, Emaia shouted when he walked up to them. Evening, gentlemen. Aide coldly greeted. It's a Northern Elf. One of the guards timidly said. Look at his ears. They're extinct. Another one exclaimed and took a step forward. What does this mean? Aide's voice was like thunder. Basically. Run. What happened next? Emaia couldn't believe. The men, all as a unit, charged for Aide, who with no weapon whatsoever happily charged for them. 2. Emaia had never been more scared in her life as the men drew their swords and launched for him. Aide was a skilled fighter. But could he fight 4 armed men with his bare hands? Aide seemed to think he could. But to Emaia's complete and utter realization, he really could. It was like watching a well-choreographed dance. One of the men swung their sword. Aide bowed. Another man took a stab. Aide moved to the side. A guard tried to trip him. He jumped. He was getting attacked from 4 angles. But Aide didn't lose perspective. He managed to grab a dagger from one of the guard's belt and used it to slice through the sleeve of the owner's armor. Blood splashed from the wound and made the warrior drop his sword. Then Aide continued to the next. Emaia watched from the foot of a tree, balled up in fear, like she always did. Her brain was panicking. Even if it looked like Aide was winning. Aide knocked one of the remaining 3 guards in his stomach with his knee and made him stumble backwards and fall down. Aide took that opportunity to throw the dagger at his heart. The guard fell limp on the ground, dead. 2 men were left standing. The guy Aide had cut in the arm was climbing to his feet. But instead of heading towards Aide, he glanced at Emaia. A grim smile stretched on his face. Emaia started to crawl away. Her back collided with a tree and suddenly she was trapped. She was too scared to move when the guard came up to her. You only see red hair like that one place in the whole kingdom. The guard hissed. Miss Roche. Stay away from me or I'll. She had nothing. No weapon. No protection. Or what? The guard mused and flashed her a dark grin. Daddy isn't here to save you anymore. You ran away. Welcome to the real world. Toots. Emaia did the only thing she could think of. She looked up at the tree trunk above her and saw the dagger the men had thrown at them lodged within it. Without thinking, she reached for it and yanked it out. She pointed it at the guard. I said, stay away. The guard let out a bark of a laugh. Behind him, Emaia could see Aide was still busy with the two other men. He looked to be almost done with one more. But he was still fighting. She would have to do this herself. Are you trying to threaten me? The guard chuckled. That only works when a person gets scared. He leaned in so close, Emaia could smell his bad breath. I don't get scared. The next moment, the knife got yanked out of her hand and thrown away. Emaia screamed as the guard grabbed her by her throat, lifted her up. Her airways closed and she choked on her breath. Good girl. Shutting up like you're supposed to. The guard smiled, pleased. I see you haven't completely lost your manners. The guard yanked her off the tree and whirled her around and into his body. He kept his hand firmly locked around her neck as he turned to face Aide. Yo! Elf Aide, who had acquired another dagger, stabbed the last guard in his stomach, who then fell to the ground. Dead. He then shifted his gaze to the man holding Emaia and saw her locked in his grip. His eyes turned into ice. This is how it's going to go down, the guard said and squeezed around Emaia's neck. She wheezed. You're going to drop the knife and then walk out into the lake, he said, a wicked smile on his lips. Then me and the gal will take a long walk into the woods. If I as much as see your shadow, I won't hesitate to kill her and then kill you. Are we clear? Aide's upper lip curled back in rage. Look around you. Your friends are dead. Are you sure you want to be threatening me? I don't think you understand. The guard chuckled. If you take one step closer, the girl's neck gets it. And it would be such a shame to break such a pretty little thing. He darkly chuckled. Suddenly, Emaia felt his big hand move towards her waist and upper body. He squeezed and made Emaia jerk in his arms. Disgust rose in her throat. Let her go, Aide roared. Emaia felt her blood run cold by the aggressiveness in his voice. She couldn't tell in the dim light, but she swore she saw something glint sharply around his mouth. It almost looked like I don't think so. The guard mused. Now start walking into the lake. Me and Ms. Roche have some things to do. I have to get back to the castle soon. I'm sure King Ragnar will be very interested to know that a Northern Elf is walking about in his kingdom. Too bad you won't be alive to tell him the tale. Aide growled. The next second, the dagger in his hand was flying through the air and stabbed the guard through his shoulder. The guard screamed bloody murder, and without thinking, let his grip ease around Emaia's neck. That was all she needed to get away. Emaia jerked out of his grip and fell to the ground. She crawled away from him in fear that he might catch her again. But in the next second, Aide was at his throat. Aide grabbed the guard and hurled him around. He violently pulled him to the forest ground, only to pull him right back up. He punched his fist into his jaw, and what followed was a nasty sound of bone breaking. The guard hollered in pain. Aide kept pounding the guard into the ground, only to drag him to his feet again and pound him back down. At last, the guard seemed to finally lose his strength. Not that he had stood a chance against Aide. Anyway, a piece of advice. Aide growled into his face, holding him by his collar. Don't ever threaten a woman around me. I have a habit of dealing strongly with the ones who do. Emaia couldn't take it anymore. She found the discarded dagger on the ground, and before she realized what she was doing, she threw. The dagger cut straight through the guard's armor and pierced his chest. She hit him and it stayed there. Aide froze in shock for a second, not actually believing what just happened, until the guard made a garbled sound. He glanced back at Emaia, who too had frozen solid. Then, Aide turned back to the guard, pulled the knife from the guard's chest and sliced his throat in one fluid motion. The guard fell dead to the ground with a thump. Emaia didn't realize she had fallen onto her knees before she felt the ground under her hands. Her whole body started shaking with the realization of what she had just done. Emaia. Aide was there, crouching in front of her when she started hyperventilating. It's over now. Calm down. But it wasn't over. Not for Emaia. The whole scene kept replaying in her head. Over and over again. The look on the guard's face when the knife had penetrated his chest, the look on Aide's face when he had glanced back at her in shock. She had just contributed to killing a man. Aide. I killed Emaia. Look at me. Aide stopped her and placed his hands on her shoulders. His eyes were steel. You did not kill him. I did. You were just helping. You didn't do anything wrong. Emaia fought to keep back the tears pressing. Aide. I hit him in the heart. You hit him. But I killed him. Aide persisted. He could have recovered from that wound. Okay, I killed him. Aide was just trying to make her feel better by taking the blame for killing a man. But Emaia knew what she had done. The blade had pierced through his armor and penetrated his chest. The blood pooling out from his chest was the proof of that. Emaia felt a wetness on her cheek and knew she had submitted to the tears. Her whole body was shaking. But oddly enough, she felt empty inside. Like there was no shred of life left in her. Emaia. Aide whispered. He carefully lifted her chin when she looked down. You are not a murderer. Her eyes met with his. His crystal orbs weren't wavering from hers. They looked strongly into hers until she felt like she couldn't breathe. When she couldn't take it any longer. She looked down again, then noticed a weird substance staining Aide's sleeve. Aide. Your arm. She whispered and frowned a little. Aide quickly hid it. Don't worry about that. That's when Emaia realized. Aide. You're hurt. It's nothing. He dismissed. Let's focus on you. Emaia. But your arm is bleeding. Let it. Emaia didn't let him get away with it. She grabbed his arm and brought it under her gaze. Aide made a sharp hiss. Careful. She quickly glanced up at him, and then carefully pulled up his sleeve to inspect the wound. She saw a long cut run up his arm to the pit of his elbow. But the thing that had caught her eye was his blood. It was purple. Your blood, she exclaimed. Her eyes widening. Why is it purple? Aide sighed resignedly and looked at his wound. All elves have purple blood. It's a trademark we get from dragons. So it's true, Emaia gasped. You are related to dragons. In a way. Yes. Aide replied and pulled his arm to himself. But we don't share anything else than blood. Listen. We need to head back to camp. He said. Changing the subject abruptly. The king's men must have passed by the group. We have to check if they're okay. She sighed. You're right. She knew he didn't want to discuss that subject any further, and trying wouldn't get her anywhere. There was something he didn't want her to know. Why else would he try and hide his wound? We should head back. Your arm needs treating. My arm is fine. Aide curtly replied. Let's go. They walked back together. Aide being their guide. He knew the way back much better. After a minute or two, they came to the camp and found the men still chatting lively by the fire. They didn't seem to have noticed anything was wrong. But once Dashiell spotted them, his eyes widened. What the hell happened to you two? He exclaimed and shot to his feet. The men behind him quickly followed his gaze and widened their eyes in shock. 2. Hunky immediately frowned and stood up, a hand on his sword. We got attacked by the king's guards. Aide told. They were hiding in the woods. They've been waiting for us ever since we entered the area. How the hell do you know that? Hanky barked. My ears aren't just for show. Aide calmly replied. Elves hear about 10 times better than humans. That explained a lot of things. Emaia thought. For example, it explained why he knew she was there watching him just before and how he knew where there was trouble. He could hear everything happening. That's nice of you to share. Hanky sarcastically snorted. Anything else we should know? Not right now. But I do think we should pack up and get going. Aide suggested. We managed to kill the ones that attacked us. But they can't be the only ones out here. Dashiell broke in and frowned at Aide. What do you mean by we? Aide glanced down at Emaia. She could read his eyes, and she knew what he was asking her. Did she want to reveal her secret or not? She looked back at the men. While you men have been training with Hanky, I've been taking lessons from Aide in how to fight and throw with daggers. Both Hanky and Dashiell's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Some of the other men looked just as surprised. There was a moment of silence. Then Hanky turned to Aide and exploded. Ye've been teaching her how to fight. Are ye crazy? Do ye want her to be on the battlefield when all this goes down? Why don't we just ask kids to join us as well? That'll be a great idea. 2. Are you comparing women with children? Aide calmly asked and raised a brow. Think very carefully before you answer. Hanky turned as purple as Aide's blood. I'll think carefully when I want to black. You are risking the life of a woman. I am improving her chance of surviving. Aide snapped. He looked to be finally getting annoyed. If the king's men came knocking on your wife's door, would you rather have her defenseless, or would you like her to know how to handle a weapon? Are ye threatening my wife? Enough, Emaia shouted and stepped between the men. There is real danger in these woods, and if tonight has taught me anything, it's that I feel safer, knowing how to defend myself. If anyone has a problem with me learning how to do that, you can take it up with my dagger. She growled. I'm tired of getting looked down upon. We are fighting for equality. Guys, how can we proclaim that we want fairness for all mankind if we don't believe in it ourselves? She looked around at all the men and especially at Hanky. I helped take down a man tonight. Please tell me it wasn't in vain. Emaia, you did not kill. Aide cut in and placed a hand in her shoulder. Stop telling yourself that. What the hell is wrong with your arm? Dashiell spoke up. After seeing the purple stain on his tunic. Is that purple blood? Aide clenched his jaw. It's just a minor cut. All elves have purple blood. It's no big deal. Wicked. Dashiell mumbled. But then glanced at Emaia. Are you unharmed? She nodded quietly. I'm fine. Aide protected me as always. All right. Listen. Hanky suddenly said. He seemed to have done some thinking. I'm not saying I approve of you teaching the gal how to fight, but, he said when Emaia was about to open her mouth, if that's what she wants, so be it. I already said weeks ago that I cleaned my hands in this. He bickered and scowled at her. If ye get harmed, I'm not responsible. And I'm fine with that. Emaia added and firmly crossed her arms. As long as she got to continue her training, she could care less about what Hanky or the others thought. Good. Hanky said and hiked up in his pants. Then let's pack up the camp. And you, elf boy, he said and pointed a finger at Aide. You walk in the front. If ye hear even as much as a twig snap, I want ye to alarm us. I have no intentions of dying tonight. Fine. Aide replied. He still seemed a little tense. Him and Hanky clearly had different views on the world, and Hanky's narrow-mindedness was pushing Aide's limits. Let's move it. Then Hanky shouted. I want to be out of these woods within the week. For the 100th time. I'm fine. I don't need you to sit with me. You were attacked. I just want to help you a little. Emaia rolled her eyes and yanked the reins out of Dashiell's hands when he tried to grab them. I can steer myself. Thank you. I can take over for a little while. You could lie down in the back and rest. It had been this way ever since they had left the camp at Lake Monaho. Dash was convinced that Emaia suffered from shock and needed to be treated gently. but in truth, she was fine. After sleeping on it, she had come to terms with the fact that she would have to get used to the reality of their fight. For what they were fighting for. Some conflicts would be necessary. Even if they hoped they could do this the non-violent way. Stop being overprotective around me. Emaia snapped flatly. That is the last time I'm telling you. If you try one more time, you get to walk behind the wagon. Got it? Dash sheepishly smiled. Okay. Okay. I'll stop. I'm just worried about you. There's no need to be. Emaia assured him. I'm not scared, at least not anymore. I was in the moment. But that was only because that brute tried to touch me. Again Dashiell exclaimed horrified. Didn't you mention something along the same lines? Back in Bart, yes. I did. Man. They flock around you like flies. Dashiell mumbled. Do you think it's your hair? My hair? Emaia questioned and looked down at her braid. What's with my hair? It's so red. Dashiell said and admired her hair. It shines in sunlight. It glows in moonlight. He cut himself off. A pink blush made its way up to his cheeks. Wow. That sounded cheesy. I'm sorry. Emaia chuckled and shook her head. It's all right. Thank you. I think. Maybe you're right. Though. Maybe it is my hair. Could be your dresses. Too. Dashiell awkwardly murmured. A dress stands out pretty harshly among breeches. That's actually not a half bad idea. Emaia exclaimed when an idea popped into her head. Idea? What idea? I didn't mention an idea. Did I? Dashiell looked confused. Breeches. Emaia grinned. I'll buy some breeches. What? Dashiell blinked. How did we land there? I'm tired of leaves always sticking to the hem of dresses. Emaia told truthfully. They're unsuitable for staying in the woods, and I hate whenever a branch gets caught. I'll invest in a pair of breeches. Dashiell was quiet for a moment. Is this the part where I mention you're a little crazy? Is this the part where I mention I don't care? She was buying some breeches. Why the idea hadn't occurred to her sooner was a mystery. Dresses were unfit for the forest. She needed something that was easier to move around in. Something tighter and less fluffy. Who cared if women wearing breeches were frowned upon? She wrote a mental note to remember to buy a pair when they stopped in the next town. She was doing this. Emaia rolled around on the leafy forest ground, laughing uncontrollably. She couldn't remember the last time she had felt this free. She was wearing breeches. And they were so comfortable. She swore she would never wear another dress. Breeches were much better. You look happy. A voice said from above her. Emaia glanced up and saw Aide standing over her, smiling down. Even from this point of view, he looked handsome. Emaia was beginning to think he didn't have a bad angle. She smiled brightly up at him. I am. Can you see a difference? You're wearing breeches. Aide noted and grinned. Looks good. For some reason. Emaia felt a slight tingle in her stomach. She wasn't as used to getting compliments as one might think. Especially from men. Thanks. She gently smiled. What are you doing here? Are you about to do some secret stuff? Can I watch? Aide let out a bark of laughter and showed off a set of perfect white teeth. No. I'm not doing anything secret. Actually, I was looking for you. Dashiell said I could find you tumbling around in the leaves over here. Emaia blushed a little, but then hesitantly stood up. Right. I was just testing out my new breeches. Of course. Aide smiled and made a respectable bow with his head. But I've been thinking about something ever since we left the lake. Oh, Emaia felt a nervous pinch in her stomach. She hoped this wasn't about the man she had helped fight. It occurred to me that you have no idea how to defend yourself without a weapon. Aide voiced with concern. I've been teaching you how to fight with a dagger. But you have no idea how to fight someone if you're unarmed. That was true. Emaia had felt defenseless against the brute in the alley and the guard from a few nights back. So what are you saying? Are you going to teach me how to defend myself without a weapon? Aide paused for a moment. Only if you want me to. I can't help but notice you have a natural gift when it comes to attracting danger. Thanks. Emaia frowned. She was pretty sure that wasn't a compliment. Though. I'd like to learn. Can you teach me? Aide smiled a little. I certainly can. Great. When do we start? Right now. Aide said and rose a brow. If you want to. Emaia nodded firmly. I do. Let's begin. Aide nodded a single time before he stepped up behind her. Do you remember this? He suddenly grabbed her by her neck. He held it in a tight grip that brought back bad memories. Emaia gulped down a lump of fear as she remembered how the brute had held her that night in the alley. How could she ever forget? I remember. That's called a cuff hold. Aide said and let go again. It gets its name from the way thugs use it to shackle their victims to the ground. It is often used by violent assailants. He added with a bitter mien. He then took a few steps backwards and began circling her. Now, when the attacker uses this grip, his ultimate intention is to bring you onto the ground. Preferably face down first. Why? She cut in and frowned. I would have thought a man preferred a woman from the front. Isn't that how it works? Aide simply smiled at her for a moment. Emaia would have given gold and diamonds to know what he was thinking. He looked at her with that look in his eyes. She couldn't decipher it. Aide finally wiped smile off and got serious again. Some men do. But thugs have found it easier to wrestle a woman to the ground when she is defenseless. Aide explained and crossed his arms. When you're face down, you can't reach up and hit him. I see. Emaia nodded thoughtfully. So, how do you fight it? The grip. Aide took a few more steps, clearly considering something, but then stopped abruptly. Well, the technique you need to learn to get out of the grip is best taught when showed. The only thing is, when he paused for too long. Emaia cut in. Well, Aide sighed again before looking at her. It's very intimate. In order for me to show you, I'd have to go a little physical on you. Okay. Emaia said and made a confused frown. That seems all right. We would have to simulate the attack slowly. As if I was attacking you. Aide continued with a controlled voice. I'd have to pretend to be an assailant. Oh. Now she understood. He was uncomfortable playing a role he despised more than anything. And on top of that, he would have to grab her in ways that might seem inappropriate. I understand if you don't want to do it. Emaia, I'm not concerned about myself. Aide cut in. You experienced something very traumatic and I don't want to teach you this if it's going to bring back memories that are too painful. Emaia frowned and looked at how protective he was acting. He was always protective. But somehow this seemed different. Aide. She started and took a few steps forward. I know what happened was terrible. But the truth is, you stopped it before it actually happened. I know I did. But you don't have to be afraid of scaring me. Emaia said and looked into his crystal eyes. This will be different. I know you won't be trying to harm me, but trying to teach me. Aide pressed his lips together and studied her face for a while. His eyes still read concern. But she knew he was going to agree. Fine. He said and sighed. The decision is up to you. Emaia smiled and nodded. Then let's get started. All right. Aide sighed for the last time and warmed up his arms with a quick stretch. We'll start off by you facing away from me. I'll come up behind you, and wrap my arms around your neck and waist. We'll do this slowly so I can guide you through the attack. Got it? Got it. Emaia confirmed and turned her back on him. Go for it. He stepped up behind her and suddenly she could feel his warmth radiating into her back. I whirl my arm around your waist. Like this. She saw his arm curl around her stomach, as well as her arms. And then he gently pressed her body towards his, to keep you from escaping and lock in your arms. If the attacker is strong, you're already defenseless by now, he said close to her ear. Emaia swallowed as she felt his soft breath caress the shell of her ear. Her body was pressed right up against his torso and she could feel every contour of his firm figure. It was practically a backwards embrace. Okay. I'm with you so far. Good. He murmured and slowly rose his other hand to her neck. Now I bring my other hand around your throat. He softly placed his hand around her slender neck. So carefully. She barely felt his touch. The attacker will squeeze tight enough to cut off most of your air supply, thus diminishing your ability to cry for help. He gently pressed his hand a little tighter around her throat, but nowhere near enough to even make her cough. Emaia felt very self-conscious about everything her body normally did. Breathe. Swallow, even blinking. His hand was resting on top of her pulse, and she didn't doubt he could feel it racing. By now your attacker will already have the advantage. You could try and wrestle his hold, but it will only cause him to hold that much tighter, Aide instructed her, his voice as steady as himself, as unorthodox as it sounds. The best thing you can do is wait until he gets you on the ground. Okay. Emaia said and swallowed again. She could feel whatever nervousness she was swallowing passed by his hand, before it inevitably landed in her stomach where his arm rested. He had to be sensing her mood. If he was hiding it. Or maybe just ignoring it. Now, if this attack was real, I would spin my foot around yours and make you trip while at the same time hold you by your neck until you land on the ground face down. It continued, while softly letting go of her throat. But for the sake of this, I think it's best if I just ask you to lie down for me. All right. That's fine. Emaia nervously replied as Aide unwrapped himself from her. She suddenly felt cold. Emaia carefully bowed down and placed herself on the leafy forest ground, palms down and chest against the dirt. It was a very awkward position since she couldn't really see him anymore. Like this. Yes. Now this is the part I'm not particularly fond of, Aide said and bent down to his knees. I'm going to have to lie on top of you. You can tell me to stop at any time, he assured her. This can be very challenging to boundaries and I don't want you to do anything you're uncomfortable with. I think I'll manage, Emaia replied and gave him a quick smile. If it'll help me survive an ambush, I don't see any problems. All right, Aide said and exhaled. He then carefully placed a knee on either side of her body. So the attacker starts off by mounting his victim like this, he told while placing himself accordingly. They use one hand to balance themselves. He leaned in over her body and balanced his weight on one strong hand on the ground next to her head, and used their other hand to grab you with the cuff hold. Emaia cut in when the whole scene started to look and feel familiar. He uses it to hold me down. Exactly. Aide carefully placed his other hand around her neck. Despite their clever talk, they're all about the same thing. They disgust me. Emaia growled and involuntarily clenched her fists. I'd think you a simpleton if they didn't, Aide replied with a humorless voice. Now, remember, we're just rehearsing, so try and relax. Okay, right. Relax. Emaia mumbled and slowly unfolded her fists. So now I'm on the ground. You said to wait until I was on the ground. What do I have to do? Right, you start off by waiting for him to get close enough. Aide said and leaned into her ear. Like this. Trust me. If he is anything like a classic assailant, he'll lean in to throw a few nasty words in your face, and if he doesn't, you'll still be able to do this. Aide said. But trust me when I say he will. It's the last satisfaction he gets before he gets lost in the adrenaline rush. I've seen enough of these encounters to know that they all have similar patterns. All right. Emaia nervously replied. She wondered exactly how many people he had saved from getting attacked. So what was the move? The attacker has now leaned in to give you a piece of his deluded mind. But what he doesn't realize is that in that moment, he forgets all about his facade. He thinks you're so caught in the fright of listening to his words that you forget all about trying to escape. So this is your moment. Aide said and adjusted himself. While he talks, you take your hand and grab his, the one he's leaning on, and dig your nails into his skin so hard he loses focus. Right. Emaia determinedly said and used her hand to wrap it around Aide's wrist. She squeezed around it and held on tight. Good. Aide said and placed his knees better on the ground. The attacker gets caught off guard, and of course tries to get you to let go of him. He needs that hand to reach for your clothing. So while he's distracted by getting his other hand free, he loses focus on the one that's holding you down. Aide explained and loosened his grip on her neck. He will have loosened it enough for you to thrust your head backwards into his and give his forehead a nice bump. All right. What then? Emaia asked with a smirk. Do I like overpower his arm or something? Aide chuckled softly and shook his head. Not quite. Once you've knocked his head, he'll automatically retract a little, giving you the opportunity to stick your elbow into his ribs. Aide took her hand and softly guided her arm into his chest so that her elbow softly touched his ribcage. You have to hit him as hard as you can, so this next bit will get easier. And what is that? You have to use your whole body to roll him over. Aide said and let go of her arm. Use his disorientation to your advantage. Support your arm on the ground. Set off hard, and then roll over. This causes you to flip him over and land on top of him. Do you understand? I think so. Yes. Emaia said and nodded against the ground. Good. Now you try it. Aide said and placed his hand back on the ground. Try and roll you over. Emaia asked hesitantly and felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Yes. Try and roll me over. Aide chuckled. You won't hurt me. Should I use strength? She carefully asked. If you prefer. Yes, Aide said. A lock of his silver hair slid down from his shoulder and tickled her ear. It would certainly help you learn better. Emaia nodded again and swallowed before shortly replying. All right. Then. Whenever you're ready. Aide smiled and braced himself. Emaia took a deep breath and readied herself for her attack. She had to focus so she wouldn't do anything wrong and accidentally hurt him. Despite what he said, silently, she counted to 3 and then did as he'd said. She started by grabbing his arm and dug her nails into his skin. Hard. Aide released her neck, and she took the opportunity to knock his head with her own. The blow probably hurt her own head more than his. But Aide did as he had told and retracted. Emaia released his hand and jammed her elbow into his rib. Aide didn't even as much as flinch as she set off on the ground with her hand and tilted them both over. Aide let himself fall onto the ground and Emaia landed, as predicted, on top of him. Good job. Aide smiled and supported himself up on his elbows. It was great for a first time. I think I hurt my head. Emaia mumbled and grimaced when she rubbed the back of her sore head. She heard Aide chuckle beneath her. I think you punctured my skin. What Aide held up his hand and revealed how his wrist had 5 small puncture wounds. All of them bleeding ever so slightly. Small drops of purple blood ran down his pale skin. "Oh my Aide. I'm so sorry," Emaia started and gasped from the sight. "You should have said something." "I would have stopped." "Relax, Emaia. It's just a little blood." Aide chuckled again. "Besides, you did good. If it had been a real assailant, he would have gotten some serious damage." "But Aide, the attack isn't over." Aide interrupted her. "Need I remind you he's still conscious and very angry?" "Oh," Emaia said when she realized they were still rehearsing. "So. Ooh. What's next?" "You need to make sure he won't be able to run after you," Aide said and laid back down on the ground. "Depending on how fast you and your attacker both are, you can simply hurry up and neutralize him. But if he's quick, he'll grab your arms like this." He took both of her wrists and held them tightly in his hands. "If and when that happens, just twist your arms so that he's forced to let go." "Like this," Emaia said and twisted her arms around until Aide had to let go or he'd dislocate his hands. "Precisely like that." Aide smiled and rested his hands on the ground again. "But if he doesn't and is still slightly disoriented, strike his head with your elbow and break his nose. This will make his eyes water and give you an opportunity to get away." "Brilliant." Emaia grinned. "So I have to cause pain to your nose now? I'd prefer if you didn't." Aide chuckled and popped himself up on his elbows again. "But you certainly can if you feel the need." Emaia was seriously tempted for a short moment, but of course didn't do it. "I'm good. Thanks." "Thank you." Aide smiled and chuckled a little. "You can get off me anytime you want to. By the way." "Oh. Sorry," Emaia gasped, and quickly shot to her feet. She turned around quick enough to see Aide climb to his feet as well. "It's no problem," Aide calmly said and brushed off any leaves on his tunic that had stuck to it. "Now you've got the basic need to know on how to escape assailants." "Basic?" Emaia said, confused. "I thought that was it. Is there more?" "Well, that was only one possible scenario," Aide explained and looked at her. "I only showed you the most frequently used assault technique. Your assailant could attack you from the front as well. He could have a concealed weapon. He could be chasing you." "Then, why shouldn't we rehearse those as well?" Emaia asked and crossed her arms. "I don't want to just be prepared for one possible attack. I want to be able to take complete care of myself." "Believe me, I do too. But I think we should take these things in moderation. You need to learn one act before we start another." "Well, I already memorized this one. What's the harm in teaching me one more?" "One at a time." "Emaia," Aide said and ran a quick hand over his smooth hair to get a small twig out. "I don't want to overwhelm you with these maneuvers. Just show me one more," Emaia begged and eagerly folded her hands. "Please, Aide. I don't want to be helpless ever again." Aide turned and gave her a soul-searching look. He studied her determined eyes, and then looked at the ground with a sigh. "I guess I can't talk you out of it." "Is that a yes?" She tried hopefully and waited with anticipation while Aide rubbed his face. "It's a yes." "Yes," Emaia shouted and threw a fist in the air. Doomed to all attackers, Aide let out a short bark of laughter. "You surprise me sometimes, Emaia. You really do. I keep thinking that you'll think you're getting in over your head. But you never do. You fight on. I've been doing nothing my whole life. It's time I actually do something," Emaia fiercely said and stretched her fingers. "Now show me the moves." "Elf boy." Aide rolled his eyes and then looked up at the sky. "That nickname is catching on. Get used to it." "All right then. Firefly. Get over here and stand in front of me." "Firefly," Emaia repeated with a doubtful look. "Is that supposed to be some sort of metaphor for having red hair?" Firefly is what my people would call someone like you. Aide told with a smile. Someone with fire in their soul and wings to fly. Right. Emaia hummed and placed herself in front of him so they were less than a meter apart. So, teach me how to fly. Elf boy. Start off by placing your feet in shoulder width distance. Okay. Like this. Exactly. The human body goes into a defensive stand whenever it feels threatened. It's a natural human instinct. Oh. Yeah, Emaia smirked and looked into Aide's eyes. And how would an elf know about human instincts? You don't want me to go down that path. Believe me. Aide bitterly replied. Actually. I do. Emaia said, feeling a sudden curiosity as to why he got so serious. But Aide just smiled it off. This next move is important. So, pay attention. Emaia had learned that was how he reacted whenever he wouldn't answer the subject. He just smiled and there was nothing she could do to push the truth out of him. So, with a sigh, she nodded and looked at his figure again. Fine. I'm looking. When the attacker attacks from the front, the first thing he likes to do is make sure you can't fight back. He'll start off by grabbing your arms. Like so. Aide used both his hands to grab each of her lower arms. They'll either grab your lower arms or your wrists. Either way, they're both effective. Okay. I'm with you so far. Emaia said and nodded concentrated. Do I wait to get on the ground this time? 2. Before I act. Or can I do something now? Aide smiled playfully and looked into her eyes. The firefly is feisty. I see. Well. As a matter of fact, you have 2 options. Aide instructed while still holding her arms. Option 1, while he's trying to control your arms. Thrust your knee in between his legs. That'll teach him a lesson. For a man. You really disagree with some men's methods. Emaia laughed. Well, as a man, I personally know how much it hurts. Aide chuckled back. But no. I don't hate all men. Just the ones who make a living out of using innocent women for their own ends. Fair enough. Emaia nodded. So what's option 2? Option 2, wait for the guy to try and pin you beneath him. You use that moment to surprise him, and pin him beneath you instead. Shouldn't I just be trying to get away from the aggressor as fast as possible? Emaia asked and raised a brow. Aide chuckled and bobbed his head. Well. I suppose you would. I guess I would just want to teach the guy a really valuable life lesson before letting him run off to find his next victim. So strike the guy hard and then make a run for it. Emaia squinted her eyes for a second while she thought. You know what? I like that idea better. 2. In that case, let's move on with option 2. Aide said and rearranged his hands to her wrists. So first off, he'll try and shove you to the ground. Using the foot tripping technique again. In which case, you'll trip and land hard on your back. Followed by the weight of your attacker landing on top of you. He explained and looked down at her. If you're up for it, we can try it. Of course I won't be landing on you. I'll stop my fall with my hands. He assured her. It sounds fun. Let's try. Emaia smiled and readied herself for the assault. You are surprisingly cheerful when rehearsing defense attacks. Aide said and raised a questionable brow. Should I be worried? Hey. I'm just trying to make teaching fun here. Emaia cheekily replied and childishly stuck out her tongue. Aide laughed and shook his head at her. Again you surprise me. Well, there's a lot more surprises where Aide tackled her to the ground. Using the tripping technique. And suddenly they were both falling in a whirl of limbs. Emaia herself landed on the leafy ground with a thump while Aide very acrobatically managed to break his fall by releasing her wrists and placing his hands on either side of her shoulders on the ground. When Emaia figured out what was up and what was down, she found Aide chuckling smugly above her. "Hey," she snapped and scowled up at him. "I wasn't ready." "Surprise." He winked and flashed her a smirk. Emaia grunted and stuck out her chin. "Real cute. Elf boy. Real cute. Alright now. Let's get serious," Aide said and wiped off his smile. "This next one is your move. Can I hit you forcefully?" "That's a no." Now, when the attacker has wrestled you to the ground, he thinks he has the advantage. But what he doesn't realize is that the advantage lies with you. Sure. Sure. What advantage? Emaia flatly asked, still feeling a little grumpy from his little trick. Being on top is always the most demanding position. You either have to balance on your hands or balance on your knees. Either way is very exhausting, even for the strongest man. "Let me guess, you know this because you have experience in dominant positions," Emaia smugly suggested. "Focus. Emaia," Aide ordered her, though a little smirk played on his lips. "I knew I should have stayed on one lesson per day." No. No. "I'm focused," Emaia snapped and squinted her eyes concentratedly. "Super focused," Aide sighed at her, but then shook his head. "Fine. Depending on what your attacker is resting on, you need to use your legs or your head." Aide continued. "Legs or head?" Emaia repeated, determined. "If he's resting on his hands, you use your legs. If he's resting his legs, use your head. It's really all about using the opposite of what he has to work with," he told while still holding his weight off her. Emaia had to admit it was very close. Lying like this, he was an attractive man, even though he was so private. It felt like this was the closest she would get to him, and a part of her enjoyed it while another part craved more. "So if he's resting on his legs, you have to take your hands before he does," Aide told and rested each knee on either side of her body. "Reach up and grab his head around his ears. Use his ears as handles. Pull his head towards you and strike your head hard against his." "How come a lot of your techniques involves the same things?" Emaia asked curiously. "Human women aren't usually that physically strong, so I'm teaching you how to do maximal damage with the natural weapons you already have," Aide explained and smiled. "A woman's strength lies in her head. Quite literally." "Well, thank you." Emaia smiled and did a teasing bow with her head. "You're welcome. Back to defense." Aide smiled back and looked at her. "Once you've struck him over the head, he'll automatically retract his hands to hold his sore forehead." "Natural human instinct?" Emaia asked and raised a playful brow. Whose head was hurting just before Aide smirked and raised a brow back at her. Emaia immediately frowned. "All right. Tache. Now will you focus?" Aide said seriously. "We're almost done, but we'll never get there in this pace." "All right. All right," Emaia hissed and sighed. "Good. Now I want you to listen carefully, while he's holding his head. Push yourself backwards, using your hands to slide out from under him," Aide instructed. "He'll realize what's happening by the time you're almost out. This is where you thrust your foot into his pelvis and knock the air out of him." He smirked. "He won't be able to do anything while you take your run for it." "Great," Emaia nodded. "So, what's next?" "Next you try it on me." Aide smiled and adjusted himself on his knees. "Give me your worst." "I have to grab your ears, strike your head and kick you in the stomach?" Emaia asked, feeling unsure of how much she would actually hurt him. After all, he wasn't wearing his armor, only his thin breeches and his tunic. "Emaia, I've been in more fights than I care to remember. Aide said and looked pointedly at her. Trust me when I say. This is the least amount of pain I will endure. I'm not sure if I should be happy about that or be insulted that you just called me weak. Emaia mumbled and frowned again. Use whatever you have to get through the attack. Aide chuckled. But just remember to stay focused. All right. Emaia said and narrowed her eyes in concentration. Here we go. She reached up and grabbed his slender elf ears and pulled his head towards her as hard as she could. She noticed a brief smile on his lips just before she struck her head into his as powerful as she possibly could. The blow made her own forehead hurt. But she ignored it as Aide reached for his. Emaia could tell he was only acting. But she still kept on with the attack and slid out from under him. When her legs were free, she didn't hesitate to boot her foot into the pit of his stomach. Thankfully, Emaia knew her strongest feature were her legs. So the kick was actually rather hard. Aide lunged over and truthfully looked surprised by the force of the blow. Emaia took her chance. And with a grin, she got to her feet and stood up. Ta-da, that. Aide coughed from his position on the ground. Was excellent. That was amazing, Emaia exclaimed and smiled brightly. Are you all right? Aide slowly stood up and brushed some dirt off his clothes. I'm fine. That was some kick. You said I could use strength, indeed I did. Aide chuckled. Good job. Thank you. You're a great teacher. Emaia softly smiled. You're a great student. Aide reciprocated. Okay. That was 2 lessons. Let's call it a day. Later, at the campfire, Emaia was sitting and picking the remains of her cooked rabbit off the bone. Hanky and Dashiell had gone out to hunt some more food in the woods. And like always, Aide was nowhere to be seen. He always disappeared around nightfall. She looked into the fire, thinking about everything that had happened to her these past weeks, since the moment she left Roches. She had been on an adventure. This was the first time she'd really gotten the time to sit down and think. What were her parents doing right now? Were they worried? Did they miss her? Obviously they did. Otherwise they wouldn't have put out a bounty to get her back. She wondered what had happened to the wedding plans. Technically, she was still betrothed. But Emaia figured the wedding had been called off when she didn't show up. She looked down at her food, which at this point looked more like mush. It was strange, she sort of missed her parents. She had grown up in Roches, always close to them. It was natural to feel a little homesick. But every time she thought about why she had left, there was not a doubt in her mind that this was where she was meant to be, right here. Fighting for a free world, where no one should feel left out. Rights for all. Men. She suddenly heard Hanke's raw voice roar from the outline of the woods. Get over here now. Emaia jumped up when Hanke, Dashiell, and to her surprise Aide, all came out from the woods, looking like they had been through a fight. Hanke's clothes looked dirty and he had a cut on his cheek and arm. Dashiell looked no better. His eyebrow had a nasty slice and he was supporting his ribs with his hand. Even Aide looked like he had been in a fight. But at least he was unharmed. All the men quickly came running up to the trio and glared at them with shock written over their faces. Emaia had to admit, she was pretty stunned herself. What happened? She voiced, while Hanke caught his breath. The king's guards. Dashiell darkly told. Everywhere at least a dozen. They came out of nowhere. Those antagonists were armed to the teeth. Hanke growled. He looked less than pleased with being attacked after sunset. We were lucky to survive. What was Aide doing with you? Emaia asked curiously. She looked up at him. I was in the area. He calmly replied. I saw them coming up behind a few trees. It was great, Dashiell exclaimed with big eyes. He crawled up into a tree like a spider and started firing arrows at them. He never missed. Elves are good with bows and arrows. Tell me something new. Hanky snapped irritatedly. He didn't seem to like the fact Aide had been their rescuer. Now listen, this evening has made me realize something. What? We can't stay in the woods no more. Hanky told. The king's guards are out there searching for us. They know we frequent the woods more than we frequent the towns. He wants our heads. And he clearly doesn't let the nightfall stop him. I don't know about ye guys, but I have no wish to die while I sleep. Hanky barked. I will die with a sword in my hand, all right enough. Hanke. Emaia impatiently cut in. What do we do? Then we start heading for the towns. Hanky said and gave them all a glare. We check into separate inns in small groups so it won't seem suspicious. We arrange a meeting spot. And when we have to leave again, we meet outside the town. That way we avoid drawing too much attention. The towns, Emaia exclaimed. But won't they find us easier in there? They think we sleep in the forests. Hanky replied. If we stay off trail for a few days, they'll lose track of us. Emaia thought about it for a second. She supposed it was worth a shot. And she wouldn't mind sleeping in a proper bed for once. There was just one problem. What about Aide? What about me? Aide questioned and raised a brow. You can't stay in the woods all by yourself. Emaia firmly said. We need you. What would have happened tonight if you hadn't seen those men coming? We would have survived just fine, Hanky barked grumpily. No. You wouldn't. Emaia growled. Look at yourselves. If Aide hadn't showed up, you probably would have been in serious trouble and this whole thing had fallen to pieces. You should be happy that Aide saw them. How did you see them? Dashiell voiced after having been quiet for a while. It was pitch black. We could barely see a hand in front of us. Aide took a moment to reply. Elves see in the dark. Hanky barked loudly. That's just great, ye hear better. Ye see better, I suppose ye smell better. Aide didn't reply. He just gave them a look that said it all. Oh. Wonderful, Hanka bickered. Elves can smell things from a mile's distance, how surprising, Hanky. Emaia snapped. Even though she herself was a bit stunned. She kept learning more and more about Aide. Even if he seemed reluctant to share the info. This new piece of information nearly blew her away. We need to focus. Aide can't walk around in the towns. He could be seen. What are we going to do about that? I've been walking around in towns all over Sinworth. Aide calmly spoke up. People have never noticed me. This is different. Emaia said. You were laying low then. Now you're part of a group that's trying to stand tall. I'll be careful. Aide said. Don't worry about me. Great. It's settled. Then Hanky spoke before Emaia could object. The elf boy will dress up like a human and the rest of us will split into groups. Are ye good with that? The men looked around at each other and then nodded. They never questioned Hanke's ideas. And so far, none of them had backfired. Despite his temper and hot-headedness. Hanky was a clever man. Good, he shouted. Then let's get some rest. You. Hanky turned Aide. You'll take the first night watch. Put those elf senses to good use, Hanky, it's fine. Aide said and held up a hand. I'll be more than happy to. Emaia sighed tiredly. When would this feud between Hanky and Aide stop? They should just put them out on a table and measure. Emaia irritatedly thought. Great. Hanky said and spat on the ground. 2. The western coast it is. It was embarrassing. Here she was. Trying to prove to them all that she was just as strong as any man, and yet now, as she was lying balled up in her tent, she had to admit that she wasn't. They were one night away from the western coast, and then this happened. As many of the other things she had forgotten to take into account for when she left Rochester. She had also forgotten about her monthly cycle. In her rush, she had forgotten all about packing some herbal soothers for her cramps. That meant she was now left to suffer silently in her tent while the men were enjoying their dinner outside by the fire. It had been so embarrassing that morning when she had awoken, when she hadn't emerged from her tent for breakfast as always. Dashiell had poked his head inside to ask if she was okay. Like a fool, she had lied to him and told him she was just feeling unwell. There was no way she was going to tell him she was immobile because of her gender's monthly pain. It was taboo, and besides, men didn't understand it anyway. At least it explained why she had been feeling so emotional lately. She always got extra sensitive up to her cycles. Suddenly, she heard scampering outside her tent. Emaia, of course it was Aide. His melodious voice had long ago been imprinted in her head. "What is it?" Emaia muttered while painstakingly clutching her stomach. "It hurts so much. May I come in for a moment?" "Oh. No." He couldn't see her like this. Not in this state. "I'm not feeling well," she said and made her voice raspy. "I don't want you to catch my illness." She coughed for good measure. Suddenly the pelt to her tent was pulled aside, and Aide looked in. "I know you're not sick, Emaia." When he carefully climbed in, Emaia moved over in the tiny tent. How come he just knew she was lying? He could always tell. "What do you want?" she asked once he had pulled the pelt down again. "Here. Drink this." Emaia now discovered he was holding something in his hand. A mug. She sat up and grimaced a little when another gut-wrenching shot of pain twisted in her stomach. Aide looked down at the mug and smiled gingerly. "When the women back in my clan had their cramps, they drank this. It relieved them from their pains." That caught her off-hand. How could he possibly know I know enough mothers and young girls to know the signs? Aide replied and offered her the cup again. "Please. Drink it. I promise it will help." Emaia frowned for a second, but then carefully looked into the cup. "What is it?" The consistency reminded her of spinach stew. It was thick and green, with small flakes of grounded herbs. It looked unappetizing. "It's an elf secret." Aide chuckled at the sight of her disgusted grimace. "And besides, I think it's better if you don't know." Emaia gave the cup a sniff. Weirdly enough, it smelled like thyme. Like him. "Okay," she finally said and took the mug. At this point, she didn't care if it was poisonous. Her cramps were so dreadful. She felt like dying anyway. She lifted the cup to her lips and drank. The content was warm, like tea. The thick sauce of a mixture slid down her throat. And to her complete and utter surprise, it tasted really good. "Oh. My God," she exclaimed and took another sip. "It's delicious, I'm glad." Aide chuckled again. "That means I did it right." "You've never made it before?" Emaia asked, a little warily. "Only once or twice. But it's a long time ago." "Well, it's delicious," she repeated and emptied the cup. Her hungry stomach loved the feeling of the thick mixture landing in her belly. It churned, but accepted it. It should start working over the next half hour or so, Aide informed. "You should relax until then." He made ready to leave the tent. "Thank you, Aide." Emaia placed a hand on his arm. Aide paused for a second and looked at her hand. He then gave her a little smile and opened the tent. Any time. When Emaia woke up the next morning, she felt wonderful, well rested and freed from pains. Whatever had been in that drink Aide had given her, it has worked. Knock knock. We need to get going," she heard Dashiell say outside her tent. "Give me 2 minutes," she replied. She was happy that today they would finally arrive at the western coast. It would be nice to have a proper bath and a good meal. She braided her hair and rolled it up in a bun. Only because she hoped it would help keep a low profile. She even changed into a dress. Since a woman wearing breeches pulled attention. Everything had to work out today. If they managed to get into town and keep low, that meant huge progress for the rebellion. The Western people frequently suffered under a lot of wild storms since the cold sea bordered right up against them. It was a tough environment to live in. So the people of West did everything they could to survive. Lately, the king had been making it hard for them. Hopefully, the Western people would listen to their words and join their cause. The rebellion had been growing over the last few weeks. Each new member, a cherished asset. Some were scared when they first met Aide, while others were curious. No matter what, Aide was always polite and friendly towards them. Emaia packed up her stuff, slung her satchel over her shoulder and then packed up her tent. When she carried it to the carriage, she found Dashiell securing some pelts in the back. "Hey." She smiled and made him look up. "Hi." Dashiell smiled back. "You seem to feel better." "A lot." "Are we all ready to go?" "Almost." Dashiell confirmed. "I can't wait to get there. I've never been this far west before." "Really?" Dashiell tied a knot tightly around a bag of grain before replying. "Back in Johan City. I never really got the opportunity to go anywhere. My parents were accidentally killed by the king's guards after the city got cleansed under the Great Purge," he told. Emaia stared surprised. "After that, it was just me. I grew up in the slums until I finally found work at a smithy. I never got around to go explore the kingdom." "Wow." Emaia breathed and put a sympathetic hand on his arm. "I had no idea. I'm so sorry for your loss." Dashiell smiled a little and looked down. "Thanks. I've gotten over it." "But thanks. Do you ever miss them?" He nodded quietly. "I do. I wish they could see what I'm doing, what I'm trying to do. If they were alive, I'm sure they would be so proud of you." Emaia smiled and squeezed his arm. To see their son grow up to fight for what's right. Dashiell let out a small laugh. "Well, that's assuming we succeed. Our luck is faltering. We just need to push on." Emaia firmly said. "I'm positive the Western people will join us. I can feel it." "Are ye two done chatting?" Hanky's voice sounded behind them. "We'd like to get a move on." Both Emaia and Dashiell blushed and looked away from each other. Emaia had never seen Dash as anything but a close friend. Hanky's insinuation made it feel awkward. Dash was more like a brother. A close one. They got the wagon packed up. And soon they were on the road again. The western coast looked miserable. The buildings were old and looked like a stiff wind could knock them over. As their group reached the city gates, they worked out their plans. "We split up in 4 groups," Hanky told. "We spread to the 4 corners of the town and check into separate inns. If we meet in the town square, close to sunset, we shouldn't be in danger. Are we all set?" The men nodded and then the groups were divided into 4. Dashiell and Emaia went together in one group, while Hanky insisted on keeping a close eye on Aide. Aide didn't object. Simply rolled his eyes before tagging along. He had pulled his black hood up and kept his cloak covering his shoulders and hands. Emaia followed Dashiell with a group of men to a small inn, close to the cold seas. She hadn't felt completely comfortable by splitting from Aide. But as Dashiell had pointed out, "I was a smithy, I know how to work a sword if anybody attacks us." So they checked into a small inn named the Cracked Mill. It was obvious that the inn used to be a flour mill, but had been restored as an inn. Emaia paid for the rooms with diamonds from her satchel, which the owner seemed more than grateful to receive as payment. "Enjoy your stay," he had said and handed them their keys. It's so damaged. Dashiell spoke as they walked down the hall to their room. I never would have imagined it to look this bad. It makes Johann's city look like a nice holiday getaway. It wasn't this bad the last time I was here. Emaia mumbled as they started climbing up the stairs. She glanced out of a window. The city had much more life. Now it almost looks deserted. We'll help them, Dashiell said and brought Emaia's eyes back to him. Don't worry. I think you're right, the Western people will join us. Anything is better than this. They each went to their separate rooms. And Emaia had to admit she slept badly that night. The poverty here was worse than she had thought. She remembered her father's business journey here a few years back. When he had brought her, the town was lively and painted in their signature colors. Purple and iron gray. Now, the streets were just bleak and looked to be wilting away. Like a ruin where people lived. We'll change that, Emaia thought and rolled over on her bed, giving another shot at sleeping. The next morning, Emaia had never felt so invested in their cause before. She dressed up in breeches, and even let her hair hang completely plain and loose. To top it off, she secured her small dagger in her belt. As she walked out onto the empty streets and looked around, she just wanted to scream to break the silence. People were hiding inside their houses, afraid to get mugged if they stepped out. That was going to change. She started heading down the deserted streets and saw sad faces looking at her from the corners. Depressed faces. Emaia finally reached the town square and found a few more people here than the empty streets. A few salesmen sold quilts and warm clothes to brace them against the bitter cold. They all looked like they had given up. Emaia had had enough. On a bold idea, she stepped up on the ledge of the dried fountain in the center of the square and looked across the subdued faces. People of the West, she shouted in their native tongue. Enough of this misery. A few heads turned to look at her, while others stopped what they were doing and stared. Emaia took a deep breath. You have been wronged. Your land has been neglected and robbed of its glory. And it's not okay. The king is responsible for your suffering, she shouted strongly. He took your happy town and turned it into a sad, dying society. He hurt you. Emaia noticed a few more people started turning their heads. And they seemed to be actually listening. Of course, there were also those who scurried away in fear by the sound of her traitorous words. He hurt your families. He burned down your houses and took your gold. And for what, she looked down at the people. For nothing, you gained nothing from his actions. And that makes the king a liar. A few people gasped in shock. Because nobody spoke loudly against the king. Not unless they had a death wish. He promised your better goods. Emaia continued unaffected. A bubble of everything she had ever wanted to say over the course of her entire life was finally bursting. Nobody could stop her. He promised you riches. He swore that your lives would be better. But take a look around. She gestured to the bleak square. What do you see? I see a town that's been stripped of its purpose. The western coast used to be a town of iron. She shouted. You forged iron stronger than diamonds and weapons so balanced. You put the king's royal weaponry to shame. People had now gathered in a crowd around the fountain and were looking up at Emaia. Some looked scared. Others thoughtful. While a few silently nodded to the things she said. I haven't come here today to preach about what has happened and what has been done, Emaia said to those who listened. I came here today to tell you what can happen, and what could be done. With your help. Now people listened interested. They wanted a change. It was obvious. Her words and bravery gave them hope. Some of you might have heard of us already, Emaia continued, finally getting to the point. Some of you know that we've traveled around the kingdom to spread our dislike of the way King Ragnar rules his kingdom. We've come to the western coast today to spread those same words. Emaia paused and glanced out to the people. Her stomach was churning inside. but her hands were strong. Her voice was steady as she continued. We want our freedom back. We want to no longer live in fear of what would happen if we stepped out onto streets at night. We want children to have a safe home. We want women to have a voice in society. We want men to be able to say no to the demands the king puts on them. Emaia took a long pause to glance at each and every face that was looking up at her. We want equality for all mankind, children as grown-ups, men as women, humans as elves. She shouted the last part fiercely. No more judgment. No more hierarchy of society, freedom and justice for all who wants a better future. Some people gasped when she had brought up elves. The word elf was practically forbidden in public. But when someone dared to speak it, everybody listened. Whether it was from fear or interest was different from each person. I know you are scared. Emaia then softly continued. You have good reason to be. King Ragnar is a powerful man. But he is only powerful when he is in control. She said and gave them all a strong stare. If you let him control you, he will win. If you let him scare you, you only feed his power. She continued. We, the rebellion, are tired of being scared. Tired of being controlled. We've risen against his laws and foul ways to fight for a better world, a world where you don't have to be scared. The people were beginning to send glances to each other. It was as if they were talking privately to each other in their thoughts, considering her words and exchanging their opinions. Emaia continued bravely. Join us. Help us rise up against Ragnar and create a better world. A king should listen to his people. But if he doesn't listen, we have to make ourselves heard. She held a short pause. I make no promises like Ragnar. I can't promise we will win. I can't promise that what we fight for will succeed. But we will give it our everything. Emaia said, drawing the last word out to every syllable. Fight with us. What have you got to lose? We are all living in misery. Wouldn't you rather die fighting for a better world than live in a world where your children will grow up exactly like you have? She asked. Join us and fight for yourself. Fight for your town. Fight for your children. Fight for all mankind. The people of the town all glared up at her in complete silence. No one uttered a word. Not even as much as coughed. Then, all as a unit, they started clapping. Their applause grew so loud that it nearly blew Emaia off her feet. She couldn't help but grin out to them. They had listened. They had heard her. They respected her. Emaia waved out to the crowd as she stepped off the fountain. People came rushing up to her, patted her on her shoulder, thanked her, blessed her. They all wanted to know where to sign up. And Emaia happily told them that if they wanted to join, they were already in. She told them to spread the word to their friends. To their friends' friends. To everyone they knew. She told them if they wanted to hear more, they should meet up in the square tonight. Around sunset. With their help, they could defeat Ragnar and start a new world. That night, as Emaia met up with the others at the town square, she had never felt so powerful and so alive. Something inside her had surged that morning. A need to fight. A need for something new. She could still feel the warm, bubbling spark inside her heart as she walked up into the square. But her happiness was immediately set on a pause when she found Hanky and Aide in a heated discussion. Right by the fountain. Don't care if you think it's your responsibility to save people at night, if you run around in a mask and hood. You sure as hell draw attention, Hanky shouted into Aide's face. Keep yelling all you want. Aide retorted. I'm not going to stop saving those in need. Just because you're afraid I might get caught. I'm here. I'm wearing a hood. I'm denying my true identity. Aide snapped. But I can't deny people help when someone is screaming for it. Guys. Emaia said and broke the cold stare between them. They both turned and looked at her. What's going on? The elf was out prancing around the town last night. Hanky snarled and glared back Aide. He's endangering our mission by running around and saving people. What if the word gets around that a mystery savior is out and about saving the lot? It makes people think they're safe. They won't join us then, Hanky. Emaia snapped. That's not true. The people are more than willing to join us, they already have. What's that supposed to mean? But just then, people started pouring in from the streets. Their dark shapes carried small candles to light their way. Some even brought lanterns. Once they saw Emaia standing there, their faces all lit up. What's going on? Hanky asked, confused. He looked around and saw how more and more people started filling the square. What's happening? Didn't you hear? Dashiell's happy voice came from behind them. He stepped up with a wide grin on his face. Emaia is their savior. What? Both Hanky and Emaia exclaimed in unison. She couldn't believe it. The turnout was more than the people she had addressed in the square earlier. It seemed the people really had listened and spread the word like she told them to. It looked like the entire town had shown up. Hanky gaped around in astonishment. Like he couldn't believe his eyes. That's impossible. Look, a woman exclaimed. Look at that guy. He looks like the one that saved me last night, Harold. Look. I told you he was real. I recognize him. Too. Another man said. He saved me from getting attacked. Take off your hood. Emaia whispered to Aide and looked up at him. He rose a brow at her. Are you sure? Positive. Aide watched her for a moment before he turned to the crowd. He slowly lifted his hand to his hood and then pulled it down. The crowd gasped. Someone even screamed. But most of all, people just glared in shock. He's an elf. The woman from before said. A northern elf. He saved us. The man from before also said. An elf saved my life, his name is Aide. Emaia said and stepped up on the fountain again. People looked up at her with big eyes. He's been saving humans all over the kingdom. He saved me. Too, he saved them. She said and pointed to Hanky and Dashiell. And he'll keep on saving people. Because he's tired that nobody else is. We all are. The Northern Elves are alive. But you shouldn't fear them. They want a new world as much as we do. I can't believe it. Hanky whispered. He looked completely flabbergasted. What is this new side of her? Emaia smiled down at Hanky. Then flicked her eyes to Aide. His eyes were locked on her. Pride showing from them. He mouthed something to her. And Emaia read his lips. Fire. She smiled strongly and turned to the crowd again. Are you all ready for this? To fight for your right, freedom and future? For justice, the crowd cheered and raised their hands, lifting them in dedication. They were ready to fight. Emaia smiled out to them and then stepped down off the fountain while the crowd kept cheering. Hanky seemed completely speechless with his mouth hanging half open. Dashiell was grinning brightly and cheering along with the crowd while Aide just watched her. A little smile tucked onto his lips. I told you. He whispered. You're more valuable than you realize. Fire is a strong element. Emaia swallowed and couldn't help but smile. A revolution had begun. And she had ignited it. All because someone told her she had a fire in her soul.